Greetings everyone, and welcome to another episode of Anime Recap. Today I will be going through the whole One Piece anime series from episode 1 to 1045. Please note that due to the length of the anime I have decided to make this video as short as possible, so if you want to have the full experience, I highly recommend you read the manga as it would not take as much time as the TV show. I will be covering everything you need to know about the story, and I might do a discussion video after this one. So if you have any question, don't hesitate to drop it on the comment section. One final note, this recap have taken me a lot of time and edit to make, and I know that by the time it will be posted, it will probably be copyrighted by Funimation, other third-party companies, which is understandable, considering that I do not own this material and all the rights belong to their respective owners. Nonetheless, I must ask you that if you wish to support my channel and the work that I have done, then consider checking the links in the description, as any help will be much appreciated and will motivate me to make more. And so without any further ado, I hope you enjoy this video, and let's jump straight into the recap. The series begins with an attack on a cruise ship at the hands of Alvida. Kobe, a slave of Alvida, discovers a barrel and a young boy emerges and stops the pirates, saying that his name is Monkey D. Luffy. Kobe reveals his dream of being a marine, and Luffy knocks the pirate crew down with his devil fruit power. He explains that he ate the gum fruit, therefore he has the properties of rubber. Kobe, inspired by Luffy, stands up for himself when Alvida confronts them and takes her down. They sail away in a borrowed boat where Luffy asks about the pirate hunter and announces his intention of asking him to join his crew. Luffy and Kobe arrive at an island with a large marine base, where Luffy discovers the swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, tied to a pole. He asks Zoro to join his crew, but Zoro refuses. Luffy and Kobe meet a girl named Rika in town, tells them how Helmeppo brought his vicious pet dog into their bar and that Zoro knocked it out to protect everyone inside. He then made a deal with Helmeppo: if he can survive being tied to a pole with no food or water for 30 days, then Helmeppo will spare the little girl and her mother. However, Helmeppo says that he will execute Zoro the next day despite his word. Luffy punches him, and Helmeppo runs off to tell his father, Captain Morgan. While Luffy invades the Navy base to find Zoro's swords, Kobe attempts to untie Zoro and explains the situation to him. Morgan orders that they are both to be executed. The soldiers open fire, but before the bullets can reach them, Luffy leaps from the base and uses his rubber body to block the bullets. Luffy hands the 3 swords to Zoro in exchange for Zoro joining his crew. He and Morgan then engage in battle and Luffy knocks him to the ground. Meanwhile, Helmeppo takes Kobe hostage. But Luffy strikes him down too, while Zoro takes out Morgan right before he can kill Luffy. Later, Luffy, Zoro, and Kobe are in the town restaurant with Rika and her mom. The Marines step into the restaurant, and as Luffy and Zoro are pirates, they must leave the island immediately. Luffy and Zoro get ready to go, but so that he won't ruin Kobe's chances of enrolling in the Marines, Luffy beats him to near death in order to trick the Marines before they leave. As they do, Kobe asks to join the Marines, and is accepted. Outside, Luffy and Zoro climb into their boat, and as they set sail, the Marines salute them for saving the town, including Kobe. In a flashback, a 7-year-old Luffy sits in a bar filled with the pirate crew of the red-haired Shanks, begging him to take him out to sea. But the pirate captain refuses. A bandit named Higuma enters and orders several barrels of booze. Shanks offers him the last bottle, but Higuma smashes it and humiliates Shanks. After the bandit leaves the bar, all of the pirates start to laugh. Luffy gets angry that Shanks did not fight back and in a huff eats a purple fruit lying on the bar. Shanks notices this and tries to make Luffy spit it out, but it was too late. Shanks tells Luffy that he just ate the gum devil fruit, and now he is a rubber man and won't be able to ever swim again. Later, Luffy gets attacked by Higuma and his bandits. He is about to be killed, when Shanks and his crew arrive and effortlessly defeat Higuma's men. Frightened, Higuma escapes, taking Luffy with him to the sea. There he throws him into the water. And as Higuma laughs at Luffy's plight, a sea king appears and devours him. The sea monster then goes for Luffy, but Shanks stops the sea monster as it takes a bite, and with one look, drives the beast away. Luffy clutches Shanks and starts crying, since Shanks' arm was bitten off by the creature. Shanks replies that it is fine, as long as Luffy is safe. As the pirates get ready to leave, Luffy decides he will become a pirate on his own, that he will gather a crew that will beat Shanks, and that he will become king of the pirates. Shanks gives his straw hat to Luffy and tells him to return it someday, as a great pirate. Back in the present, Luffy slingshots into the sky to catch a bird. Instead he is caught himself. Zoro, now alone in their boat, tries to keep up, paddling. On his way he picks up 3 castaways from Buggy's crew. The bird, carrying Luffy, flies over a town, where it is shot down. Luffy falls down and lands right in front of Nami, who is running away from Buggy's crew for stealing their Grand Line map. Nami pretends that Luffy is her boss, using the distraction to escape from Buggy's men. After Luffy beats them, she asks him to join her. Then Luffy finds out that she is a navigator, and asks her to join his crew of pirates. As she hates pirates, she refuses. Then she tricks Luffy into letting himself be tied up and brought to Buggy, where he is locked up in a small cage, while Nami fakes joining Buggy's crew. As proof of loyalty, Buggy demands of Nami to kill Luffy, but she cannot bring herself to do it. As Buggy's pirates attack her, Zoro arrives to save his captain. Buggy recognizes Zoro as the pirate hunter and attacks him. Zoro cuts Buggy into pieces. Believing Buggy to be dead, he sheaths his swords and is stabbed in the back by Buggy, who reveals he ate the chop fruit and can separate his body and is impervious to being cut. The wound puts Zoro at a disadvantage, yet he picks up the cage with Luffy inside and the 3 escape. Still trapped in the cage, Luffy meets a small dog named Chao-Chu guarding his master's store despite knowing that his owner is dead. Moji the Beast Tamer's lion, Richie, inadvertently breaks Luffy's cage open and sends him flying. Chao-Chu tries to protect the store, but is no match for the much stronger Richie, and Moji burns the store down. Angered by Moji destroying what the dog finds precious, Luffy mercilessly punches him out. Moved by Luffy's concern for the dog, Nami agrees to work with Luffy for the time being. Enraged by the actions of Buggy's crew, the city's mayor rushes to fight Buggy himself, but the Straw Hat Pirates come to his rescue, with Luffy knocking him out to prevent him from getting himself killed. Zoro fights Kabeji, despite still being wounded, and defeats him while Nami leaves to search for the map to the Grand Line. Luffy begins fighting Buggy, who knows that he can injure Luffy's rubber body by cutting him, and enrages him by damaging his straw hat. Buggy reveals that Shanks accidentally caused him to eat the devil fruit he had been planning to sell while they were apprentice pirates on the same ship, preventing him from finding an underwater treasure. Nami manages to steal Buggy's body parts and Luffy sends him flying with Gum Gum Bazooka. Luffy, Nami and Zoro are forced to flee town as the villagers discover what Luffy did to the mayor, and he identifies himself as a pirate, but the mayor thanks the 3 as they leave. When they land on another island, Usopp appears to greet them, with 3 children hiding in the bushes. After a failed attempt on Usopp's part to scare the pirates away, they talk about Shanks and his marksman Yasopp, Usopp's father. Usopp brings them to a restaurant, where after a meal, he leaves them to head for a mansion outside town. The mansion belongs to the sickly young woman Kaya. She and Klahadore, her butler, talk about Usopp, and Klahadore forbids her to see him. Usopp comes anyway, and he tells Kaya a story about fighting a giant goldfish with droppings the size of islands. Back at the restaurant, Usopp's small friends, the Usopp pirates, enter in search of their captain. They bring Luffy, Zoro, and Nami to Kaya's mansion, and tell them how Usopp tells Kaya lies to cheer her up since her parents died and she became ill. Luffy decides they should ask her for a ship, and as there are bodyguards guarding the gate, he slingshots the whole group over the fence. They crash into the ground near Usopp, and as they get up, Klahadore comes out and calls them intruders. Klahadore goes on about how Usopp's father is a filthy pirate, making Usopp livid and punch him in the face, and leaves. The Usopp pirates, Nami, and Zoro encounter Django, who claims to be only a passing hypnotist. He then hypnotizes them, and accidentally himself, into falling asleep in the middle of the road. Later, by a cliff overlooking the ocean, Luffy and Usopp witness Django and Klahadore, whose true identity turns out to be that of the infamous pirate Captain Kuro, plotting a raid of the village and a murder of Kaya. Luffy yells at them not to get rid of Kaya, but Django uses his hypnotism to put Luffy to sleep, causing him to fall off the cliff. Usopp, because of his reputation as a liar, is unable to convince the villagers that pirates are coming and that they have to abandon their homes. Meanwhile, Zoro and the others find Luffy. At Kaya's mansion, Mary shows Kaya the glasses that she got him to buy for Klahador's third year of being a caretaker. Usopp is unable to convince Kaya of Kuro's assassination attempt and leaves, but gets shot by Mary in the process. Kuro announces his plans to attack the village at dawn. Usopp, admitting he's a liar, expresses how he loves the village and wants to protect it, so he will stand against the pirates. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami decide to join him, and so Usopp declares that even though he is scared, he will fight. The group formulate a plan on the slope for when the pirates come. Kuro breaks the glasses Kaya gave him and he holds his blood-stained claw over her head, remembering the deed he has to commit the following day. By the coast, the Black Cat pirates' ship approaches Syrup Village. Meanwhile, Luffy, Usopp, Zoro, and Nami stand on the slope leading to the village, and have poured a barrel of oil on it to make it slippery. The plan is that when the Black Cat pirates slip on the oil, the four will spring out and attack them. Dawn breaks, and after things goes horribly wrong, the Black Cat pirates arrive, and Usopp stands up to them. He sees the pirates taking the treasure from the Straw Hat's ship, and he says that the treasure belongs to him, and he'll give it to them if they leave. Django decides to hypnotize Usopp instead, but Nami arrives in the nick of time and whacks Usopp in the head, knocking him over, refusing to give up her treasure. The Black Cat pirates charge and knock him down swiftly. Moments later, Usopp is shocked and they are all sent flying back, and sees that Luffy and Zoro have arrived. Zoro yells at Nami about leaving him there, and Luffy yells at Usopp for not telling him which direction was north. Django kneels beside the fallen pirates and starts to hypnotize them to charge at the Straw Hats. Luffy, who is also hypnotized, uses his Gum Gum Gatling technique to plow through and takes the bow of Kuro's ship before he falls asleep. With Luffy out of the way, Django prepares for the next attack. Seeing the pirates are defeated, he calls for Siam and Buchi, who charge for Zoro and engages in a great fight with the two Miaoban brothers. Buchi then uses his cat-like abilities to steal Zoro's two swords and throws them away. Usopp decides to help and fires at the brothers, but Zoro blocks it with his back, yelling at Nami and Usopp to not get themselves killed. Nami then runs for Zoro's swords, picking them up, but Django reacts swiftly and slashes her in the shoulder with his chakram. Just as Django and the others are about to kill the Straw Hats, Kuro appears, annoyed that his plan has foiled. Zoro manages to get back his swords, and thanks to Nami, he unleashes a great Toragiri, taking both of them down with one mighty swing. Luffy wakes up and saves Nami. At the mansion, Kaya finds Mary leaning against the wall, bloody and wounded. She explains the whole situation, how Kuro is planning to kill her and take her money in a will. Kaya realizes that Usopp was right and arrives at the top of the slope pointing a gun at Kuro, ordering him to leave the village. Kuro reminds Kaya of the fun times they had together. Before he takes the gun from her hands, knowing she won't shoot, and drops it to the ground. Usopp picks up the gun and fires at Kuro, but he fails. From out of nowhere, Luffy punches Kuro in the face and declares that he has 100 more where that came from. They begin their fight. Usopp orders the kids to run away with Kaya, but Django goes after them, and Zoro follows carrying Usopp in order to find the way. A flashback reveals that Kuro faked his death by hypnotizing one of his men into claiming to be him, and hypnotizing Captain Morgan to think that he caught him, before becoming Kaya's butler. Kuro uses his silent step to move quickly, but Luffy gets the timing right and pounds Kuro down. In the forest, Django continues searching for the Usopp pirates, and they ambush him, but he knocks his attacker away, and just as he is holding up a chakram to kill Kaya, Usopp spots him. Kuro's ultimate attack, Shikushi, slash everything, and Luffy becomes enraged by his lack of regard for his crew. He manages to catch Kuro by binding his limbs and headbutts him with Gum Gum Bell, while Usopp shoots Django with an exploding star, saving Kaya. After the fight is over, Usopp convinces Kaya and the Usopp pirates to keep the incident a secret in order to enable the village to stay peaceful. Kaya gives the Straw Hats the Going Merry as a gift, and Luffy invites Usopp into the crew, having befriended him. On their voyage, Luffy announces that he has finished the pirate flag for their ship, and holds it up, making the others horrified of the artwork, and so Usopp paints a proper pirate flag that they fly it on the mast and continue to sail. While Usopp and Luffy fool around with the ship's cannon, Zoro dreams about his childhood. He had joined a dojo after losing to the teacher's daughter, Kuino. Despite training and growing stronger, he still was unable to defeat her. When she told him that he would one day defeat her as she grew weaker, Zoro becomes upset over her defeatist attitude, and made her promise that one of them would be the world's greatest swordsman. She died soon afterward due to a tragic incident, and Zoro dedicated himself to fulfilling the promise. Back in the present, a bounty hunter attacks the ship. Zoro recognizes the intruder who got beat up by Luffy as Johnny, who alongside Yasaku were all bounty hunter partners some time ago. Johnny, however, is more worried about Yasaku's condition, which Nami quickly diagnosed as scurvy caused by a lack of vitamin C, and the Straw Hat Pirates conclude that they need a cook for their potential nutritional problems. Johnny points out that they probably can find a good candidate in the floating sea restaurant known as Baratai. He also states that the one Zoro has been looking for, Hawkeye's Mihawk, is near there too. They are then passed by a Marine Lieutenant, Iron Fist Full Body, who orders his crew to sink the pirate ship. Luffy attempts to deflect the cannon, but after losing his grip accidentally deflects it to the head chief's room in Baratai, where the head chief was subsequently injured and demands that Luffy work off his crime by working for the restaurant for 1 year. In Baratai, while attempting to impress his girlfriend, Full Body instead becomes humiliated by Sanji's witty remarks and destroys his table full of food, causing Sanji to beat him up. Patty, a cook for Baratai, becomes furious when he sees that Sanji is beating up Full Body, who is a customer. At this moment, the head chef and Luffy come crashing down from the ceiling because the head chef was kicking Luffy too hard. He then kicks Full Body out of the restaurant as his subordinate comes running into the restaurant yelling that their prisoner, a member of Don Krieg's pirates, has escaped. The customers are terrified because Don Krieg is supposedly the strongest pirate in East Blue. The pirate name is Jin, and after being kicked by Patty, Sanji brings him a meal, stating that, for him, a customer is anybody who is hungry, and he understands the feeling of starvation more than anybody else. Luffy, who was watching the whole thing, attempts to recruit him as the cook for his crew. After refusing and some conversing, Sanji sees Nami and is captivated by her beauty. Don Krieg shows up on a nearly destroyed ship and demands 100 meals for his men, as well as the restaurant ship. The cooks oppose Sanji, but Zeph agrees to prepare the food. It is revealed that Chef Zeph was a great pirate known as Redfoot Zeph, who sailed in the Grand Line, but lost his leg at some point. Jin explains the catastrophe the fleet met in Grand Line when they encountered Hawkeye's Mihawk, who destroyed all but one of their ships. Krieg feeds his men and is about to begin to attack the Baratai when Mihawk, having followed Krieg and his men, destroys Krieg's ship. Things become more dire when the group learn from Johnny and Yasaku that Nami stole the merry-go. Zoro challenges Mihawk to a duel in order to achieve his dream of being the world's strongest swordsman. Despite his best efforts, Zoro is easily outclassed by Mihawk and loses. Seeing potential in the young swordsman, Mihawk tells Zoro he has much to learn and will hold the title as the greatest swordsman until they duel again. Following his defeat, Zoro apologizes to Luffy for disappointing him and swears that until the day he defeats Mihawk, he will never lose another duel again. Luffy sends Zoro, Usopp, Johnny and Yasaku ahead to follow Nami so that he can defeat Krieg to pay his debt to the Baratai. Mihawk leaves after defeating Zoro, so Krieg continues his invasion. He has Pearl, one of his stronger crewmates, attack, and Sanji reveals his fighting skills, gaining the upper hand, but Jin takes Zeph hostage. With Zeph held captive by Gin, Sanji has no choice but to take Pearl's hits. He reveals that he worked on a cruise ship that Zeph attacked, and when a storm hit, the two were the only survivors. Zeph sacrificed his leg to save Sanji and gave him food, as both shared the same dream of finding the legendary ocean, all blue, supposedly the only place in the world all four seas, north, south, east and west, meet, and where different aquatic species lays there. No longer able to fight with his legs and be a pirate, Zeph founded the Baratai, and Sanji reveals that he will defend the Baratai with his life. A lengthy battle ensues between Gin and Sanji, but he does not have the strength to kill the man who saved him. He then begs Don Krieg to leave the Baratai alone, but Krieg is just disgusted and pulls off one of his shoulder pads and turns into his deadliest weapons, the MH5 poison gas bomb. Most people run off and Krieg fires the MH5 while Luffy steals 2 masks from 2 Krieg pirates and throws them to Sanji and Gin. He turns round to get another for himself, but the pirates have vanished. Out of nowhere, a gas mask lands in Luffy's lap and he puts it on, just as the MH5 impacts and explodes. It is revealed that the mask Luffy was wearing was Gin's while he held Sanji's to his face. Outraged, Luffy runs for Krieg, who pulls out his spiked porcupine cape and covers himself, but Luffy punches right into it, striking Don Krieg in the face. Even after taking several hits from the battle spear, Luffy refuses to give up and manages to take Krieg with a powerful blow. After the battle, Gin decides to go back to the Grand Line with Krieg despite still being poisoned, and Sanji makes the difficult decision on whether to stay or to go with Luffy, just as Yasaku comes back with news that he knows where Nami is. The crew chases after Nami, who stole their ship, and Yasaku takes time during the trip to explain about Arlong and his fishmen to Luffy and Sanji. Meanwhile, Usopp, Johnny, and Zoro arrive at the island Nami docked at. Zoro is captured by the fishmen after Usopp and Johnny ditch him. And it's revealed that Nami was part of Arlong's crew the entire time. When a group of fishmen attack Kokoyashi village, Usopp comes to the rescue. After Zoro escapes with Nami's help, she tries to prove her loyalty to the Arlong pirates by appearing to kill Usopp. Meanwhile, Luffy's group finally arrives at the island. Johnny tells the others about Nami killing Usopp, and Luffy doesn't believe them until Nami appears herself and confirms it. She tells them to stay out of her business and leave, but Luffy stubbornly decides to stay. Usopp returns, revealing that Nami only pretended to kill him, and Nami's sister, Nojiko, starts to explain why Nami is acting the way she is. She tells them the story about Nami's childhood and their adopted mother, Belmere, a former Marine. After a bloody battle in a small village between pirates and Marines that left her the only apparent survivor from both sides, Belmere found a toddler Nojiko holding an infant Nami. Taking the girls back to her home Kokoyashi, Belmere decided to adopt Nami and Nojiko. Despite being poor and none of them being related by blood, they had a happy life. It is shown that as a child Nami was a prodigy in cartography, the study and making of maps and charts, and navigation. Nojiko continues her story, explaining how their life was ruined when the Arlong pirates first took over the village. Arlong forced the villagers to pay him in tribute or be killed. 100,000 berries per adult and 50,000 per child. When the fishmen arrive at Belmere's house, she tried to fight back but is easily subdued. Having only 100,000 berries, Belmere uses it to save Nami and Nojiko, which results in Arlong killing her. Seeing a map skillfully drawn by Nami, Arlong kidnaps her and shanghais her into joining the Arlong pirates to make maps and charts for them. Arlong does make a deal with Nami that if she can gather 100 million berries for him he would free Kokoyashi village. It is shown that for the last 8 years, Nami has stolen countless amounts of money from other pirates, thus explaining why she stole the Going Merry from the Straw Hats. When a Marine officer under Arlong's pay confiscates all the money Nami stole over the years, in order to one day buy the village from Arlong, the villagers decide that enough is enough and fight back, despite Nami's pleas. Knowing they'll be killed, the villagers rush to Arlong Park. Upon seeing Nami's sorrow, the Straw Hats head for Arlong Park. They begin to face the fishmen themselves as the villagers watch from the sidelines. However, after using a new move to take out the fishmen see King Momo. Luffy gets his feet stuck into the ground and Arlong traps him in the ocean and Zoro faces the six-sword-wielding octopus Hatchan. Using Johnny and Yasaku's swords and fighting through his injuries, Zoro is able to take him down. With Hatchan defeated, 2 of the fishmen battle Sanji and Usopp. Things look grim for Sanji as he attempts to face Kurubi underwater, and Usopp gets the chance to prove that he is a brave warrior by facing Chu. After a rough fight, Arlong's officers are defeated. But Sanji and Zoro prove to be no match for him in their current state. However, with Luffy finally free, he goes on to fight Arlong. Not long after, the battle begins and spreads into Arlong Park itself with neither of them holding back. When Luffy realizes Nami was forced to draw charts for Arlong, he becomes enraged and with one massive blow he defeats him and destroys the whole park. With Arlong's reign of terror over, everyone start to party, and as the crew celebrates, Nami reflects on her hometown and decides to officially join the Straw Hat Pirates. As a result of defeating Arlong as well as defeating Don Krieg and Buggy, Luffy now has the highest bounty in East Blue at 30 million berries. News quickly spreads to both friend and foe, including Shanks, who celebrates Luffy's arrival into the world of pirates. The crew arrives at the town before the entrance to the Grand Line, Logue Town, the place where Gold Roger was both born and executed. They stock up on supplies and sightsee. As Luffy heads for the execution platform where Roger was killed, old enemies are searching for him. While looking for new swords to replace the ones shattered by Mihawk, Zoro meets a woman named Tashigi, a Marine Sergeant Major with a passion for swords, who looks exactly like an older Kuino. She notices that Zoro is carrying a rare sword. Zoro, who has little money, inquires about a cheap sword, which the owner says is cursed. After an impressive test of the sword, the owner lets him have it for free, along with another rare sword he said should belong to a true swordsman. Usopp manages to anger the daughter of bounty hunter Daddy the father, and finds his own life at stake when he challenges Daddy to a duel, which he proceeds to lose. When Daddy discovers that Usopp is the son of Yasopp, he recounts how he lost to him. Upon hearing this, Usopp issues a new challenge. Daddy challenges him to shoot a weather vane or he will kill Usopp. Usopp shoots the vane through the crown and wins the sniper goggles that were in dispute. Meanwhile, Buggy and Alvida show up and capture Luffy before they decide to put him on the platform to be executed. Zoro and Sanji show up too late to stop Buggy, but a bolt of lightning shows up just in time to cancel the execution. Soon after, Smoker catches Buggy and Alvida and follows Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji run into Tashigi, but Zoro defeats her reluctantly. However, when Smoker catches up and tells Luffy that he must get through him to go to the Grand Line, Luffy isn't able to effectively fight Smoker due to the latter's plume fruit powers allowing him to turn into smoke. Just when Smoker is about to finish off Luffy, a mysterious man named Dragon saves him. A green gust of wind blows through that lets Buggy and Alvida escape, and allowing Luffy and his group to get away. During their time on sea, the Straw Hats proclaim why they are going to the Grand Line: Luffy to become king of the pirates, Zoro to become the world's greatest swordsman, Nami to chart a map of the entire world, Usopp to become a brave warrior of the seas, and Sanji to find the All Blue. Shortly after, they sail to Reverse Mountain, where the force of the ocean causes the current to flow uphill and down into the Grand Line. As the Straw Hats ride down Reverse Mountain into the Grand Line, a huge whale appears in front of them. With the helm still broken, they are about to crash into it, but Luffy fires a cannon, sufficiently slowing the ship, just breaking his beloved seat, the ship's sheep figurehead. Infuriated, Luffy punches the whale, who swallows the Straw Hats and their ship as he submerges. In the last second, Luffy notices a door on top of the whale and winds up in some sort of passageway. His crew finds itself in front of a small island in the middle of green waters with a clear blue sky overhead. There they encounter Crocus, the whale's caretaker, who painted the inside of its stomach to look like the sky. Suddenly everything starts to shake as Laboon, which is the name of the whale, rams its head against the red line and Crocus leaves to give Laboon a sedative. Meanwhile, Luffy and two individuals crash into the whale's stomach. As Crocus returns, they shot two cannonballs from their bazookas to rip a hole in the whale's stomach, but Crocus takes the cannonballs with his own body and Luffy knocks them both out. Leading the Straw Hats out of the whale, Crocus explains that Laboon is a whale with a heart like a person, who has been waiting for a certain group of pirates for 50 years. While guiding them out of the giant whale Laboon, its caretaker Crocus tells the whale's story to the Straw Hats, that it was left behind by a group of pirates when they began their journey through the Grand Line and abandoned when they fled through one of the calm belts, and that once he told Laboon what had happened, the whale started ramming its head against the red line, not believing what Crocus said because that would mean losing its reason to wait. After hearing that, Luffy picks a fight with the whale before he declares it to be a draw and promises to return to finish the fight. Nami tries to plot a course, but is unable to do so because her compass does not point in a single direction. Crocus explains how the Grand Line is navigated and that a log pose is needed. In return for helping Laboon, he gives them one and the Straw Hats set sail for Whiskey Peak, the hometown of Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, whom they are taking along. The weather changes rapidly on the first leg of their journey. Nami has to adjust to the thought of having to watch the log pose constantly while the rest of the crew and their passengers work hard to keep the ship afloat. As they arrive at their destination, the townspeople greet them warmly and throw a party in their honor. When eventually the crew falls asleep from exhaustion, the townspeople, who are really bounty hunters of the secret organization Baroque Works, plan on capturing them. However, Zoro only faked falling asleep and takes on the group of roughly 100 hunters on his own. Nami, who faked falling asleep as well, searches the town for the bounty hunters' treasures. Meanwhile, Zoro lets loose on the bounty hunters the 2 new swords he received in Loungetown, Yubashiri and Sandai Kitetsu. After he defeats all of them, including the frontier agents Mr. 9, Miss Wednesday, Mr. 8, and Miss Monday, a new threat arrives, that being the Baroque Works officer agents Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Their mission is to eliminate 2 traitors, who know the true identity of the organization's boss Mr. 0. They reveal them to be Mr. 8, who is really Igaram, captain of the Royal Army of the Kingdom of Alabasta, and Miss Wednesday, who is actually Alabasta's crown princess, Nefertari Vivi. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine follow after Vivi, who attempts to flee the island. Mr. 9, despite learning Vivi's a traitor, tries to protect her but is beaten. Igaram, no longer able to fight himself, begs Zoro to save her, but Zoro refuses. As the Alabastan soldier promises a handsome reward, Nami chimes in. She first extorts Igaram to raise the amount, then she extorts Zoro to save the princess. Miss Monday also decides to try and protect Vivi, but is quickly beaten by Mr. 5's bomb fruit powers that allow him to create explosions from any part of his body, and Miss Valentine's kilo fruit powers which allow her to change her weight from 1 to 10,000 kilograms. When Zoro is about to take on Vivi's assailants, Luffy appears. Oblivious to the townsfolk's occupation as bounty hunters. He wants to fight Zoro for cutting them all up, and unable to convince Luffy of the truth, Zoro fights him. The officer agents attempt to get past the fighting crewmates, but are caught up in the struggle and easily defeated. Luffy and Zoro are about to go all out, when Nami arrives and violently ends their duel. Out of imminent danger, Vivi explains that Baroque Works is responsible for inciting a rebellion in her home country, which is why she cannot offer a large reward, and reveals that Mr. Zero's true identity is Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Unfortunately, 2 Baroque Works spies see this and capture pictures of Luffy, Zoro and Nami, making them Baroque Works' top targets. Nevertheless, Luffy agrees to take her with them, and Igaram sets out on the direct route to Alabasta, as a decoy. As he clears the coast, his ship is engulfed in an explosion. The Straw Hats and Vivi hurry to their ship and set sail, following the log towards Little Garden. Miss All Sunday, the partner of Mr. Zero, appears on their ship. Without explaining her reasons, she offers the crew an eternal pose. However, Luffy crushes it and the agent leaves them. Kobe and Helmeppo have enlisted into the Navy as oddjobbers, and they work hard towards their goal of becoming officers. They get into an argument about whether it is possible, which escalates into a struggle, and they accidentally fire a cannon, destroying a whole building. Later they are taken along on a trip to turn over Helmeppo's father, the former Navy captain, Axehand Morgan, to Vice Admiral Garp to stand trial for his crimes. While receiving the prisoner, Garp falls asleep and Morgan slashes the Admiral's chest, takes Helmeppo hostage, and by stealing a boat, he makes a run for his life. The Marines are about to fire at them when Kobe steps in front of the cannon. He pleads for his friend's life and jumps into the water to swim after them. Impressed with Kobe risking dismissal from the Navy and thus his dream, Helmeppo stands up to his father. Eventually Morgan throws them overboard, and Garp, who witnessed their struggle, decides to take them with him to the Navy headquarters. Kobe and Helmeppo settle in at headquarters, where Garp makes sure that they are not slacking off. After working hard during the day, they fall tired to their beds, but Helmeppo decides that he wants to do more, to regain his former lifestyle. Kobe joins him. Starting then, they spend their nights stealing their bodies and training the martial arts. Eventually, Garp overhears that they are friends with Straw Hat Luffy, who was recently added to the wanted list, and puts their determination to the test by letting them fight him. Though he is disappointed by their weakness, he decides to keep their friendship with Luffy a secret, allowing them to stay. As the Straw Hats sail toward Little Garden, the Baroque Works officer agents Mr. 3 and his partner Miss Golden Week receive new orders. Finally arriving there, the Straw Hats find the island to be populated by oversized and from prehistoric times stemming animals. Frightened, Nami and Usopp stay behind on the ship as the others spread out to search the island. Nami remembers having read about the island in a book, but by the time she finds it, it is already too late. A giant approaches through the forest. The giant introduces himself as Broggy, claiming to be the strongest warrior of Elbaf, and asks Nami and Usopp for booze. Frightened, the two play dead and Broggy takes them to his place, where he roasts dinosaur meat to treat them as his guests. They however, fearing to be eaten themselves, try to escape through the jungle, but after being chased by large predators, they end up back at Broggy's camp. Elsewhere, Luffy and Vivi meet Dory, another giant and Broggy's rival, who tells them that they are engaged in a 100-years-long duel. Whenever the island's central volcano erupts, the two face each other in combat. Meanwhile in the jungle, the Mr. 5 pair joins forces with Mr. 3, who plots to earn the giant's huge bounties. Usopp, who is immensely impressed with the giant's fight, decides to strive to be like them and starts calling Broggy his master. After their fight, which like thousands before it, ends in a draw, Dory receives 2 barrels of booze from Broggy, which he obtained from Nami and Usopp. Unbeknown to the four, the contents of one of the barrels is made to explode by Mr. 5. When Dory later drinks it and it badly injures him from within, he accuses the Straw Hats. Left with no choice, Luffy fights the weakened giant and knocks him out. However, by the time of the next eruption of the center volcano, Dory gets back up and heads into battle, knowing his chances to be bad. Before he leaves to face his rival and friend for a last time, Dory traps Luffy under a huge rock. While the giants fight, Nami and Usopp try to cross the jungle to meet up with Luffy and Vivi at Dory's camp. Once again fleeing from a hungry dinosaur, Nami is distracted by a life-sized facsimile of Luffy and captivated by Mr. 3's wax fruit powers, which allow him to generate wax, and Zoro is captured in a similar way. Usopp arrives alone at Dory's camp, shortly followed by Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. The giant's manipulated duel ends in defeat for Dory. Broggy, who stands in tears over the lifeless body of his friend, is addressed by Mr. 3, who already encased the giant's feet in iron-hard wax. Mr. 5 captures Vivi, while his partner stomps Usopp chest deep into the ground. After explosively beating down on the still-trapped Luffy, Mr. 5 and his partner take Vivi to the giant's duel site, where Mr. 3 is busy further restraining Broggy with his wax. Mr. 3 creates a large cake-shaped pedestal upon which Vivi, Nami, and Zoro are placed. He then explains to Broggy how he manipulated their duel, causing the giant to burst out in anger and break his restraints. However, before he can completely free himself, Mr. 5 knocks the giant out with several explosions and Mr. 3 renews the restraints. Meanwhile, Karu, Vivi's ostrich-sized duck, digs out Luffy from under the rock. The bird, Luffy, and Usopp arrive at the scene just as Zoro attempts to free himself by cutting off his legs. Mr. 3 is unsettled that Zoro and Nami seem to be completely carefree since Luffy's arrival. Usopp and Karu face Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, but instead of fighting, they let themselves be chased through the jungle. Luffy tries to destroy the wax pedestal, threatening the lives of his friends, while Mr. 3 fights to keep it intact. Once Luffy sent the officer agent flying into the jungle, the captives find Luffy unwilling to help them, because Mr. 3's partner, Miss Golden Week, has him firmly under control with her emotion-inducing paintings. Unable to catch Karu and Usopp, Mr. 5 resolves to use his newest piece of equipment, a revolver, which he loads with his explosive breath. Once back at the pedestal, Usopp finds Luffy drinking tea with Miss Golden Week, while their friends are already completely covered in wax. He burns Luffy's shirt, upon which Miss Golden Week had painted, using a flaming projectile. Luffy, again himself, attempts to destroy the pedestal but is interrupted by the returning Mr. 3, who creates himself a waxen battle suit. Usopp is finally struck down by Mr. 5's explosive shots, but is still able to make Karoo run around the pedestal dragging behind it a rope. Luffy then grabs Mr. 3 at his burning, tree-shaped hairdo and uses it to inflame the rope, burning the large wax structure and freeing the others. As they emerge from the flames, Nami and Vivi defeat Miss Valentine and Zoro makes quick work of Mr. 5. Luffy and Karoo chase after Mr. 3 and his partner and defeat them respectively. Meanwhile, Sanji stumbles upon Mr. 3's hideout, where he receives a call from Mr. 0. Once Sanji realizes that he is talking to Crocodile, he pretends being Mr. 3 and convinces the warlord that he has eliminated Vivi and her Straw Hat escort. During the conversation, Crocodile's messengers, the Otter, and its partner, the Vulture, called the Unluckies, arrive to deliver an eternal pose, leading to Alabasta, to Mr. 3. They attack Sanji, but he defeats them. To justify the noisy interruption, Sanji tells Mr. 0 that one of the Straw Hats was still alive. Crocodile tells him to return to Alabasta, then, after the conversation, orders Mr. 2 to intercept and eliminate Mr. 3 en route for his failure to make accurate reports. While Broggy creates a rainfall of tears, Dory wakes up and concludes that after 100 years, Broggy's axe had gotten dull and only knocked him out. Using the eternal pose to guide them, the crew set sail. Dory and Broggy see them off, and to thank them, sacrifice their worn-out weapons to kill a giant goldfish as it attempts to feed on the Straw Hat's ship. Some time later, Nami gets sick, but the crew doesn't have a doctor to help her, thus they decide they need one. While looking for a doctor, the crew meets the pirate Wapol, who attacks them while trying to eat their ship with his munch fruit power, but Luffy sends him flying. Meanwhile, Smoker manages to intercept the conversation between Mr. 0 and Sanji and plans to go to Alabasta. Back with the crew, they arrive at last to an island only to find out they're not welcomed. The Straw Hat crew manages to gain the trust of the people that attacked them and are taken to the village. Except for Zoro and Kuro, who guard the ship. Luffy and Sanji must take Nami to the island's sole doctor, who lives on a mountaintop. Vivi and Usopp discover the past of the island, and about the pirate Wapol from Dalton. While Sanji and Luffy fight off the wilderness, the islanders' worst nightmare turns true, as Wapol returns to the island. Dalton turns into a bison with his Zoan-type ox fruit, model bison powers, to confront him. The doctor is discovered to be on the other side of the island. And Usopp, Vivi and Dalton rush to find her. Dalton faces Wapol, but only gets himself hit by arrows thrown by his former comrade Chess. An avalanche stops the battle, but injures Sanji. Luffy must carry both Nami and Sanji to the doctor, and begins his ascent. The Lapon help Luffy escape from Wapol, giving him enough time to climb to the castle where Dr. Kureha lives. Vivi, Usopp and Zoro deal with the king's army in order to save Dalton. The recovering Nami meets a strange creature who identifies himself as Chopper. Nami asks Chopper to join the crew, but he isn't interested. Kureha tells Nami that Chopper is a reindeer who ate the human fruit, and his attempts at communicating with the humans on Drum Island proved disastrous, with the villagers mistaking him for a Yeti and shooting at him. Dr. Ing continues to tell how Chopper lived his life and how the quack Dr. Hiruluk took care of him and taught Chopper his philosophy on life, that all diseases could be cured. The two went from house to house administering their cures in a country where all doctors not sanctioned by King Wapol were banned. When Hiruluk's health worsened, Chopper was left in the cold again, as the old man did not want Chopper to watch him die. He soon found the cure he was looking for, an amyudake, remembering what he overheard by some villagers that a certain type of mushroom can heal every illness. Chopper's arduous journey was a success, even though he risked his life and suffered many injuries, and even going against his herd who had cast him out and attacked him in a rage of prejudice and spite. Hiruluk, overwhelmed with tears of gratitude, ate the mushroom to show his love and appreciation to Chopper, despite knowing that it would end his life, but Chopper would later find out from Dr. Kureha that he had given Hiralik a fatal dose of poison, and she explained to him that you need actual medical skills and training or you won't be able to save anybody. Thus Chopper decided to become a doctor. Meanwhile, Wapol reaches the castle where the crew is residing. After realizing the abilities that Chopper has, Luffy is eager to make him join the crew. Wapol is determined to bring down Hiriluk's flag, and to do that he engages Sanji, Luffy and Chopper in a fight. Chopper demonstrates the abilities of Rumble Balls when fighting Chessmarimo, and Dalton is uncovered from the avalanche. After trying every trick in the castle, Wapol is finally hunted down by Luffy. The villagers along with Zoro, Vivi and Usopp start their ascent to the castle through a ropeway. After finally been convinced to join the team, Chopper announces his intentions to Dr. Kureha, who doesn't take it too well, but after escaping from the castle, she has decided to give the whole Straw Hat crew a farewell gift. With the island adventure over, Chopper finally joins the Straw Hats as they continue their journey to Vivi's homeland. Crocodile appears to stop rampaging pirates while Luffy and his crew meet Mr. Tubon Clay, who shows off his devil fruit power, and Vivi sees a shocking sight. Luffy separates from the rest of the crew, right after arriving at Alabasta's port city of Nanohana. The crew dons disguises while Luffy learns of dance powder. The Straw Hats encounter Smoker and Tashigi. Soon after, a powerful pirate named Portega's D. Ace appears, and is revealed to be Luffy's older brother. Ace fights Smoker while the Straw Hats run for their ship. Luffy reunites with his brother, who has joined the Whitebeard pirates after leaving home, and is searching for a former crewmate named Blackbeard who killed a fellow member. The brothers take down agents of Baroque Works, and Ace demonstrates his power by destroying several ships in one attack. Ace decides to travel with the Straw Hats for a while. The group arrives first at the Green City of Iromalu only to find it abandoned to the desert. Vivi and Nami explain that dance powder is a green powder that is used to make artificial rain, and brings both happiness and misery at the same time, and show what it has done to Alabasta. After leaving Iromalu, the Straw Hats plus Vivi and Ace continue through the desert, facing the many dangers of it. Nami and Vivi find themselves an easier way to travel in the desert and leave all the guys behind, but while trying to catch up with them, Ace gets lost. Luffy and the rest of the gang find the desert pirates, and Vivi meets a figure from her past. She learns that the two met while they were young girls, and despite her father's offer to help if anything happened to the town. The town was abandoned when the drought started and the sandstorms hit. Vivi apologizes and the two reconcile. After hearing that a small village has fake rebel army bodyguards that have been keeping peace, Vivi asks the men of the crew to test if they're worthy of staying. While they initially are planning to run at the first sign of a real threat, they stand their ground, and are allowed to stay as the Straw Hats retreat. Still trekking through the Alabasta desert, the crew beats up a giant desert scorpion for lunch, while Vivi tells Nami about her past and her friendship with Koza. When his village faced a drought, he appealed the king for help, and Cobra allowed the villagers to stay in the capital. He and Vivi were initially not on good terms, getting into a fight when they first met, but Vivi became vice leader of the Sand clan, and Koza's group risked their lives to save her from kidnappers. Koza then left with his father to establish a new town called Yuba. Ace fights against a bounty hunter, who claims to have defeated Blackbeard, although this was a lie to lure Ace out and challenge him in order to inspire his children to follow their dreams. Ace finds out that Blackbeard isn't in Alabasta after all, and leaves the group to continue looking for him. He leaves Luffy a mysterious piece of paper, explaining that it will let them meet again. Zoro, Chopper and Luffy manage to get themselves lost and stumble across some huge underground ruins. Baroque Works' plan starts to take effect, and for that, the number agents gather to meet Mr. Zero. Meanwhile, the crew finds out that the rebel army has moved out of Yuba and headed to Katoria, and the leader Koza is determined to attack. In Yuba, Luffy learns that Toto was entrusted by Cobra to watch over the land and figures out a way to stop the sandstorm. At rain dinners, the officer agents learn that their leader, Mr. Zero, is actually Crocodile, and learn that they are going to overthrow the country during the war. Mr. 3 reveals that the Straw Hats are alive, and as a punishment, Crocodile dries him up and drops him into a pit for failing to kill them. Crocodile then has Miss All Sunday tell the rebel army to kill everyone on sight. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats depart to Katoria, but Luffy stops. When Luffy tells Vivi of his plan to defeat Crocodile and denounces Vivi's plan to stop the rebellion as naive, the two get into a struggle. During this, Vivi reveals that she will only risk her own life. Luffy, however, says that she should be putting their lives on the line together and to trust her friends, and she is moved to tears by his statement. She then decides to go after Crocodile with the Straw Hats. The crew travels to the city of Rain Base, but find themselves against Smoker and Tashigi, who followed them. They run toward Rain Dinners, walking into Crocodile's trap. Most of the Straw Hats, along with Smoker, are trapped by him, while Vivi reunites with the Royal Guardian Pell, but is captured by Miss All Sunday. Crocodile reveals his invincible devil fruit power, and the Baroque Works plan to take over Alabasta is set in motion. The king is kidnapped, and Mr. 2 impersonates him, framing him for ordering the destruction of Nanohana to cover up the dance powder incident there. And the rebel army begins to move. Most of the Straw Hats are helplessly trapped as Vivi tries desperately to get the key to their cage but fails. Crocodile is then contacted by someone known as Mr. Prince. Later, Mr. Prince turns out to be Sanji, and lures Crocodile out of the casino before he goes to rescue the Straw Hats, and manages to open their cage by having Mr. 3, who was swallowed by one of the Banana Gators, copy the key with his wax fruit powers. The room floods, but the Straw Hats swim to safety. Luffy orders Zoro to save Smoker, and he allows them to escape for the moment as they race to stop the rebellion. After escaping from Rain Dinners, the Straw Hats and Vivi cross the desert to Alabasta, where the final battle will take place. Crocodile, however, manages to catch Luffy, beginning the first round of their battle. Luffy is unable to land a hit on Crocodile because of his sand fruit powers, which enable him to turn into sand to avoid any attack. He is then left for dead by Crocodile, but is helped by the mysterious Miss All Sunday. As the rest of the Straw Hats reach Alabasta, the revolution is on the verge of starting, and the crew comes out with a plan that could stop it. Vivi tries to call out to the rebel army but fails because of a Baroque Works infiltrator in the royal army interferes. She is nearly trampled by the incoming army, but Karu manages to protect her. Meanwhile, Sanji finds out that Mr. 2 defeated Usopp and Eyelashes, and is heading toward Vivi. Vivi sees through Mr. 2's deception when he reveals that he doesn't know Karu's name or care for him, and when he fails to remove the bandage on his arm. Usopp and Chopper struggle against the Mr. 4 team's attacks, with Miss Merry Christmas attacking from underground and Mr. 4 explosive balls. Usopp's plan to use a fake 5-ton hammer against the two fails after it gets destroyed and revealed as fake. But Chopper manages to trick Lasso into firing into the tunnels. When the two are still standing after that attack, Usopp attempts to flee, but Miss Merry Christmas catches him and taunts him by claiming that Luffy is dead. Usopp is badly injured by a combination attack by the Mr. 4 team, but with Chopper's help, he tricks Mr. 4 into hitting Miss Merry Christmas, then finishes him off by launching a hammer from a slingshot on Chopper's antlers. Sanji fights with Mr. 2, and while they are evenly matched, Mr. 2 realizes that Sanji cannot attack him if he transforms into Nami, using that to prevent Sanji from fighting back. He manages to figure out that Mr. 2 must transform into his original form to use his ballet Kenpo and finally defeat him. Vivi decides to have Shaka blow up the palace to distract the rebels long enough to reveal the truth, but before she can carry out the plan, Crocodile arrives with the kidnapped Cobra. Nami faces off against Miss Doublefinger and tries to figure out her new weapon, the Climate Baton, at the same time. While Crocodile reveals to Vivi that he seeks the ancient weapon Pluton, Nami manages to defeat Miss Doublefinger with Tornado Tempo. As Zoro struggles against Mr. 1 since his attacks have no effect on his steel body. His dice fruit enables him to attack by using any part of him as a steel blade. After Mr. 1 severely wounds Zoro, he becomes able to sense the rhythm that all things have, enabling to cut or not cut at will, and allowing him to defeat Mr. 1 with a single slash. When Vivi reveals Crocodile's plan to Koza, he attempts to stop the fighting, but is shot. Crocodile then reveals that he has set up a massive bomb in the city, and as Koza tries to stop the rebel army, both sides are once more fighting due to the intervention of Baroque works. Vivi is thrown to her certain death when Luffy saves her and challenges Crocodile to a second round, revealing that he has learned that he is weak against water. Luffy fights Crocodile with more success this time by using water, but is defeated after Crocodile dries up the ground. Meanwhile, the other Straw Hats hurry to locate the bomb before it goes off. Nico Robin forces the king to take her to the tomb where the poneglyph with Pluton's location is hidden, defeating Tashigi when she tries to stop her. Crocodile joins Robin in the tomb, and orders her to translate the poneglyph. Robin tells him that Pluton was not mentioned and that it was only about history, but Crocodile figures out that she was lying and stabs her in response. When Luffy recovers from the last round of fighting, he chases after Crocodile into the tomb. He then fights him by using blood on his fists, but Crocodile reveals that he has a poisonous hook, and plans on finishing Luffy off once and for all. Meanwhile, Vivi finds the bomb and calls the Straw Hats together, but realizes that the Mr. 7 team is guarding the bomb. She defeats them but realizes that the bomb cannot be stopped so easily as it has a timer, and right before it blows up, Hell shows up and takes it into the atmosphere, where he sacrifices himself to save Alabasta. Meanwhile, the final round between Luffy and Crocodile continues, with Luffy struggling due to Crocodile's use of poison. Luffy defeats Crocodile by punching him through solid bedrock and into the air. When Crocodile falls, the raindrops calm the soldiers. Despite the rain falling, some rebels still wish to fight, but Igaram appears with proof of Cobra's innocence, as well as Koza telling everything. The Straw Hats meet with Vivi's father, and they collapse from their wounds, but Tashigi orders the Marines under her command not to capture them. Some time later, Tashigi and Smoker both are rewarded for taking on Crocodile, but neither one of them believes that is right, considering the Straw Hat pirates did all the work. Luffy is rescued from the collapsed tomb where he fought Crocodile and brought into Cobra's palace to rest. When he awakens, a magnificent banquet is thrown for the pirates. Then, Igaram receives word that Luffy's bounty has increased to 100 million berries and Zoro has a 60 million berry bounty. However, the Straw Hats have already left, having been told by Mr. 2 to meet him to pick up their ship and evade the blockade. They tell Vivi that if she wishes to join, she must meet them in 12 hours. Bon Clay and his crew attempt to protect the Straw Hats from Hina, a marine officer, and sacrifice themselves to serve as a diversion. Vivi has Igaram stand in for her at her speech, and tells the Straw Hats that she cannot travel with them, but she hopes she will still be seen as their friend if they meet again. Unable to acknowledge her vocally without her being branded a criminal, the crew shows the marks on their arms as a sign of their friendship. After escaping from the Marines, Nico Robin, Ms. All Sunday, appears from inside of the Straw Hats ship and manages to persuade the crew to let her join while Pell is seen at the end standing over his own grave. Nami's log pose begins to point to the sky. After that, a big ship falls over them and the crew finds a map of an island named Skypiea on the 200-year-old ship. They compete with the monkey-like Masira's salvage crew while they search for more clues on how to get there. The Straw Hats decide to go to Jaya Island to look for information on Skypiea. Meanwhile, Ace suddenly shows up on Buggy's ship who doesn't let any of his men attack Ace fearing Whitebeard's retribution. Jaya's main town is full of famous pirates that are constantly brawling with each other. Luffy and Zoro have a run-in with a pirate known as Bellamy the Hyena, who ridicules their dreams and beats them up. They then meet the man who is later revealed to be Blackbeard, and after a speech for him, they leave Mock Town, and get into a fight with Masira's brother Shoujo, another salvage monkey. The Straw Hats meet with Mont Blanc Cricket on another part of Jaya, who is a descendant of Mont Blanc Noland, an infamous liar who told of a gold city on Jaya, and Cricket was outcast for looking for artifacts of the gold city. Cricket explains how the Straw Hats can ride a dangerous vertical current called the Knockup Stream to get to Skypiea. However, they first have to catch a south bird to point them toward the point where the stream will erupt from the ocean. While the Straw Hats are looking for a south bird, Bellamy and his crew attack Cricket's house, and steal the gold artifacts he'd collected over the years from his salvage work. When the Straw Hats return and see what happened, Luffy decides to take a side trip back to Mock Town and takes out Bellamy with a single punch. Meanwhile, the world government heads are concerned over Whitebeard, Shanks, and Luffy. They try to decide who will replace Crocodile as a Shichibukai until one of Blackbeard's crew shows up uninvited and nominates his captain. The Going Merry is refitted by Masaira and Shoujo to be more flight capable, and the Straw Hats catch a ride on the knock-up stream for Skypiea. They arrive in an ocean above the clouds and Usopp almost falls out of the Sky Island but is saved at the last minute. The crew is also attacked by a mysterious-looking warrior, but is saved by the Knight of the Sky. Finally, they arrive at the border which transports them to the upper realm. As the crew arrives in Skypiea, they're greeted by Konis and her pet Sue. Both she and her father start explaining how the life in Skypiea is and how the different dials work. Nami finds out what should happen to anyone who enters the forest. Meanwhile, the rest of the gang are waiting for the wind to change but are rudely assaulted by Skypiea's police who are going to carry out Heaven's judgment. The Straw Hats have some problems with the local justice enforcer force called the White Berets. Before they can leave Chopper, Robin, Nami and Zoro are abducted by a giant shrimp so Luffy, Sanji and Usopp go after them to the upper yard. Konis then leads them to a boat to get to upper yard, but she tells them it is a trap and almost gets hit by Heaven's judgment. They finally enter upper yard, only to find out that the whole road is trapped heavily, but at last they arrive at the ordeal gates. Meanwhile Robin, Zoro, and Nami go out to explore upper yard while Chopper stays behind to guard the ship. Luffy and the other two enter the ordeal of Ball's Gate and encounter the priest Satori. They soon start to fight him, but the power of Mantra seems to be too strong for them. Chopper, threatened by Priest Shura, blows the whistle for Gonfall to come, but before he can arrive, Priest Shura assaults Chopper and begins destroying the Going Merry. As Satori is defeated by Luffy and Sanji, Gonfall has been defeated and Chopper jumps in the water to rescue him. Chopper is saved by a bunch of giant Southbirds, who tell him that Gonfall was actually God. Nami, Zoro, and Robin discover the reason why Upper Yard is a soil island as it was once part of Jaya, and this is the part that Liar Norland saw. Meanwhile the Shandians attack Upper Yard. The crew is finally reunited, and everyone speaks up about what has happened. Chopper takes care of Gonfall, and the pirates plan to steal the gold on the island. After befriending a wolf pack, Gonfall tells the crew a little more about the history of Upper Yard. As Eneru takes away the limitations of the priests, Usopp witnesses a mysterious person fixing the ship and the next day Mary is found to be back to her original form. After getting her off the altar, the pirates plan out their course of action until a giant python makes Luffy, Robin, Chopper and Zoro split while going to the ruins at the south. Wiper takes out Shura and tells his goal to the Shandians, and Eneru speaks up about how many people will be alive by the end of his plan. Zoro fights the Shandian warrior Brahim, and defeats him with his new one-sword style, 36 caliber Phoenix technique. Luffy fights Wiper, but after some time, he falls into some underground ruins. Meanwhile, Eneru appears on the Going Merry and after telling that his true goal was the City of Gold, he takes out both Usopp and Sanji and vanishes to leave Satoru's brothers, Hattori and Kotori, to avenge their brother. Chopper is attacked by Gadatsu, who turns out to be a complete moron, and eventually defeats him, sending him plummeting to the Blue Sea. Konis and Pagaya help Isa, and head to Upper Yard. As Eneru defeats several members of the Shandian tribe, Gonfall and Nami start and finish their fight with Kotori and Hattori. Hattori is defeated by Nami while Kotori is defeated by Gonfall. It is also revealed that Eneru is made of lightning. While Robin is looking at some ruins she found, Yama, the chief enforcer, attacks her but he is easily defeated by her. Later, she discovers the legendary city, Shandora. Priest Om appears and starts fighting everyone and when Nami appears, she is swallowed by the giant python, along with Gonfall and Isa. Om makes matters worse, creating a barbed wire cage around the area. Loki is knocked out by Eneru and Nami, Isa, and Gonfal find out why the python was rampaging so much, but Zoro finally defeats Priest Ohm. Meanwhile, Pagaya and Konis hear the terrible truth about the goal of Eneru, to eradicate every person in the sky. Eneru appears only to reduce the group as close to his prediction as he can, and to do that, Eneru destroys the upper ruins with one of his attacks, causing everyone to fall onto Shandorian's ancestor's city. He counterattacks Gonfal and lands a finishing hit and then knocks out Robin as she tries to manipulate him. Zoro impresses Eneru with his power but is easily beaten. While trying to make him pay for what he did to Robin, but it takes Wiper with a secret weapon to take Eneru down. However, after much fight, Eneru defeats Zoro and Wiper. Upon seeing this, Nami follows him to a cave where his arch, Maxim is. Luffy finally gets out of the snake, along with Isa, only to find out the outcome of the fight against Eneru. When Isa tells him that she knows where he is, he asks her to take him there. Luffy and Eneru start fighting as Konis tells the dangers of staying in Sky Island to the other Scythians. Eneru, realizing how strong Luffy is, starts a machine that would bring the death of Sky Island and calls it Deathpia. Luffy falls from the ark and Nami starts fighting Eneru while Sanji and Usopp try to rescue her. They split up to rescue Nami, but the first one to get on deck is Usopp, and Eneru's thunderclouds comes down to Sky Island while the evacuation is half complete. The history of Noland and Kalgara is told, as a flashback from Wiper, where Kalgara was a hero of the Shandya who lived while Upper Yard was still a part of Jaya, some 400 years ago, and who befriended the explorer Mont Blanc Noland, the ancestor of Mont Blanc cricket. Later, a statue of him was erected after his death as an eternal reminder to the Shandya of his strength and courage. Noland and Kalgara are enjoying themselves, as well as the villagers and Noland's crew, but that changes one day as the villagers start hating their new friends. Noland has cut down a grove of special trees on the island which the villagers say house every ancestor and are sacred enough to protect with their lives. Meanwhile, Kalgara vows to meet Mont Blanc Noland again. Angel Island is destroyed by Eneru's attacks and Luffy decides to go and ring the golden bell before Eneru takes it away. Nami finds out a way to get to Eneru and sends a message to the others for them to cut down Giant Jack. Zoro cuts down half of the stalk, but Eneru fires a bolt straight at him, rendering him unconscious. As the others look on hopelessly, Wiper lets his pride get the better of him, saying that the descendants of Kalgara should ring the bell. Usopp tries to help in a knowingly futile attempt by using his exploding star techniques. Robin tells Wiper that Cricket, Noland's descendant, is searching for the Gold City and Luffy wants to ring the bell for him. Reinvigorated, Wiper goes to Giant Jack and uses one final reject, knocking down the rest of the stalk in the process. Nami and Luffy then charge up Giant Jack to face Eneru, and after a much long and brutal fight with both men using their devil fruits, Luffy defeats Eneru by smashing him into the Golden Bell, ringing it in the process. Luffy has won and the 400-year war on Sky Island is finally over. Mont Blanc Cricket and the Masaira brothers hear the Golden Bell ringing and realize that the Gold City was always in the sky. Eneru, who was thrown to the Blue Sea, heads out to the fairy Verth, also known as the Moon. The Sky People, both Scythians and Shandorians, celebrate the end of the war with a great bonfire. Robin deciphers the poneglyphs on the Golden Bell and realizes how to find the Rio 1. She also discovers that the poneglyphs on the bell were written by Gold Roger, who could understand them, and had discovered the Rio poneglyph when he had once visited Skypiea. Soon afterwards, the Straw Hats steal a bunch of gold from the giant anaconda's belly and they begin to leave Skypiea. The Golden Bell rings as the Straw Hats are going down to the sea, meaning that they are welcome and are deeply thankful for what they did. When the ship finally rests on the sea, problems appear, as the crew found out that they landed in a marine base. The Marines are convinced the Going Merry is a ghost ship after it crashes inside their fortress from above. The crew members are scattered around the premises and in disguise, Sanji shows the Marine chefs the proper way to prepare a meal. Zoro is taken prisoner as Chopper and Nami assist a nervous doctor in treating injured Marines. Robin and Usopp both disguise themselves as the same visiting inspector, and Usopp is thrown in the brig with Zoro. Luffy and Sanji are discovered by Jonathan after a slight mishap. The real inspector is thrown in the brig with Zoro and Usopp, while Sanji and Luffy race to rescue the two while avoiding detection. After freeing Usopp and Zoro, they try to escape Navarone. As the Burning Soul combat unit is deployed, Dr. Kabato leads Nami and Chopper to the docks. The crew meet and are surrounded by Marines. Using Nami as their fake hostage, they trick the Marines into letting them back on the Going Merry, and the crew disguises it as a Marine ship so they can get their treasure back. With the gold, they decide they'll hire a shipwright. Usopp splits up the crew into two teams, the gold retrieval team and the waiver retrieval team. As Inspector Shepard decides to catch Luffy on his own, they continue to search for their treasure, and Luffy leads Nami to the captain's quarters where they retrieve their gold. The Going Merry is grounded during a period of low tide and Jonathan believes they've reached checkmate. They cleverly use the impact dial to boost the ship and the breath and flame dials to inflate the octopus balloon again so they can escape. Later, they sail to an island where they meet someone Robin knows, a Marine named Aokiji. The man they met, Marine High Admiral Aokiji, appears to be incredibly lazy. He first displays his Devil's Fruit ability by freezing the sea so some deserted people can get off the island, and is determined to catch Robin. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro attack but they seem to be no match. Robin is frozen by Aokiji and Luffy tells the others to escape with her. In the Going Merry, Usopp and Chopper try to thaw her in the shower. Luffy gets defeated, but his life is spared as Aokiji believes he must repay the debt the Marines incurred from Crocodile's defeat at Luffy's hands. With the crew defrosted, they continue sailing as usual. Zoro spots the giant frog they heard about and they chase it to an island with a lighthouse. After the Going Merry narrowly escapes being hit by a sea train which knocks away the giant frog attempting to derail it, the Straw Hats meet the stationmaster Kokoro along with her granddaughter Chimney and her bunny-like cat Gonbi. Kokoro assures the crew that the frog, Yokozuna, was perfectly fine and that it was always testing its strength against the sea train Puffing Tom, which connects several of the nearby islands. She also explains that the log pose would lead them to Water 7. A canal city of shipwrights where they could fix their ship, providing Luffy with a map and letter of introduction to the shipwrights leader Iceberg. The Straw Hats reach Water 7, the group splits up with Luffy, Nami and Usopp leaving to exchange their gold and rent boats driven by fish-like sea monsters called Yagras. Luffy, Nami, and Usopp get strange greetings from the residents and they get to experience the roller coaster-like channels of Water 7. Luffy find out that some pirates had been beaten at the hands of some powerful craftsmen, the Galila Company. Meanwhile, Chopper loses Robin when she is approached by a masked figure and Zoro encounters strange figures that came to the Going Merry. He awakens and drives off the Frankie family, a gang of hoodlum pirate hunters. Luffy's group gets the gold they acquired from Skypiea exchanged for 30 million berries. They soon reach dock number 1 and meet a man who resembles Usopp, Galley LA's carpenter foreman Kaku, who jumps off to inspect the Going Merry while they speak to Iceberg, and Usopp loses the money in his care to the Frankie family. The Frankie family nearly escape with the Straw Hats' money were it not for untimely intervention of Galley LA's Polly while he was evading debt collectors, with another member named Rob Lucci keeping him from running off with the money. Iceberg's aide Khalifa shows Luffy, Nami, and Usopp around dock number 1 and tells them how Iceberg founded the Galila Company. Usopp and 200 million berries he was carrying go missing as Kaku returns from the Going Merry and tells them that their keel is irreparably damaged. Luffy refuses to believe that Galila cannot repair the Going Merry before he and Nami realize that not only is Usopp missing now, but the 2 briefcases that were returned to them are empty. Nami decides to head to Frankie House and finds Usopp on the way in a pitiful state, heading back to the ship for help while Usopp goes to the Frankie House himself. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Chopper follow Usopp's bloody trail to the Frankie House, where they find him passed out in front after being beaten up in an attempt to get the money back from the Frankie family's leader Frankie, who left with the money. The 4 of them proceed to overpower the Frankie family and destroy the Frankie House, deducing that the money is likely gone while Luffy accepts that the Going Merry is beyond repair. Once they're back on the ship, Luffy explains to a guilt-ridden Usopp that the Going Merry can no longer be repaired and has chosen to get a new ship instead. Usopp believes that Luffy has abandoned the dignity of their ship and says he's leaving the crew, challenging Luffy to a duel at nighttime. He fights Luffy in order to decide who keeps the Going Merry, going all out while keeping a hesitant Luffy on his toes as he and others remember their time with Usopp. Even after taking a harsh beating, Luffy defeats Usopp before he and the crew leave him and the ship behind. The Straw Hats get themselves a hotel room as Nami finds the crew on the roof and informs them that Iceberg has been shot. As the Galley La Company frantically search for answers, Nami and Luffy decide to check on his condition, only to be met by closed gates. At the same time, Franky returns to Water 7 and goes after Luffy to exact his revenge for destroying the Franky house. In the streets outside of the hospital, Luffy fights Franky as the latter reveals himself to be a cyborg. Inside, Iceberg recalls seeing Nico Robin and another tall man before he was shot. The Galley La Company run outside and stop Franky and Luffy and tell them that they suspect the Straw Hat Pirates of the crime. The Galley La Company continues to fight Luffy with an enraged Franky attempting to take both sides out. An incredibly high tide called the Aqua Laguna is coming and Chopper and Sanji rush to warn Usopp. Luffy raises some chaos in order to meet with Iceberg and he demands to know what's happening. Iceberg says he wants to see Robin one more time. In a bar, while recharging his soda reserves, Franky talks with Kokoro about her theory that Iceberg was shot by an agent of World Government's shadow organization CP9. The rumors she speaks of seem to have some truth as Robin meets with CP9 members. While the crew hide from angry residents, Sanji and Chopper indirectly warn Usopp of Aqua Laguna before discovering Robin, and are informed by her of what they feared that she's responsible and she wants to part ways. Chopper reunites with the others without Sanji and they discuss what's happened. Luffy decides that they need to catch Robin to know the full truth and Usopp attempts to repair the ship enough to withstand the Aqua Laguna while the Straw Hats make their way to the Galley La Company. The Straw Hats rush to Galley La as 3 CP9 agents commence their raid. Robin and the mysterious man that shot Iceberg due to the latter's devil fruit powers, Masked Man goes on to inform him that CP9 framed the pirates and seeks blueprints he kept hidden and would have passed down to Polly. As Luffy separates from his group, Robin speaks with Iceberg, and while the Masked Man leaves to keep anyone from interfering, Robin learns that Iceberg possesses the blueprints to the ultimate warship Pluton. Elsewhere, Luffy is tied up with Polly after the latter reveals to masked CP9 agents that the blueprints are fake. This forces the CP9 agents to regroup in Iceberg's room to interrogate Iceberg while revealing their identities as Lucci, Kaku, Califa, and Bluno. Lucci tells Iceberg their hypothesis from learning of the decoy blueprints and has Kaku check Iceberg's pulse to confirm that he gave the blueprints to another, a fellow apprentice of his mentor Tom named Cutty Flam, who now goes by Franky. The Straw Hat Pirates and Polly break into the room where they find Iceberg and CP9. Meanwhile, Franky learns of Usopp working on the Going Merry and decides to capture him. Luffy and the others request that Robin comes back to the crew, but she refuses and tells them that she cannot accomplish her wish if she were to stay with them. Robin turns to leave, and while CP9 hold the pirates back while Intense silence them, Iceberg, and Polly. She successfully escapes and Lucci decides to use the remaining time before the building goes up in flames to unveil his transformation. He then explains he acquired the power of a Zoan Devil's cat fruit, leopard type, before quickly disposing of Luffy and Zoro while CP9 tie up Polly and Iceberg, leaving them alone as the building slowly burns down around them. In Franky's underground hideout, Usopp tells him his story and Franky is finally touched, and in return, he tells him a little about Tom's contributions to Water 7. Usopp believes that the person who repaired the Going Merry in Skypiea was really the ship itself, and Franky explained that it was inhabited by a spirit who manifests on ships who are dearly cared for, and the Going Merry repaired itself so the Straw Hats can reach the next island. When attempting to stop Franky from destroying the Going Merry in an act of mercy for the ship's sake, Usopp admits he knows he cannot bring himself to abandon the ship. The doorbell rings from the seaside and the CP9 agents after attacking Franky's men prior enter. The CP9 agents overpower Frankie and discover a hidden room that they tear through despite Frankie's dismay of them trampling his memories. A long flashback ensues, covering Frankie's past in Tom's workers and how he and Iceberg helped create the sea train so Tom can save their city, while not be held accountable for creating Gold Roger's ship. 8 years prior to the Straw Hats reaching Water 7, a CP5 agent named Spandam seeks to acquire the Pluton blueprints from Tom by any means to give the world government an advantage against all pirates. As Frankie walked into the town on the day that Tom would be a free man, Spandam's flunkies stage an attack with the battleships that Frankie personally constructed. Tom and Iceberg run to their shipyard where they're attacked by 2 ships which also destroy the others, and later, they and Frankie are brought before the judge for trial. Frankie denounces his ships and a provoked Tom punches him, taking him to acknowledge every ship he ever made or he'll never. After telling Frankie to take pride in the ships he created, Tom takes a swing at Spandam before confessing to the attack while asking the judge to alter the arrangement to resolve him and his apprentices of the crime, while taken to Enies Lobby and be executed for building Roger's ship. Frankie, after disfiguring Spandam with the butt of a rifle, falses in his attempt to stop the train to Enies Lobby with his bare hands and was presumed dead by everyone. In the present, after being restrained, Frankie learns that Spandam is now the leader of CP9. Chopper escapes the burning building with Polly and Iceberg on his back and collapses outside. Iceberg tells Nami that CP9 threatened to destroy the Straw Hats if Robin didn't cooperate with them. Nami rushes to tell Chopper so they can go looking for the rest of the crew. Elsewhere, the CP9 agents let go of the Going Merry so she would be destroyed at sea. Polly helps clear the name of the Straw Hats but doesn't tell the mob everything he knows. As he gets the mob to follow Chopper so they can search for the rest of the crew. Nami goes her own way so she can rush to the sea train. As she gets near the station, Sanji, ahead of her, approaches the train. She and the conductors are rescued by Polly when the Aqua Laguna floods the main station. A man hands Nami a letter he found from Sanji. It informs her that Usopp, Frankie, and he are on board the train that had just departed, and on board, he starts storming the cars. High up in the city, Nami speaks with Kokoro and spots Luffy stuck in between 2 buildings in the back streets where the Aqua Laguna will hit first. Nami finally reaches Luffy and tells him that he needs to hurry before Robin reaches Enies Lobby, while Chopper finds Zoro and hands him the Sandai Kitetsu so he can escape the chimney. Luffy pushes apart the buildings he was stuck between and Polly grabs them all so they can escape the Aqua Laguna's massive wave. Sanji fights his way through another train car and finds Usopp and Frankie. Seeing how determined Luffy is to save Robin, Kokoro and Iceberg lends the Straw Hat crew the use of another sea train, Rocket Man. The Frankie family shows up, pleading with Luffy to let them join them because they'll do anything for their leader. The Rocket Man finally makes it out to sea, and as the train connects with the tracks, Luffy has to rescue Chimney before she's thrown off by the wind. Meanwhile, Iceberg has a flashback about when he finally met Frankie again in Water 7. With Luffy and Chimney safe in the train, Polly tells his fellow carpenters who the real culprits were. The Straw Hats, Frankie family, and Galley Luck Company form an alliance. Luffy and Zoro perform a move that acts similar to a cannon and blasts a hole through the wall of the tidal wave ahead of them, opening up a channel for them to pass through. They miraculously pass through unscathed and the passengers rejoice. Sanji contacts the rest of the crew and fills them in on his current situation. Usopp separates from them, but later, when Sanji and Frankie are spotted, a man named Sogeking comes to their rescue. As Sogeking makes his grand entrance, Frankie and Sanji aren't fooled by his costume, but they try to humor him. They devise a plan first, then detach the last 2 cars and fight their way through the rest. Back in the Rocket Man, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Chopper get an outfit change, and Nami shows off the weapon Usopp upgraded for her while he was still with them. Khalifa updates the CP9 on the situation with Frankie, Sanji, and Usopp. Sanji tells Frankie and Usopp to go on without him so he can fight Wanza and his Ramen Kenpo. Soon after, Frankie begins to fight Nero, CP9's Weasel, and Sogeking meets with Robin. Frankie's fight with Nero continues after the latter discovers that Frankie's weak spot is his back, so Frankie lies down flat so he can't get to it, and when Nero demands that he fight seriously, Frankie gets up to perform his centaur form. Sogeking talks with Robin and tells her that the crew knows about her reasons for leaving. Those on the Rocket Man encounter the discarded cars and Zoro slices them so they can pass. He then clashes with Ship Cutter T-Bone, but the fight is short and Zoro joins the crew again in the Rocket Man. On the Puffing Tom, Sanji beats Wanza Beautiful, though Wanza thinks he's ruined his face. Frankie finally gains the upper hand against Nero and defeats him. After beating their respective opponents, Frankie and Sanji stand to fight against the other CP9. Sogeking finally shows himself after hiding under Robin's cloak. They stumble into the room with the CP9 and meet with Sanji and Frankie. Sogeking produces a smokescreen and the four head into another car, detach it and escape, but Blueno pulls their car back. Frankie knocks down the wall so they can escape but ends up on the enemy car and Blueno opens a door, then back in the Straw Hat car. Robin willingly follows Blueno into his improvised door and Sogeking and Sanji are left alone. For a while, Blueno explains a little of Robin's past involving the Buster Call, and back at the Rocket Man, Yokozuna the Frog jumps onto the front of the train, knocking them from the rails. After Kokoro speaks with him, he joins the group while the CP9, Frankie and Robin finally reach Enies Lobby and disembark. As the Straw Hats and their allies are about to reach Enies Lobby, Polly sketches the island's terrain and explains that, to save Robin, the crew must reach her before she passes through the gates of justice. Since the Straw Hats are the only ones with any chance of matching the CP9 in combat, the Frankie family and the Galila foreman intend to be the first wave so the pirates can rush in. As Enies Lobby draws near, the gigantic gates of justice appears in the sky behind it. While his crewmates and allies gaze in awe, Luffy ignores the plan and strides past the first of the gates. On the other side of the island, in the Tower of Law, Chief Spandam and other CP9 agent are awaiting. Luffy easily gets past the second gate, while the Frankie family and the Galila foreman break the first gate's defenses. But by the time they reach the second gate, the Marines have the giants Oimo and Kashi to take up their posts. Overmatched in strength and size, the Frankie family send their largest fighters, the Kiriki destroyers, but are quickly defeated. On the other side of the gate, Luffy faces the collective might of Enies Lobby's 10,000 men. The Galila foreman and the leading members of the Frankie family combine their forces, and finally manage to pin down Kashi against a wall. Then, taunting Oimo, they goad him into accidentally knocking Kashi out. In the Tower of Law, Spandam receives an incomplete report about the number of people that Luffy took out, believing the enemy captain is not a threat. Lucci's party arrives and the CP9 celebrate their reunion with petty bickering and a contest of strength. Meanwhile, Luffy, defying resistance, makes his way towards the courthouse plaza. Robin and Frankie are brought before Spandam, while Luffy blasts through waves of Marines. The Galila foreman and the Frankie family eventually slip by Oimo and open the second gate. However, their joy is short-lived, as a group of Marines closes the first gate behind them. To overcome the unanticipated obstacle, Zoro changes the plan. Yokozuna bends the island's outside fence downward. Using it as a ramp, the sea train jumps over both of the gates and crash lands into Oimo's back, finishing him off and concluding everyone's arrival at the main island. As the Marines' Elite Law's watchdog unit enters the now escalating fight, the Straw Hats struggle to catch up with Luffy and the streets appear empty, abandoned by the men who were fighting Luffy. Just then, the Law's watchdog unit and a large group of other men step into their way, but the Galila foreman replace Straw Hats in battle to allow them to escape. Spandam tells Robin that her crew has come to save her and that he, despite the agreement between her and the CP9, plans on taking them prisoner. On the main road, the Straw Hats and the Frankie family proceed towards the courthouse plaza. Chopper talks with the King Bull Sodom, who notes that Usopp did not make it onto his back. Meanwhile, frustrated with his inability to move forward, Luffy slingshots himself onto the courthouse, but there, Blueno is awaiting his arrival. Oimo explains to Usopp about how he and Kashi came to support the Marine, after being told that they arrested their bosses Dory and Groggy, which the Straw Hats met before. The group board Sodom's brother Gamara and continue. Meanwhile, atop of the courthouse, the fight between Blueno and Luffy begins with the latter's first punch appearing to give more effect compared to their previous encounter. Kokoro and Chimney contact the Straw Hats and inform them of Luffy's location to instruct them on how to lower the courthouse's drawbridge. The Frankie family decides to do it, and just then, the second of Enies Lobby's elite units enters the battle, attacking Gamara, knocking him down. Luckily, Usopp turns the ties with Omoy and Kashi after revealing that truth of Dory and Groggy have never been imprisoned. Gamara, arising again despite severe injury, tells those riding him to hold on as he plans to take them to their destination. Inside the Tower of Law, Kaku and Khalifa hesitatingly eat the devil fruits that Spandam has given them. Sanji and Zoro crush a building in the King Bull's path and the party arrives at the courthouse. On the other side of the drawbridge, Spandam is brought a transponder snail phone with an urgent report. Confident that he will only be told of the Straw Hats' capture, he allows Robin and Frankie to listen in, letting them know of their rescuer's success. Meanwhile, in front of the courthouse, Zoro cuts open the building's immense stone door. On the roof, Luffy and Blueno fight on even terms until Luffy activates his newest technique, the Gear Second. The Straw Hats storm the courthouse, where the remaining members of the Frankie family fight the three-headed Judge Baskerville, and aided by Yokozuna, block the building's entrance to cut off reinforcements. Above them, Luffy's Gear Second is put into action against Blueno, while his crew fight their way upstairs. On the main road, the Giants have defeated the Law's watchdog unit, and with Usopp and the Galila foreman are heading for the plaza. Luffy defeats Blueno, steps past his unconscious body, and cries out for Robin to hear that he has arrived. Frankie decides to use his remaining cola to inflate his buttocks and with a giant fart shoots himself and Robin outside, onto the balcony, and into Luffy's sight, breaking his chains in the process. Luffy wants to slingshot himself over the waterfall to rescue Robin, but she tells him to stay and that only she wants to die. Usopp joins the assembling Straw Hats, and gathering on the battlements, they face Robin and the CP9, while they wait for the drawbridge to be lowered. 20 years into the past, Robin is growing up on the island of O'Hara. Her aunt, with whom she lives while her mother is away doing research, treats her poorly and other children ostracize her. Studying in the world's greatest library, the Tree of Omniscience, Robin earns the rank of a scholar in archaeology at age 8. However, when she announces her intention to help, her request is denied because of her youth. Disappointed at being rejected again, she walks along the shore, where she stumbles on Jaguar de Sol, a giant and deserted vice admiral of the Navy, and the two become friends. Sol is shocked to learn that Robin is Nico Alvia's daughter and that he has been washed up on the shores of O'Hara. Alvia, who returned to the island on a stolen Navy ship, hurries to the Tree of Omniscience to warn her colleagues of a coming Navy fleet. However, she is too late. The government ship that carried Spandam's father Spandam and his men has already arrived. They frighten the island's population into boarding an evacuation ship. While the government soldiers arrest the scholars and search the library, Professor Clover, Robin's mentor, urges Robin to board the evacuation ship, but she refuses. As it becomes clear that the scholars will not be forgiven for their forbidden research, Clover asks to be allowed to speak to the heads of the government, known as the 5 Elder Stars. Professor Clover is allowed to speak with one of the Elder Stars and reports of their research. He describes a civilization that existed hundreds of years ago and vanished at the time that the world government assumed power. He considers the collective evidence, which leads him to believe that the government tried to erase their former enemies from history. After stating that O'Hara has learned too much, the Elder Star orders Spandam to kill the professor and to give the order to destroy the island. Suddenly, the library is set aflame. While the scholars try to save the books, Robin admits to being an archaeologist and unites with her mother. However, their union does not last long. Around them, cannon shots from the Buster Call's battleships start to hail down, and Alvia sends her daughter off with Sol to flee the island, while she joins the effort to save the library's knowledge. Sol fights the battleships, attempting to allow Robin to escape. She tries to board the evacuation ship. But per Spandane's orders, she is denied access. Vice Admiral Kazan, later known as Admiral Akiji, enters the scene to engage in battle with Sol. While they fight, the evacuation ship is sunk by the fanatical Vice Admiral Sakazuki, later known as Admiral Akainu. Sol, on the verge of dying, instructs Robin to flee on his raft. Persuaded by Sol's argument and Sakazuki's action, Kazan helps Robin escape. From then on, Robin lives a life on the run, not being able to trust even the kindest of people. In the present, Robin admits her greatest fear, to be seen as a burden by her crewmates and cast away, because being with her means having the world as their enemy. Finally knowing what kept her away, Sogeking, on Luffy's order, burns the government's flag, declaring war against the world government itself. Spandam regains his composure when the bridge leading to the Tower of Law is disabled midway. CP9 are then about to take their leave for the Gates of Justice when Frankie reveals the Pluton blueprints that he hid in his body. Frankie proceeds to explain that he and the previous shipwrights only kept the blueprints in case a counter is needed against another ancient weapon revived by the world government through Robin. But seeing Robin not to be the monster the rumors made her out to be, Frankie decides to gamble the fate of the world on the Straw Hats' resolve to save their friend and burns the blueprints. But then, an distracted Frankie finds himself shoved off the balcony by a furious Spandam. Just then, Kokoro runs Rocketman up the drawbridge, and the sea train hits Frankie. After emerging from the rubble, the Straw Hats and Frankie are greeted by the blabbermouth CP9 agent Fukuru as he reveals that Spandam has given CP9 orders to execute the intruders and that he and Lucci are taking Robin to the Gates of Justice. As Luffy chases after Robin, the Straw Hats and Frankie pursue the keys to unlock her handcuffs, and each encounter a CP9 member. At the same time, Chimney and her pet rabbit Gonbi accidentally find a secret passage and end up following Spandam and Lucci. Nami and Sanji have their respective encounters with Komodori and Khalifa while Frankie runs into Fukuru. As Zoro engages Kaku in a sword fight, Usopp attempts to steal a key from the CP9 agent Jabra, but the assassin wakes up and reveals himself to have the power of the dog fruit model, Wolf. At the same time, Kaku reveals to Zoro his Oxox fruit model, Giraffe. But after causing himself and Zoro to fall to the floor where Usopp and Jabra are, and he accidentally places a pair of sea stone handcuffs on him and Zoro. Finding themselves handcuffed after Kaku's kick damaged the Tower of Law, Zoro and Usopp learn that each of the keys are numbered. But as neither Kaku nor Jabura have the key needed to free their prey from their sea stone handcuffs, the two CP9 members are forced to resume the fight. Chopper arrives at that time and is sent off to obtain the second key from one of the other assassins. Chopper comes across Nami as she attempted to flee Komodori after stealing the third key, knocking the CP9 operative out. Soon after, Nami and Chopper find Sanji, who admits he could not bring himself to harm a woman. So Nami decides to take over and fight Khalifa. Luffy is saved from drowning by Chimney and Gonbi as they show him to the underground passage leading to the Gates of Justice. Not having the key to access it, he activates his Gear 3rd to break through the gate leading to the passage. Meanwhile, low on reserves as he is down to the last drop of cola, Frankie gets into a fist fight with Fukuro as their scuffle takes them to the kitchen. At the same time, having lost his Rumble Ball boost, Chopper is knocked into the room by Komodori but soon manages to give Frankie the 3 cola bottles he needs to turn the tide as the cyborg knocks Fukuro outside the tower. They take their battle outside and a furious Fukuro instead attempts to kill Frankie by crushing him against the Tower of Law, only for Frankie to hold on to his opponent with his dividable legs and use his air pressure cannon to propel his opponent to the ground. Komodori beats Chopper to submission before preparing for the death blow. But Chopper, remembering Kureha warning him not to take the risk again after learning of the devastation he caused the first time he did it, is left with no recourse but to use a third Rumble Ball with the thought to protect his friends. As a consequence, Chopper transforms into an oversized and purely instinct-driven version of himself that Kureha had best described as a monster. He easily defeats Komodori before he then knocks out Frankie and begins to climb up the outer wall. Meanwhile, after being momentarily weakened, Khalifa explains her ingestion of the bubble fruit allowed her to weaken her opponent's body of any strength, using her touch to make Nami unable to walk. At the same time, covering for Spandam so he can get Robin to the gates of justice, Lucci waits for Luffy as the pirate eventually reaches his location. At the courthouse plaza, the Marines capture the Straw Hats' allies in the courthouse. Almost on the bridge of hesitation, Spandam tries to contact the CP9 members at the tower to know what is going on with the pirates. But he learns too late that he accidentally invoked a buster call, causing 10 battleships and 5 vice-admirals to be dispatched to Enies Lobby. As Robin attempts to reason with him of what will happen to Enies Lobby once the buster call is invoked, Spandam makes another mistake by informing the whole island of the coming threat while admitting that he does not care if the 10,000 Navy soldiers under him are obliterated in process, which causes the Navy soldiers to leave their prisoners and flee. The CP9 operatives decide to end their respective matches quickly while Luffy begins his fight against Lucci. Before Khalifa could deliver the death blow, Nami uses her Mirage Tempo to distract her before Chopper crashes through the wall. After attacking both the CP9 operative and an astonished Nami, Nami uses her Rain Tempo to restore herself and create 4 illusionary doubles of herself. She then strikes Khalifa by a horizontal lightning bolt before Frankie arrives, and they conceive a plan to save Chopper as they find him in the room where the still handcuffed Zoro and Usopp are holding their own against Kaku and Jabra. Frankie uses his air pressure cannon to blast Chopper outside into the seawater and Nami frees Zoro and Usopp from their shackles. Gondi appear outside the secret passage and lead Frankie to Kokoro and the tunnel. Past the room where Luffy is fighting Lucci, Spandam uses Funk Freed to stop Robin's attempted escape and proceeds to drag her by her hair to the gates of justice. As Sanji takes over fighting Jabra and responds by making his foot red hot to unveil his newest technique, Diable Jam, whose intense heat bypasses Jabra's defenses and leads to his defeat. Frankie arrives and offers his help, but Luffy insists that Frankie save Robin. Reminded of himself when he was young and tried to stop the sea train from carrying away his mentor, Frankie agrees. After being relentlessly attacked, while hearing Kaku insulting Robin, Zoro's resulting rage manifested itself and unveils his new sword style, Demon Aura 9 sword style Ashura, and takes him out and takes the number 5 key. Meanwhile, when Lucci assumes his Beastman form, Luffy activates second gear to give Frankie the needed time to escape as he and the CP9 agent face each other. Spandam proudly reveals to Robin that he is the son of Spandane, the previous CP9 head who was responsible for the buster call at O'Hara. This causes Robin to be livid and Frankie is seemingly taken out by a mine Spandam placed. But at the last second, an explosive projectile hits the back of his head and the Marines gathered around him, while the culprit is revealed to be Usopp. Robin attempts to run towards the other side the bridge before Frankie saves her from being shot by the Marines, freeing her from handcuffs to vent out her rage on Spandam. As Usopp leaves to regroup with the others, he hears something before an explosion occurs. Meanwhile, Lucci learns the double-edged nature of Luffy's second gear and tears a hole into a wall of the underwater chamber to flood the passageway as the Buster Call on Enies Lobby commences. The Buster Call ships have reached Enies Lobby, passing to Bridge of Hesitation to spare Robin as she is traumatized by the onslaught she is forced to witness a second time in her life. At the same time, after Luffy's second gear ended, Lucci offers him a chance to run away and save his friends, but Luffy activates his gear third instead. Suddenly the Buster Call ships witness a giant fist punching out of the pillar. After Rob Lucci is knocked into his ship by Luffy's enlarged fist, Vice Admiral Doberman orders his men to stand down and proceeds to reveal to his men that 15 years ago, Rob Lucci is sent as an emissary of the world government to help a country at war with pirates. Prior to his arrival, 500 of the country's soldiers were taken hostage with the pirates' captain using them to take the king's throne. But allowing himself to be captured, believing that the soldiers are guilty of being weak, Lucci murdered all 500 hostages before executing the pirates' captain. Luffy proceeds to fight Lucci as Enigmo orders the ships to redirect their cannons to the gradually damaged vessel. After explaining his reasons to support the Straw Hats, Frankie cripples Spandam before he and Robin decide to take the convoy ship. Meanwhile, having reached the entry point of Enies Lobby, the Galila foreman, the Frankie family, and the giants are forced to watch the fleeing Marines allowed into 3 Buster Calls battleships that soon drift out into position. In the underground passage, the drowning group of Nami, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Chimney, and Gonbi are about to lose hope when they are saved by a mermaid, revealed to be Kokoro. She explains that mermaids like her are able to walk on land after 30 years' time, but as Sanji joins the group, one of the ships announces that the Straw Hat's accomplices has been wiped out along with the main gate. This breaks Franky's heart to hear his gang have been slaughtered as he yells for Luffy that he better not get himself killed. As the fleet turns its attention toward the Bridge of Hesitation, having managed to wound Lucci in the legs, Luffy decides to finish the fight in second gear form. Lucci makes use of his most powerful technique, the Six Kings gun. Having cut off the Straw Hat's captain's retreat, the Marines send their 200 captains and commanders to recapture Robin while killing off the Straw Hats. Robin joins her friends in fighting the Marines' strongest fighters. Meanwhile, after enduring punishing blows from Lucci, Luffy is at his limit and finally falls to the ground with Usopp horrified by the sight. An unmasked Usopp sees Luffy lying in the dust in front of Lucci and cries out to him, telling him to get back up. Luffy then stands back up and activates his second gear, engaging Lucci in a final fist fight, before he delivers a barrage of blows strong enough to break through Lucci's iron body technique. As everyone is in awe of Luffy defeating Rob Lucci, it revealed by transponder snail loudspeakers that the Franky family and Galila foreman faked their deaths while having found a means of escape. The Buster Call ships then destroy what remained of the place, until Usopp once more hears a voice calling out for him and the rest of the Straw Hats to jump into the ocean. Despite many thinking Usopp had gone mad, the others start to hear it too, with Robin using her devil fruit powers to toss Luffy out of the pillar as everything jumps to the source of the mysterious voice, the Going Merry. Despite appearing to have sunk at Water 7, the Going Merry somehow made it to Enies Lobby, with the Straw Hats have little time to speculate how their ship arrived as a livid span dam. Revealed to have survived being crushed by Funk Freed, orders the Buster Call battleships to destroy Robin and the Straw Hats, but it turned out Sanji used his crew to fight with the Marines elite to control the room for the Gates of Justice and closed it to restore the whirlpools. After Robin uses her devil fruit powers to break Spandam's spine, the Straw Hats succeed with their escape with the Buster Call fleet defeated. With Enies Lobby and the Buster Call fleet out of sight, the Straw Hats meet up with Iceberg on the Galila Company ship. By then, the Going Merry finally begins to break apart and Luffy begs the shipwrights to repair it. But Iceberg, having heard the mysterious voice, reveals that he found the Going Merry during Aqua Laguna and did everything in his power to fix it at the ship's behest. Iceberg convincing Luffy to let the Going Merry go, they give it a proper burial by setting it ablaze as he and the other Straw Hats. Reminiscing about their time with the Going Merry, it sank to the bottom of the sea. 2 days later, after returning to Water 7, Franky learns of Iceberg's plan to make the city into a ship in response of Aqua Laguna's intensity. Franky then arrives and explains to the Straw Hats that he used the money he stolen from them to buy a highly valuable piece of bark from the indestructible treasure tree Adam, and decided to give his creation to the Straw Hats for their use. But the joyful moment is short-lived and a Marine platoon under Vice Admiral Garp arrives to Water 7. Garp breaks into the Straw Hats' quarters and wakes up Luffy with a punch, who further shocks everyone when he calls Garp his grandfather. After Luffy's harsh upbringing methods is explained, and Garp criticizes his grandson's choice to become a pirate, Zoro attempts to attack the Navy soldiers until he and Luffy end up facing Garp's 2 personal attendants, Kobe and Helmeppo. While he and his soldiers proceed to repair the wall he destroyed, Garp makes things more astonishing by revealing that Luffy was saved from Captain Smoker in Logue Town by Monkey D. Dragon. Although Luffy does not know him, Robin explains to Luffy that Dragon is the leader of a rebel faction usurping the world government and is among the government's most wanted criminals. Garp returns to his ship, and after they encourage him to get strong enough to capture them, Kobe takes his leave while telling Luffy that he will meet him again in the New World. Later, as the Straw Hats start a party at the Galila's Company pool with the Franky gang and the Giants invited, Robin is approached by Akiji, who speaks to her through a wall. He explains while he was forced as a naval officer to kill Saul, his best friend, he also let her escape to honor him so she can find a place to belong. He then expresses relief that she found her place within the straw hats before taking his leave to see what will come from it. A fleet of Navy ships could not keep red-haired Shanks from meeting with Whitebeard, and after the least experienced crew members under Whitebeard are knocked out by Shanks's hockey, he offers Whitebeard a large bottle of sake as a peace offering, and then explains his reason to see Whitebeard is to make a request for him to not have Ace chase down Blackbeard. But Whitebeard explains he intends to teach Blackbeard a lesson and laughed off his request, causing a clash between him and Shanks. Back at Water 7, Iceberg and the Galileo Company help Frankie to build the Straw Hats' new ship as the crew head out into the city to gather supplies. Meanwhile, having spent his time practicing scenarios to rejoin the Straw Hats, Usopp's first attempt fails. The next day, the Straw Hats learn the ship is finished and were about to head to the shore when the Frankie family arrive with bad news. It turned out all Straw Hat members have a bounty, with Frankie also included. As the Frankie family fear their leader might end up getting captured again, they plead with Luffy to take Frankie with him by any means. When the Straw Hats arrive at the coast, Iceberg shows them the ship while Frankie is nowhere to be seen. Iceberg explained that Frankie is hiding because if he were asked face to face to join the crew, he would not be able to refuse as he wants to go but thinks of staying in Water 7 as his responsibility. In response, Frankie's men lure him to the Straw Hats as he chase after them, before Sanji and Zoro have him shot in front of the new ship. Luffy has the swimsuit and offers to return it to Frankie if he agrees to join the crew. Frankie still refuses to the point of being unashamed of being naked. But taking Iceberg's suggestion to heart, Robin uses her devil fruit powers to grab Frankie by the testicles and threatening to crush them if he continues to refuse. He is then confronted by Iceberg revealing that the only real reason why he wants to stay is out of guilt and needs to forgive himself so he can join the Straw Hats and see his dream through. Luffy then returns the swimsuit to Frankie, who regains his usual self as he subsequently agrees to join the crew. With Frankie now a member of the Straw Hats, the crew set sail to evade Garp as he returned to Water 7 under direct orders from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. When Frankie notices that Usopp had not yet returned to them, Zoro explained that the only way they can welcome him back is if his first words are an apology. But as Usopp runs to the dock, his window of opportunity is slowly closing as the Straw Hats attempt to fend off the barrage of cannonballs personally thrown by Garp. When Usopp arrives, he attempts to rejoin the crew as if nothing happened, with his words falling on deaf ears. Only after Usopp realizes his faults and begs for forgiveness that a tearful Luffy reaches out and pulls him aboard. With the crew back together, the Straw Hats can intensify their efforts to escape while agreeing to use the name that Iceberg provided, the Thousand Sunny. Frankie goes to the engine room to activate one of its special abilities while Luffy says goodbyes to his grandfather, Kobe, and everyone on Water 7. The Sunny's emergency acceleration device activates and blasts away. Some time later, as the crew celebrate while preparing to head towards Fishman Island, their wanted posters circulate around the world while everyone in their hometowns Alabasta and Smoker have heard the crew's deeds at Enies Lobby. The posters eventually reach the revolutionaries with their leader Monkey D. Dragon impressed and confident he and Luffy will cross paths in the future. 3 days earlier, Blackbeard receives the news of the Straw Hats' devastation of Enies Lobby and decides to pursue them. However, his plans are interrupted by Ace, who has come to avenge Blackbeard's murder of a crewmate. Ordering his men back after attempting to convince Ace to join his crew, Blackbeard justifies his actions because his crewmate ate a devil fruit whose powers he long sought for. Blackbeard then proceeds to destroy the village by revealing the power he have obtained from killing his friend, the dark fruit, and overwhelms Ace. The two use their strongest attacks on each other. With the island devastated and Ace defeated, the event would influence the changes that will come. In search of food, the Straw Hats attempt octopus hunting before discovering a barrel in the middle of the ocean. After opening the barrel, with fireworks launched from it, the Thousand Sunny gets thrown into the foggy Florian Triangle where it encounters a ruined ship with a living skeleton on it. As the skeleton introduces himself as Brook, Luffy immediately asks him to join the crew. Brook explains that he was a pirate musician before being killed alongside his shipmates when they were attacked. Though the revive fruit he ate prior brought him back to life, it took his disembodied soul a year to find his body, which has decayed within that period of time. When everyone noticed Brooke's lack of a reflection, the skeleton reveals that his shadow stolen and cannot enter sunlight without being destroyed. For that reason, admitting his joy to be around others after a very long time of solitude, Brooke turns down Luffy's offer to both join his crew and offers to play for the Straw Hats while he is able to enjoy their company. But a ghost suddenly appears in the galley, and the Straw Hats find out from a frightened Brooke that the barrel they found prior was a trap as they find themselves targeted and on the Ghost Isle Thriller Park. Brooke bids farewell to the Straw Hats and leaps overboard, revealing that the lightness of his body allows him to dash across the ocean's surface. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper sail out to explore the island using the Minimary 2, before ending up getting knocked onto land. After fleeing the Cerberus that is a third fox, they encounter Hilden, a vampiric creature who offers to take them to the mansion of Dr. Hogback. They traverse through the forest of Thriller Park, Chopper revealing Dr. Hogback to be a famous surgeon, but after he disappeared, they are attacked by a platoon of zombies that drive them towards the direction of the manor. While immediately hospitable, despite the manners of his female assistant Victoria Sindri, Hogback starts acting strange after it is mentioned that Brooke has arrived on the island. Meanwhile, the Thousand Sunny gets caught in a giant spiderweb. Hogback frightens Chopper by insisting that no one is allowed in his laboratory. As Nami takes a shower musing her thoughts on their situation, she finds herself restrained by an invisible man in the shower, and the figure fleeing when Usopp and Chopper manage to drive him off. The invisible man meets with Hogback and the ghost, referred as Perona, to discuss what to do with the Straw Hats. The rest of the crew set foot on Thriller Bark, Luffy taming the Cerberus as the group encounter more zombie creatures and the other trio attempt to leave the manor, but they instead find themselves surrounded by the surprise zombies. While evading them upon finding a secret passage, they discover the truth about Victoria Sindri being a starlet who died long ago. They eventually find the door to Hogback's laboratory, observing the scientist from outside before they are found by a mysterious samurai zombie who sounds like Brooke. Meanwhile, Luffy's group are ambushed by ghosts who briefly made them depressed before they reach the graveyard where they are ambushed by the zombies. After beating the zombies, planting them into the ground upon learning they ambushed their crewmates, Luffy's group encounter an old man who pleads for their help in regaining his stolen shadow. He reveals his shadow and those of his fellow castaways was stolen by Gecko Moria, whom Robin explained to be one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Luffy agrees to help as he and his group reach the manor, learning that Thriller Park is actually a giant pirate ship. Inside the manor, though furious to find the trio in his lab after they were knocked in by the general zombie Ryuma. Hogback sees no point in being upset as it is almost midnight and Absalom rallies the zombies together while the negativity-inducing ghosts converge into their master, a gothic Lolita-style ghost princess named Perona. Gecko Moria, a giant-like man, is awoken and informed of the Straw Hats' arrival before declaring the start of the night hunt. The trio are locked inside a coffin while Luffy and the others enter the mansion and defeat the surprise zombies with ease, but Sanji goes missing. So they force Oinkchuk to act as their guide by taking him with them. While the zombies of Thriller Park celebrate the start of the night raid, Absalom awakens the other general zombies to handle the Straw Hats. He is then accosted by Lola, a zombie warhog obsessed with making him her husband. After learning that he's chosen Nami to be his bride, Lola sets her sights on the navigator. The trio manage to escape their coffin and find themselves surrounded by animal zombies, including a bizarre penguin bulldog zombie named Inup who talks and acts a lot like Sanji. The other Straw Hats meanwhile, discover a hallway lined with suits of armor, and realize that Zoro is now missing as well. As Perona makes her way to the Thousand Sunny to get the Straw Hats' treasure, Absalom attempts to stop Lola from hunting Nami, who realizes Inup's uncanniness to Sanji. Luffy, Robin, and Frankie are lured by Oinkchuk into a room where they are forced to face an army of armored general zombies and Luffy's route is blocked by Jigoro who acts much like Zoro. He is captured by the forces, with Frankie and Robin surrounded by both sides by the generals and a massive monkey spider named Tar Allen. Despite Absalom's attempts to halt Lola and abduct Nami to be her bride, both intents failed as the latter flees from Lola with Usopp and Chopper unable to slow the warthog zombie down. While the wild zombies disrespected his orders for them to not harm Nami, Absalom puts the lot in their place while venting his bad mood on Up by blasting him into a wall for his insolence. At the same time, Frankie and Robin, by some time against the Tar Alan and the general zombies by destroying the bridge to trap the zombies in the courtyard, and Robin flies them to the area of the castle behind Tar Alan. As Tar Alan was about to pursue them, Brooke suddenly falls from the sky. When Usopp and Chopper are unable to halt Lola, Nami manages to quell the warthog's bloodlust by claiming to be a male crossdresser while encouraging her to take more violent steps in getting Absalom's affections. But when Absalom manages to evade Lola, the trio hide inside Perona's servant Kumasi, who is unable to reveal the pirate's location. They then overhear Absalom and Perona talking about being summoned by Moria, as he obtained an ideal shadow for his ultimate special zombie, Luffy. Meanwhile, after their enemy used his webs to reach them, Frankie gets the upper hand against Tar Alan until Robin is immobilized by the spider mice, the ones behind the abductions of Sanji and Zoro. Brooke jumps up to help the two pirates, promising to tell them the full story while easily defeating Tar Alan. After defeating Tar Alan and releasing his shadow soul from within, Brooke explains to Robin and Frankie the truth that the zombies of Thriller Park are actually corpses animated by shadows taken by Gecko Moria from his victims via the power of his shadow fruit. Meanwhile, Moria meets with the rest of the Mysterious Four, as well as the hidden Straw Hats in Kumasi, where he uses his powers to steal Luffy's shadow to use his special zombie. With Luffy's shadow, Moria and his followers head into the freezer holding his ultimate special zombie that he believes will help him gain power in the New World, the massive ancient warrior known as Oars. At the same time, Brooke parts ways from Frankie and Robin after giving further crucial advice regarding the zombies, and answering Frankie's request, so he can go forth to accomplish his own goal, defeating the zombie Ryuma and reclaiming his shadow from the samurai fencer. With Usopp, Chopper and Nami bearing witness, Moria implants Luffy's shadow inside the corpse of Oars. Within moments, the massive zombie comes to life with 3 straw hats discovered by Moria's gang. Luckily, Oars immediately displaying aspects of Luffy's personality by yelling out for food, and the 3 straw hat pirates escape in midst of the giant's revival. However, they do not get far as Nami is abducted by Absalom for the marriage he plans for her, while Usopp and Chopper are left to fend for themselves against numerous platoons of zombies before being rescued by Frankie and Robin. Brooke confronts Ryuma, recalling his time on Thriller Park 5 years prior, and his first battle with him and how he lost to a zombie with his own shadow. Ryuma mocks Brooke for being so careful about his afro, and the two engage in another battle. Oars meanwhile continues to exhibit Luffy's personality traits as he devours most of Thriller Park's food while declaring his desire to be king of the pirates. Usopp, Chopper, Robin and Frankie return to the Sunny, discovering their ship had been ransacked before waking up Luffy, Zoro and Sanji. After informing the three about their current status and Nami's abduction, Brooke reveals to Frankie that he and his crew made a promise to return to Reverse Mountain where they left a valuable friend 50 years ago, and the Straw Hats are astonished to find that friend Brooke referred to is the whale Laboon. They tell the rest of the crew how they got to meet him as they start their new journey, while Brooke reflects on his promise to return to Laboon. Luffy declares his intention to make Brooke a part of their crew, and the Straw Hats prepare to counterattack the forces of Thriller Park in order to reclaim their stolen shadows and Nami. Sanji is joined by Robin to save her. Frankie and Zoro decide to back up Brooke against Ryuma, while Luffy intends to directly defeat Gecko Moria himself. At that time, as Oars explores the mast of Thriller Park, Hogback is informed of the Straw Hats mounting an assault and livid that Absalom removed the general zombies from the field to be his wedding guests. While Hogback receives Moria's permission to take command of Absalom's zombie servants. Having 2 enforcers in mind, Perona uses her negative hollows to stop Luffy and Sanji in their tracks. But before Perona can get the rest, Oars falls from the mast onto the stairs, cutting the crew off as they fall down what they thought was a wall. Luffy continues on to take on Moria while Chopper and Robin remain behind to take on Hogback, who sicks Jigoro and Inup on them. After Oars runs off with a new pirate hat from his destruction, his actions disrupting Absalom as his wedding to Nami is almost complete, and the rest of the crew end up in Perona's room where she uses her negative powers on them. But Usopp reveals that he's immune to her attacks due to his negative personality, staying behind to take on the Ghost Princess while the others go ahead. As Usopp continues to stand up to Perona's negative hollows while wiping out wild zombies, Brook is greatly overpowered by Ryuma, who is about to defeat the skeleton until Zoro arrives. Meanwhile, Oars continues to cause chaos on Thriller Bark, forcing Absalom to send his entire general zombie audience to stop him. But Abolsom learns that Oars annihilated all of the general zombies with a Gatling before Sanji arrives, Luffy having found Gecko Moria and expressing his intent to beat him up. As Luffy finds himself facing Gecko Moria's animated shadow doppelman while attempting to attack Moria, Usopp manages to dispatch the wild zombies and chases after a frightened Perona with Kumasi chasing after him. Though Absalom initially believed Sanji to not be a threat as he easily dispatched Inup, he is shocked at the pirate able to actually do harm to his heavily modified body. Having placed Nami's unconscious body on a pew, Sanji explains that he has more of a beef with Absalom besides his actions against the women in his crew. Beating Absalom when he refused to reveal he has been using firearms, Sanji reveals that he knows Absalom's invisibility is due to the clear fruit which he wanted for his own reasons. As Sanji defeats Absalom, Luffy managed to get through Doppelman to land a hit on Gecko Moria with his Gum Gum stamp. At the same time, losing sight of Perona, Usopp finally manages to give Kumasi the slip before finding a more confident Perona floating in mid-air out the window. Usopp is forced to go through a gauntlet of Perona's Horo powers, including an untouchable body passing right through him and creating explosive mini-hollows that slowly rip away at his stamina and body. Temporarily turning into Sniper King to finally dispatch Kumasi, Usopp is forced up against a desperate wall until he finally realizes Perona's sudden change. Usopp uses one of his attacks to destroy a nearby wall, revealing Perona's body lying helplessly in her bedroom. Having deduced that Perona used her Horo powers to project her spirit, Usopp attempts to fire an attack at it but he misses with Perona producing a special hollow bomb to hold Usopp while she returned to her body. He uses an impact dial to absorb the explosive force, using it to take out the wild zombie hippo gentleman with some injury as consequence. Usopp then reveals that he actually fired an adhesive on Perona's body, beating her by scaring the trapped girl with toy cockroaches and an inflatable 10-ton hammer. As Chopper begins to notice Jigoro and Inup acting less like Zoro and Sanji, Oars undergoes the same transition and makes his way back to Gecko Moria. Meanwhile, Zoro and Ryuma's fight is getting intense as Brook tells Frankie that Ryuma is actually fighting for real. Neither Zoro, nor Ryuma, can gain any advantage over the other, as they keep matching the other's attack. Their attacks quickly destroy the lab, forcing them to escape the room and continue their fierce duel on the roof. As Brook watches on, he realized that Ryuma was holding back in their fights. As the entire roof collapses to the ground below, Zoro finally defeats Ryuma using a technique which sets him ablaze. Staggering while throwing his sword Shunsui to Zoro as acknowledgement of his opponent's skills. He collapses in a bout of flames and Brook's shadow is finally returned to him. Zoro acknowledges Ryuma's skill as a swordsman and says he wishes he could have met Ryuma before he died and agrees to forget the outcome of their fight. Chopper and Robin are outmatched by Jigoro and Inup, whose personalities lost most semblance to Zoro and Sanji. Chopper tells Hogback that he had once respected him but does not anymore after realizing the true nature of his experiments. But Hogback, revealing that his research was only for his benefit, insists his zombies are alive thanks to him, then tells his story of how he met Sindri and fell in love with the performer. But both the revelation of Sindri having a fiancé and her accidental death on stage made negative impacts on Hogback as he is approached by Moria. He agreed to join his cause on the condition that he can revive her a zombie, and admits that the zombified Sindri lack her original personality, but he only desired her beauty and assumes she is happy to be alive. This infuriates Chopper as he refuses to allow Hogback to continue making everyone suffer, and the scientist orders Sindri to kill the intruders so he can use their corpses in his experiments. Though Sindri is revealed to have modified superhuman strength, is nearly exposed after Chopper yells that real humans have freedom. When Hogback orders Jigoro and Inup to kill everyone to protect Sindri, the two zombies ended up fighting each other before Robin tricks Hogback into ordering the two to jump out the tower. With Chopper intending to beat Hogback to a bloody pulp, the scientist orders Sindri to buy time for him to escape. But everyone is surprised to see a tearful Sindri as she revealed she could not move. Elsewhere, Oars finally returns to Moria's side. With Oars now a fully obedient zombie, Gecko Moria takes his leave while instructing the giant to hunt down the Straw Hat pirates whose wanted posters are sewn on his arm. Oars attacks Luffy before he escapes to chase after Moria. Hogback without Sindri's conflicted support tries to run away, only to caught by Chopper as Robin helps him set up a suplex before Oars's attack smashed through the ceiling. Hogback then ends up being crushed under Oars's foot before the giant crushes into the chapel as Absalom takes advantage of Sanji's shock to spirit Nami away. Robin and Chopper meet up with Usopp as they run out of the mansion while Oars enters the courtyard calling the Straw Hat crew out. As Absalom makes another attempt to finalize his marriage to Nami, the other Straw Hats are fretting over Oars hunting them all down. He assumes he is to kill the Straw Hats and attack Sanji and smack him into a building. Oars is about to crush Sanji when Usopp uses his fire star to set the zombie's head on fire, only to provoke him as Zoro and Frankie attempt to fight him. He then overpowers everyone before destroying bridge where they are standing. Elsewhere, Luffy's continued pursuit of Moria leads him out of the manor and into the forest. Absalom attempts to once more seal his marriage to Nami with a kiss before she regains conscious. Lola arrives at that time, telling Nami to leave while pretending to attack her before Absalom, briefly caught off guard, knocks the zombie out and a furious Nami intent to avenge her friend. She manages to win due to a combination of Absalom's injuries and delusion. Meanwhile, as Luffy continues chasing Moria, Perona decides to leave on the Thousand Sunny after being told of Oars rampaging through the courtyard. But as he starts to search the manor for the remaining Straw Hats, the ones he just defeated have get back up. After being updated by Lola, Nami decides to find her crew after helping herself to Thriller Park's treasure, but she instead finds two of Perona's subordinates. Meanwhile, as Brook heads to the kitchen for some salt, the Straw Hats attempt a docking maneuver by hanging on to Frankie in order to form a giant robot warrior, but it fails when Robin refuses to participate in what she considers very embarrassing. They combine their strengths to get Oars off balance and cause him to fall to the ground. Elsewhere, Perona's subordinates load the treasure and food onto the Thousand Sunny when they see the mysterious bear-like figure who requests for Gecko Moria. Taking advantage of several weaknesses, including his stupidity and similarities to Luffy, the Straw Hats continue to wear away at him despite his continued persistence. While the others were intending to hold off Oars until Luffy takes out Gecko Moria, Zoro intends to fight the giant to test his new sword Shosui. Meanwhile, after Nami gained interrogated intel that Perona is taking the Thousand Sunny, she arrived to confront the girl as the mysterious figure makes his presence known. Perona recognizes the figure as Bartholomew Kuma of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. He requests for Moria before he is forced to make Perona disappear with his unloved hand due to her defiance. Displaying his unnatural speed to Nami while asking of Luffy's ties to Ace, Kuma takes his leave while telling her of his choice to be here. Elsewhere, realizing he caught Doppelman, Luffy finds out that he has been chasing after Moria's shadow the entire time. Despite Usopp's attempts to reason him about fighting Oars, Zoro explains that their captain has most likely been tricked by now and that getting his shadow back is his first priority. As Zoro finds his 108 caliber Phoenix has gained a stronger variation from his newly obtained sword, everyone realizes that Oars' tempering with Thriller Park has moved the ship out of the Florian Triangle and into the clear night sky. Meanwhile, after ditching Luffy in the forest, Moria's shadow returns to its master as he is meeting with Kuma. Kuma proceeds to explain of Blackbeard becoming the newest member of the Warlords while give Moria advice from the world government to not underestimate the Straw Hats as Crocodile had. Furious at the comment, Moria refuses Kuma's offer to help him as he leaves his deal with the Straw Hats himself. Later entering the cockpit installed in Oars' stomach, Moria's presence confirms Zoro's suspicions while making it hard for them to fight Oars with the remaining 30 minutes of night left. Usopp runs to the kitchen to gather more salt to purify Oars, but Moria had Oars strike at Usopp while destroying the passage to the kitchen. A healed Brook saves Usopp and brings the Straw Hats a large bag of salt, but with Moria's guidance, Oars is better able to counter the Straw Hats. Frankie is knocked unconscious after a failed attempt to fire himself at oars, and Nami arrives and joins the battle. Oars demonstrates that he can somehow stretch his limbs. And elsewhere, Luffy meets up with the rolling pirates and their captain Lola the Proposer, whose shadows have been stolen by Moria. Lola has her crew plant all the shadows they captured into him in order to multiply his fighting strength and grant him new skills so that he can defeat Moria. The result is a monstrous version called Nightmare Luffy, that proceeds to reach his crew before the shadows leave his body in 10 minutes. Moria explains that he is using his ability Shadow Revolution to manipulate Oar's body by distorting the giant's shadow, and Oar's voicing his intent to fight the Straw Hats personally. Brook offers to help the Straw Hats, talking Usopp into firing him out of Kuwagata with Robin and Nami's support to land effective damage on Urza's right shoulder. But the giant quickly retaliates, taking Brook out while destroying the tower he crashed in. Robin attempts to use her power on Moria, but he uses his own powers to switch places with his doppelman so he can steal her shadow from behind. Sanji attempts to attack Moria, only for the villain to switch back into Urza's cockpit. Oars knees Zoro into a wall before apparently stomping Usopp to death. He then tries to stomp Nami, only for her and Usopp to be saved by Nightmare Luffy before fighting Oars. While the rolling pirates take the unconscious Straw Hats to safety, Nightmare Luffy overpowers Oars to the point of knocking out before sending Oars flying before the shadows leave his body. Oars recovers from his attack and Luffy is joined by his revived crew as they act out a final attack. As Brook takes Luffy to the stop of the main mast, Nami uses her rain tempo to drench the zombie to be frozen in place by the low-temper cannon Frankie and Usopp built. Zoro and Sanji then proceed to ensnare Oars in a chain and straighten out his spine so a thrown Luffy can use giant bazooka in third gear to completely shatter it. With dawn approaching within minutes, the rolling pirates deem all is left is wake up Moria and force him to restore their shadows. But a furious Moria emerged from Oar's cockpit ranting that Luffy's crew is not strong enough for what lies in the new world. Moria then transforms into a giant monster by using his Shadow's Asgard ability to absorb all 1000 shadows stored in the zombies on Thriller Park. Luffy proceeds to attack him in second gear, but Moria overwhelms him. With the rolling pirates calling out to their shadows weakening Moria, Luffy used both second and third gears at once to defeat Moria with his attack Jet Shell. Though the shadows are released, Moria's collapse causes the sunlight to hit the unconscious Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Robin, and the rolling pirates as they are all set ablaze. They regain their shadows at the last second along with the rest of Moria's victims. As Hogback informs Absalom of their leader's defeat, the Straw Hats surround the still unconscious Luffy with Usopp worried that Luffy might hurt himself from facing stronger enemies in the future. As the rolling pirates offer to lead Nami to Moria's treasure, she remembers Kuma before seeing him on the collapsed tower. Contacting his superiors via transponder Snail, Kuma receives orders from the world government to kill the Straw Hats and everyone else on Thriller Park to prevent Moria's defeat from becoming public. After taking out some of the rolling pirates with a strange move that sends several people flying backwards, Kuma turns his attention to Zoro and reveals that he has eaten the paw fruit, and shows his ability to repel attacks, move considerable distances almost instantly and repel the air to attack his opponents. Zoro is quickly outmatched, while Sanji and Usopp's attempts to help him are rendered futile by Kuma's hard body and ability to block projectiles. Kuma then creates a giant paw print that he compresses, offering all the pirates a chance to survive if they turn over Luffy, but they all refuse and Kuma detonates his paw print, devastating Thriller Bark. With almost everyone on the island is knocked out in the blast, Kuma is about to grab Luffy only to be attacked by Zoro. But upon reaching his limits, he learns that Kuma is a cyborg-like being called a pacifista who was created by the advanced science of the world government's leading scientist Dr. Vegapunk. Zoro attempts to offer his own life to Kuma to save Luffy and Kuma agrees in return for Zoro to subject himself to a paw print holding the extracted pain his captain went through in fighting Moria and Oars. Though warned that it would kill him in the most antagonizing way possible, Zoro accepts. Once the deal is complete, Kuma leaves while remarking the loyalty Luffy inspires in his crew. And as the pirates all come to surprisingly energetic from having his wounds extracted, Sanji finds Zoro as he miraculously survived his near-death experience, and when asked about it, he simply responds with, "Nothing happened." Hogback and Absalom escape Thriller Park with the unconscious Moria. The next day, the Straw Hats celebrate their victory over Moria, but do not know why Zoro is so badly wounded. Sanji hears the story from the Risky brothers, but prevents them from telling anyone else, saying it would trouble Luffy greatly to hear that Zoro suffered for his sake. Luffy tells Brook that Laboon is alive. Brook recalls his past, when the whale Laboon started following his pirate ship and befriended the crew. When they headed toward the Grand Line, they had no choice but to leave Laboon behind because of the danger the sea would present to him. Brook and his captain convinced Laboon to stay behind, promising that after they traveled through the entire Grand Line and he grew strong enough to follow them, they would come back and bring him on their adventures, but they were unable to fulfill the promise. Brook recalls the Rumbar pirates' journey through the Grand Line, where they faced many dangers but still managed to enjoy themselves. The captain contracted an illness and attempted to leave the Grand Line through the calm belt with the other infected crew, leaving Brook in charge of the remaining pirates. The journey continued until some powerful enemies defeated the Rumbar pirates in the Florian Triangle, fatally poisoning them. As they were dying, they sang Binks's Brew one last time, recording it in a tone dial in the hopes that Brook would revive with his devil fruit power and deliver the shell to Laboon. Back in the present, Brook silently hopes Laboon will wait just a little longer for his return and tells Luffy that he is glad to be alive and asks if he can join the crew, which Luffy approves of. All the Straw Hats are shocked, but they nevertheless welcome him in. 2 days later, Usopp and Frankie make a grave for the dead Rumbar pirates, and Zoro lays the broken Yubashiri at the grave. Nami gets a Vivre card from Lola, which points the way to Lola's mother, a pirate in the New World. Luffy takes out the piece of paper he received from Ace, which is also a Vivre card, and learns that as it is burning and shrinking, Ace's life is in danger. Believing that Ace can get out of trouble on his own, Luffy decides to head onward rather than go to rescue him, and the Straw Hats sail away from Thriller Park. As Luffy and his crew sail away, 3 enormous and mysterious figure appears in the fog looking over Thriller Park. Sengoku complains about Kuma sparing the Straw Hats, but Garp is confident that they will not talk about defeating Moria. The group reach on the other side of the world as where they entered the Grand Line, and briefly reflect on how far they have come and how far they have to go. Robin, Brook and Luffy investigate with the shark submerged to see how they could get to Fishman Isle, but are unable to go deep enough to find any clues. A sea rabbit attacks them, and after they defeat it, it spits out a mermaid named Cammy and her starfish pet, Papagu. They introduce themselves to the Straw Hats, who then later find out that their fishman friend has been kidnapped by Iron Mask Duval and the Macro Gang. The Straw Hats set out to rescue him, and are attacked by Duval's henchmen, the Flying Fish Riders. When they recognize the Straw Hats' flag, they retreat and inform Duval that the man who ruined his life is approaching, and he replies that he can't wait to have his revenge. The Straw Hats arrive at Duval's base, noticing how quiet it is. They then find Cammy's fishman friend in a cage, only to recognize him as Hatchan, a former member of Arlong's crew. Luffy refuses to help him, so Cammy and Papagu try to rescue their friend on their own but are quickly captured by Macro Fishmen pirates. The Straw Hats then decide to help, only to spring the trap Duval had planned for them. The Flying Fish Riders launch their attack on the Straw Hats, and when Luffy tries riding one of them, he ends up underwater. Meanwhile, Hachi is freed by Zoro, who hasn't fully healed from Thriller Bark. Luffy's second attempt at riding a flying fish sees him crash into Duval's room, where he sees him without his helmet. During a brief fight with Luffy, Duval appears before the other Straw Hats, where he announces that the man he wants to kill is Sanji, who has no idea who he is. Luffy then knocks his helmet off, revealing that he looks just like Sanji's wanted poster. Duval reveals that he was once a small-time bandit until Sanji's wanted poster came to light. Since then, he hid his face with the iron mask until he would get revenge on Sanji. He then uses steel nets to nearly drown Sanji, until Cammy saves him. And with that, Sanji deals a fatal kick combo at Duval's face. Meanwhile, the Flying Fish Riders attempt to crush the Thousand Sunny, but with the newly installed Jaen cannon, they are quickly defeated. With the Flying Fish Riders taken care of, the Straw Hats rest as Hatchan treats them to the promised takoyaki. Duval shows up again, not for revenge, but to thank Sanji since his kicks altered Duval's face to become handsome and suave. To make up for the trouble he's caused, he leaves his snail phone number with the Straw Hats in case they may need his assistance before departing with the newly christened Rosy Life Riders. The Sunny sets sail for the Sabaody Archipelago, the stepping stone to Fishman Island. Hatchan explains that one needs to have their ship coated with a bubble resin in order to travel underwater. And once they reach Sabaody, he promises to find them a ship coater that he trusts. He also warns them that the world nobility will be on the island, and no matter what happens, not to touch them, even if they witness a murder. After landing on the Sabaody Archipelago, the Straw Hats begin searching for a man Hatchan knows who can coat their ship so they can continue on to Fishman Island. Usopp and Frankie stay behind to make repairs and Sanji stays as well to guard the treasure for Nami. Hachi tells the Straw Hats that the world nobles are also known as the Celestial Dragons and that they wear masks so that they don't breathe the same air as the common people. He also tells them that Sabaody is crawling with famous pirates, bounty hunters, and slave traders. Luffy notices a wound on Hachi's head, to which Hachi tells them not to mind it and also to treat Kami and himself like humans. They then run into a runaway slave who is begging for someone to take off his collar. He tries to take it off himself only for the collar to explode. The Celestial Dragons come to the scene and Hachi tells Luffy and the others to get on their knees as they start kicking and torturing the dead slave, and Luffy struggles to not interfere. Papagu reveals the world nobles to be the descendants of the creators of the world government and harming them is an act of war. Luffy and his group defeat some bounty hunters who were attempting to capture them. Later, they meet up with Hatchan's old friend, Shucky, while she was busy beating up two guys who didn't pay up. Shucky tells the gang that Luffy and Zoro are part of the 11 Supernovas, rookie pirates with over 100 million berry bounties on their heads. She also mentions her mysterious friend, the coding mechanic, who is stronger than all 11 Supernovas put together. Luffy's group begins to look for Rayleigh and spend most of the day enjoying themselves, even fulfilling Kami's dream of riding the Ferris wheel. However, unbeknownst to them, a bounty hunter named Peterman is tailing them, having gotten info that Kami is a mermaid from the bounty hunters that Luffy's group previously encountered. Meanwhile, on another part of the island, St. Charlos, another world noble, shoots an injured man that doctors were trying to bring into a hospital simply because the man was in his way. St. Charlos then proceeds to take the nurse who was with the injured man for his wife, shooting her fiancé when he objects. Zoro, who stumbles upon the scene, unintentionally angers Charlos for walking in his path, which causes Charlos to fire his gun, but Zoro immediately dodges and goes to counterattack. However, Bonnie stops the attack in order to ensure that an admiral will not come to the island. Back at the Sunny, Sanji, Usopp and Frankie receive an urgent call from Chopper stating that Kami has been kidnapped and Luffy's group doesn't know where to look for her due to the size of the island. Sanji tells them to stand by, explaining that he will call the Rosy Life Riders. Duval and his crew arrive on the archipelago and start gathering the Straw Hats up to bring them to the human auction house, where the kidnappers have brought Kami. Robin tells Nami why the fishmen and merfolk are not welcome on the island, as in the past they had been discriminated against and classified as just fish. At the auction house itself, St. Roseward and St. Cherulia arrive complaining that St. Charlos is late. Trafalgar Law, Eustace Kid, and their crews are already present, while in the backstage, Kami and the other humans are all located there, including the coding mechanic, Silver's Rayleigh, former first mate of Gold Roger himself. The human auction finally begins, and it is only then that the Straw Hats discovered that their mermaid friend is being sold off at Grove 1. After they meet there, aside for Zoro, Luffy, Brook, and Robin, their initial plan to extract Kami is thwarted upon learning that the world government and the Celestial Dragons are involved in the slave trade, so Nami decides that they'll buy Kami back in the auction itself. Meanwhile, the rest of the archipelago receives news that the world government is going to execute the captured ace. a move that could provoke a war with Whitebeard. The auction continues, but St. Charlos arrives and ruins the Straw Hat's plan to buy Cammy back by placing an exorbitant bid on her. The proceedings are then interrupted when Luffy and his flying fish crash into the auction house, but he is restrained from rushing the stage by Hatchan, who accidentally reveals his fishman nature in the process. While the nobility recoils in disgust, Charlos shoots him, gloating about obtaining a fishman slave. Luffy snaps and punches Charlos in the face despite everyone around him trying to convince him not to. After Charlos is slammed against the wall, the guards begin to attack the Straw Hats, and most of the observers, except for Charlos' family and Kid and Law's crews who evacuate. The Straw Hats fight the guards as Robin, Brook and Usopp arrive to help, with Usopp accidentally knocking Rosewood unconscious as he falls through the roof, and work to save Cammy. The Navy alerted to Luffy attacking Charlos and surround the auction house. An infuriated Shaoria attempts to kill Cammy but is knocked out by a sudden burst of haki from Rayleigh, who emerges from backstage and reveals himself to Luffy. News of the attack on the world nobles reaches the pirates in the town, as well as the Navy headquarters, where Kizaru decides to go to the island in order to deal with the situation. Don Quixote da Flamingo, who owns the auction house, tells Disco that the 7 warlords will be called to war against the Whitebeard pirates. Rayleigh introduces himself to the Straw Hats, frees Cammy from her collar, and notes that he is the coding engineer that they have been looking for. Luffy, Kid and Law go out to fight the Navy, who are no match for their devil fruit abilities. Their crews join the fight, defeat the rest of the Navy outside the auction house, promising to meet and fight in the New World. As Luffy's crew escapes with the help of the Rosy Life Riders, a mysterious figure that appears to be Kuma intercepts Kid and Law, then begins attacking them with lasers. Upon arriving back at Shaki's bar, Rayleigh reveals to the Straw Hats that he was first mate to the legendary Gold Roger and the truth to his crew's dismissal. Thus they leave soon after with a bit of Rayleigh's Vivricard for each of them, and he tells them to come back in 3 days when their ship will be ready. Meanwhile, Admiral Kizaru arrives at the archipelago and demonstrates his mysterious light abilities before taking on the supernova Basil Hawkins, while Urich and Drake fight a pacifista. Kid and Law continue their bout with another pacifista while the Straw Hat pirates come face to face with a third one, while a shady figure with a giant broadaxe is seen at the end, waiting for a call. The Straw Hat pirates fight against one of the pacifistas, and while it does not have Kuma's devil fruit powers, it is still able to withstand their strongest attacks while firing devastating lasers at the crew. Elsewhere on the archipelago, Kizaru easily defeats Hawkins, Urich, Drake and Apug before Sentomaru contacts him. The situation for the Straw Hats grows more desperate as Zoro suffers pain from his wound. The Straw Hats combine their strongest attacks to defeat the pacifista, but are exhausted after the battle. Sentomaru arrives with another pacifista, and Luffy attempts to escape, dividing the Straw Hats into 3 groups. Unfortunately, Sentomaru intercepts his group, the pacifista cuts off Sanji's group, and Kizaru attacks Zoro's group, knocking him down and preparing to finish him off. Usopp and Brooks' attempts to attack Kizaru fail, but Rayleigh arrives, managing to block his attack and hold him off. Luffy orders his crew to retreat, declaring the enemies impossible for them to defeat at this time, but Sentomaru and the other pacifista bar their escape, and even Chopper's monster form is unable to turn the situation to their advantage. The real Kuma arrives and uses his devil fruit powers to make Zoro disappear. Sentomaru reveals that Kuma has the ability to make people fly through the sky to faraway places. Kuma uses his ability to make the other pacifista and the rest of the Straw Hats disappear as well. While Luffy struggles desperately to protect them and Rayleigh is occupied dealing with Kizaru. Kuma tells Rayleigh something that he is reluctant to believe before teleporting a despairing Luffy away, completely defeating the Straw Hats. Three days have passed since the incident at Sabaody. Having been hit by Kuma, Luffy is teleported to an unknown island. Searching for food, he comes across some mushrooms and eat them. However, as he went to sleep, mushrooms started growing on his body and he is then discovered by a trio of Amazon women who take him to their city in order to cure him, but during the cleaning process, it's discovered that Luffy, unlike everyone else on the island, is a man. Luffy realizes that the island's name is Amazon Lily. An island populated entirely by the Kuja tribe of women warriors that men are not permitted to set foot on. He wakes up in a cell and receives clothing from some of the women there, who have never seen a man before and have no knowledge of them. He inadvertently angers his captors and is forced to escape when they try to kill him, taking a woman named Margaret hostage in order to recover his Viver card. While Luffy learns about the island from Margaret, his pursuers become desperate to eliminate him before the Snake Princess. Their leader returns. Luffy resolves to leave the island, reunite with his crew and defeat the enemies who had overpowered them earlier, and decides to borrow a ship. Margaret then realizes that she cannot afford to be friendly with Luffy, and attacks him, forcing him to flee. A few kilometers from the island, Boa Hancock, the Snake Princess and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, meets with a navy vessel commanded by Vice Admiral Momonga, who informs her of Ace's upcoming execution and the likelihood of Whitebeard intervening. He orders her to join the fight against Whitebeard's forces or risk losing her status as a warlord and having the treaty between Kuja and the world government annulled. Hancock refuses and, using her love fruit powers, turns his men to stone and leaves. Hancock's ship reaches Amazon Lily and she returns to her palace, and Nyan, a former ruler of the island, urges her to answer the summons in order to keep the treaty that protects her people, but Hancock refuses and throws her out a window. She then goes to take a bath, and some of the villagers discuss a legend that states that she and her sisters defeated a Gorgon, but received eyes that turn anyone who looks at them to stone. Luffy, searching for someone from whom he can borrow a ship, falls into the bath. He sees something on Hancock's back that surprises him, but does not turn him to stone. He notes that he saw what was on it before, and Hancock tries to turn him to stone with her powers but fails. Luffy tries to escape but gets captured by the Kuja pirates and is brought to the execution arena. Margaret confesses to bringing him to the island, and Hancock turns her and 2 of her companions to stone. Enraged at the Kuja's lack of empathy for Margaret, Luffy punches out Bakula, the panther sent to execute him. Hancock's 2 younger sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, jump into the arena and, using their devil fruit powers, transform into snake women to fight Luffy. He gets the petrified Margaret and her friends to safety and then fights against Sandersonia and Marigold, but struggles against their ability to predict his moves with Haki. When Sandersonia plans on breaking the petrified Marguerite, he screams for her to stop, causing many of the assembled warriors to faint by using a special and rare kind of Haki that Hancock identifies as a conqueror's spirit. And with Margaret safe, Luffy prepares to fight at full power. Luffy gains the upper hand, and desperate to finish him, Marigold and Sandersonia attempt their strongest moves, but Luffy fights them off and ties their tails together. Marigold's fire attack accidentally burns the clothes off Sandersonia's back, prompting Hancock to order everyone to evacuate or risk seeing the Gorgon eyes, while Luffy covers the symbol on her back with his body, saying that while she is his enemy, her secret has nothing to do with his fight. Boa is then moved to tears as Sandersonia and Marigold concede defeat to Luffy. Hancock agrees to grant Luffy the choice of getting a ship or saving Margaret, and he chooses the latter. Luffy is brought to the palace, where Hancock is shocked to learn of his attack on the world noble. He learns that the 3 sisters were once slaves of the world nobles, but were freed when Fisher Tiger attacked Marijua, and that he eventually founded the Sunny Pirates from former slaves. Hancock then grants Luffy use of her ship. Following a party, Luffy learns from Nyan that Hancock is a warlord of the sea, and that they have been called together as the Navy is launching an all-out offensive on Whitebeard. When Luffy hears that they are planning on executing his brother Ace at Marineford to lure Whitebeard out, he decides to save him from the prison Impel Down, before he's transported away. The only hope of him getting there in time is for Hancock to answer to the call for the warlords so Luffy can hitch a ride on her ship, but the Empress catches a disease, and is lying in bed. Nyan discovers that Hancock's disease is the same one that killed her 2 predecessors, and has Hancock meet with Luffy. Luffy requests that Hancock take him to Impel Down, and when she agrees, much to everyone's shock, Nyan realizes that she is in love with Luffy. Hancock boards Momonga's ship to answer the summons, smuggling Luffy aboard inside her clothes, and depetrifies the crew before the ship sails to Impel Down. Elsewhere, Sengoku notes that Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords, refuses to fight and is being held in Impel Down, and learns that the 23 ships observing Whitebeard's flagship have been destroyed. At the same time as Garp visits Ace in prison, Luffy proceeds to Impel Down, but worries about his friends. Nami finds herself on Weatheria, a sky island dedicated to the study of weather, and learns about a special rope that can create winds, and uses the rope with her climate tact to stop a storm. Frankie ends up on the futuristic mechanical island, and is frozen solid in the cold. He is rescued, but because there is no cola on the island, is given tea instead and becomes a gentleman. Chopper lands on an island known as Birdie Kingdom, and finds himself in the nest of 2 large birds who play with him before accidentally dropping him into the forest below, and while searching for food to regain his strength, some residents of the island capture him. When they leave to shoo away the birds after an unsuccessful attempt at stealing their nest, Chopper escapes the pot and realizes that the birds ruled the island. Sanji finds himself on Peachy Island, seemingly entirely populated by beautiful women, and someone named Elizabeth nurses him until he wakes up. He goes to Elizabeth's house to return a handkerchief, only to find that Elizabeth is actually a male transvestite, and begins desperately running when the island's residents attempt to get him to cross-dress. Robin finds herself on Tequila Wolf, a snow-covered island. She is taken in by Soren, a young girl who works on the island as a slave, and tells her much about the outside world, which she pretends to visit by drawing pictures. Some soldiers break in to find Robin, smashing Soren's pictures in an attempt to determine her location, and Robin is captured. She learns that she is on an island full of prisoners and citizens of countries that refuse to join the world government, and that she and the others are being forced to build a bridge. Meanwhile, Usopp finds himself on Bowen Island, an island full of man-eating plants, with a man named Heracles. Zoro lands on the island where Kuma sent Perona. Perona treats his wounds, but forces him to stay while subjecting him to humiliating treatment. Brook finds himself in the land of poverty, where he is mistaken for Satan, whom the islanders had summoned for revenge against the Long-Arm tribe. Famous marine officers gather at marine headquarters, as do the rest of the Shichibukai besides Hancock. In Impel Down, Ace begs Garp to kill him, but Garp says that even if he did, the war with Whitebeard cannot be avoided. Garp tells Ace that Luffy now knows about his parentage and that he had hoped they would become Marines, but Ace say it is impossible because both of them are descendants of criminals, and that he considers Whitebeard his only father. The buggy pirates sail towards Impel Down, hoping to free the captured buggy. Alvida refuses to risk herself, suggesting that it is impossible to break into, and the rest of the crew gives up. Hancock reaches Impel Down with Luffy, where she meets with Hannibal, the ambitious vice warden of the prison, and is to be subjected to a strip search before being granted entry. Hancock petrifies Domino and the camera snail to allow Luffy to sneak out before submitting to the search. She boards the elevator to Warden Magellan on level 4 while hearing about the different levels of the prison. Luffy sneaks into level 1 while Buggy is in the middle of breaking out of his cell, having concealed his devil fruit ability. Buggy alerts some guards and triggers traps during his escape. But Luffy manages to evade them and hears a rumor that Ace is on level 5. Buggy runs by him, pursued by the powerful Bluggery, and after some bickering between him and Luffy, they decide to team up to fight off the enemies. Buggy reveals his past association with Ace and the circumstances behind his capture, and agrees to work with Luffy in exchange for the armlet he got at Thriller Bark, which is a clue to Captain John's treasure hoard. They reach the first level of Impel Down, known as the Crimson Hell, where prisoners are forced to run through a forest with spikes for grass and spiked trees. Buggy's chop fruit powers enable him to carry Luffy over the spikes, but while he plans on abandoning him there, they both fall to the second level of Wild Beasts from Hell, where Mr. 3 is imprisoned. Luffy defeats the powerful Basilisk with a single punch in third gear, destroying a guard station in the process and alerting the prison to his identity. Hancock meets with Magellan, the warden of the prison who ate the venom fruit, and whose breath is poisonous. Buggy manages to free some prisoners, hoping to start a riot and escape in the confusion, but they return to their cells, terrified of the boss of the level. They encounter Mr. 3, who offers to help them get down to the third level. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku is surprised that Kuma failed to finish off Luffy and that he infiltrated Impel Down, but is confident that he will be captured and recalls the one man who escaped, Golden Lion Shiki. Ace speaks with Jimby, a fishman who is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, in his cell, and learns that he had wanted to stop the war between Whitebeard's pirates and the Marines because Fishman Islands are under Whitebeard protection, but several other pirates on the level, including Crocodile, want Whitebeard dead for thwarting their ambitions. On level 2, Luffy, Buggy and Mr. 3 run from the beasts before encountering the Sphinx, which is the boss of the level. Mr. 3 plots to escape with Buggy to a higher level while using Luffy as bait, but his plans fail. The Sphinx destroys the floor and they drop to level 3, which causes a riot break on level 2 as the prisoners leave their cells. The trio wander around the 3rd level, a hot desert in which prisoners do not receive food or water, until they are caught in a sea stone net triggered by Saldef, commander of the guards. The Sphinx struggles and breaks the net, and while Buggy and Mr. 3 plan on abandoning Luffy while he fights the guards, they are unable to leave the level. Meanwhile, Hancock gets closer to where Ace is being held, and Mr. 2 is shown to be imprisoned in level 3. Buggy and Mr. 3 come across his cell, and release him, telling him Luffy is in the prison, working his way towards level 5. Meanwhile, the Navy arrives at Impel Down to help capture Luffy. The captain of the guards, Sadie, order them to guard the outside of the prison, as the guards are perfectly capable of catching Luffy themselves. Bull has finally made it to Ace's cell, and inform him that Luffy is coming to his rescue while Magellan and the others are occupied with other prisoners acting up. As Luffy closes in on the stairs leading to level 4, he is attacked by Saldef and his guards, but gets unexpected help from Mr. 2, who has decided to help him in his quest. They fight their way through level 3, eventually encountering the Minotaurus, and Luffy defeats it with Jet Bazooka. He then notices that the 4th level is extremely hot, and that he must jump down without landing in the fire or boiling blood. He learns that Mr. 2 is looking for the legendary transvestite Emporio Ivankov, who is the queen of Kamabaka Island. The Minotaurus chases Buggy and Mr. 3 to Luffy and the 4 defeat it. Meanwhile, Magellan orders all his forces to level 4 in order to kill Luffy as the floor gives way from the attack and they fall into level 4. As Hancock leaves Impel Down, Momonga hears about red-haired Shanks fighting Kaido in the New World to prevent him from attacking Whitebeard. As Magellan orders Sadie and the rest of the demon guards to guard the stairway to level 5, Luffy and the others land in level 4, managing to avoid being boiled in the sea of blood. He and Mr. 2 then fight their way through the guards in search of food until Magellan intercepts them. Luffy begins fighting him despite Bon Clay's warnings to flee, and finds that he is unable to go on the offensive because of Magellan's poisonous body. Bon considers helping him, but knows he would die if he even attempted to do so, and he runs away from the battle sorrowfully. Mr. 3 and Buggy try to escape to higher levels, and while Hannibal is willing to let them pass to get Magellan in trouble, they do not believe him, thinking it's a trap, and attack him and his guards. Luffy decides to attack and use his haki, injuring Magellan and getting poisoned in the process. Hannibal quickly defeats Buggy and Mr. 3, while Luffy becomes weaker as a result of absorbing the poison, and is no longer able to fight effectively. Unwilling to give up, he continues to press on the attack, repeatedly taking in Magellan's poison and finally being defeated and lying on the ground, fatally poisoned. Magellan has him imprisoned in level 5 until the poison kills him. Mr. 2, having taken Hannibal's appearance, resolves to rescue Luffy in order to make up for abandoning him in the fight, but learns that no antidotes can save him. He then decides to seek out Ivankov to heal Luffy, but learns that he has vanished in one of the "demoning away" incidents. Mr. 2 heads to level 5 with Buggy and Mr. 3, who quickly abandon him when the wolf unit attack. Meanwhile, Luffy remains determined to rescue Ace despite his condition, and Mr. 2 arrives at his cell to save him. Mr. 2 apologizes for abandoning Luffy and searches for Ivankov. Along the way, he is attacked by army wolves, but Luffy disables them with his haki, and a mysterious stranger named Inazuma saves the two of them. Elsewhere, Buggy and Mr. 3 attempt to escape and Saldeth suppresses the riot on level 2 as Magellan is in the bathroom with diarrhea, and Hannibal is tied up in a storage room, having been tricked and taken by surprise by Mr. 2 who wakes up in level 5.5 where Ivankov and other prisoners are. Ivankov displays some of his powers, including stopping a vengeful pirate's cannon shot merely by winking and then turning him into a woman. He tells Bon Clay that he saved him because Luffy begged him to, and he is healing Luffy with his hormone-based powers, which only work on those with extraordinary will to live. Unfortunately, the treatment takes 10 years off of Luffy's lifespan, leaves him in agonizing pain and will last over 2 days, with Ace's execution coming in only 16 hours. He tells Bon Clay that he has eaten the hormone fruit, which enables him to manipulate people's hormones for various purposes. He explained that level 6 is a place has prisoners who are incredibly dangerous or harmful to the world government's reputation, such as former head warden Shiryu, are kept. Meanwhile, Ace worries about Luffy always taking risks for his sake while the guards discover Luffy's disappearance and prepare to transport Ace to his execution. Eventually, Luffy's screams stop and having completed his treatment after less than a day, declares that he has recovered. Ivankov learns that he is Dragon's son and reveals himself as one of Dragon's commanders in the Revolutionary Army and they fight their way down to level 6. Meanwhile, Buggy and Mr. 3 make their way to level 4, and Hannibal makes arrangements to capture the intruders, while Magellan arrives at Ace's cell to hand him over to the Marines, who will take him to the execution site at Marineford. The group reach level 6 after Ace has been taken away, and are nearly caught in a gas trap until Inazuma uses his snip-snip powers in order to cut up the floor and seal off the gas. Luffy refuses to give up despite the dangers awaiting him, and Crocodile, who is imprisoned on the level, offers Luffy a way of getting off the floor. He is reluctant to free him, but Ivankov offers to keep him in line by blackmailing him with a weakness he knows about. Jinbe joins in order to stop the war between Whitebeard and the Marines, and the group of 5 leaves through the ceiling, meeting with Bon Clay and the newcomers, and fight the guards on level 4, where Crocodile frees and recruits Mr. 1. As the guards are defeated, Hannibal, not wanting to be disgraced, goes down to fight the prisoner. Elsewhere, Ace is being transported by ship to the Gate of Justice, as Buggy and Mr. 3 have reached level 2. While Luffy and his allies continue fighting on level 4, Buggy and Mr. 3 reach level 2 and release the prisoners there to cause a riot to cover their escape. Meanwhile, Blackbeard arrives at the prison and begins attacking the guards to force his way in. Hannibal, en route to level 4, is overwhelmed by these developments until Magellan reveals that he has suppressed the riot on level 2 and is releasing Shiryu to deal with Blackbeard. Shiryu, immediately after being released and given his sword, kills all the guards sent to release him. The demon guards arrive and overpower many of the prisoners, but Luffy, Jinbe and Crocodile defeat them in a single attack. On level 1, Shiryu encounters Blackbeard, who is forcing his way into the prison, and after a conversation, Blackbeard proceeds onward. Sadie attacks the prisoners but Ivankov transforms into a woman to fight with her and allow Luffy to proceed only to encounter Hannibal who prepared to fight him, but is outmatched against his gear's second ability. Meanwhile, Blackbeard uses his powers to make Magellan's poison barrier disappear, freeing Buggy and his men. Hannibal, despite being badly beaten, is determined to stop Luffy for the future of the world, but Blackbeard launches a surprise attack that knocks him out and his guards. Blackbeard tells Luffy that he had planned to capture him to secure a place among the 7 warlords of the sea, but after capturing Ace, he no longer needed to do so. Luffy, enraged, strikes Blackbeard with jet pistol and the latter retaliates by slamming him into the ground, injuring him by nullifying his rubber powers. Jinbe convinces Luffy that he cannot afford to waste time and Crocodile questions why Blackbeard would attack the prison in giving up his warlord title, but Blackbeard reveals that it is part of a larger plan. As Magellan approaches the prisoners, Ivankov defeats Sadie and ties her up. And Magellan poisons Blackbeard and his crew before proceeding on to stop Luffy and catching up with them. Ivankov and Inazuma stay behind to stall him, but both of them are defeated. Luffy and Jinbe plan to steal a marine battleship to reach Marineford. His group meet the prisoners from levels 1 and 2 who are following Buggy and Mr. 3, defeating the demon guards until Magellan manages to reach them again. Magellan initiates a plan to move the marine ships away from Impel Down, trapping the escapees in the prison. Mr. 3 blocks his poison with his wax, giving Luffy the idea to coat his fists wax so that he can hit Magellan without being poisoned. Jinbe finds a way to reach the ships by floating Buggy, Crocodile and Mr. 1 on a door and creating a sea current to launch it onto a battleship. Magellan uses a move known as Venom Demon, forcing Luffy and Mr. 3 to retreat. Mr. 1 and Crocodile manage to capture a battleship, but are unable to move it back to the prison quickly enough, forcing the escapees to come up with an alternative plan. Ivankov recovers from the poison and bursts through the floor to reach Luffy as he and Mr. 3 push Magellan back with Giant Stamp, and Ivankov uses a death wink to launch the prisoners into the ocean, where Jinbe has called whale sharks to carry them to the ship. Luffy and the rest of the prisoners make it onto the ship, but the gates of justice are still closed and the ship is under attack by the rest of the marine. Mr. 2 impersonates Magellan and manages to order that the gates be opened long enough to allow the prisoners' ship to escape, then immediately closed. Luffy is upset to hear of Mr. 2 staying behind, but comes to accept that there is no other choice, and thanks him over a transponder snail. Mr. 2 stays behind to fight Magellan after he realizes what has happened as the other prisoners mourn his loss after passing through the gates of justice. Shiryu saves Blackbeard and his crew by giving them antidotes to Magellan's poison before taking the opportunity to join with them. The prisoners celebrate their escape, but some, such as Buggy, are upset to learn from a marine officer calling on a transponder snail that they are on their way to marine headquarters, and that the gates of justice will not open for pirates. During the conversation, the officer reveals Buggy's past in the Roger Pirates and connections to Shanks, causing the prisoners to rally behind him, and he manages to convince them to go with to marine headquarters in the hopes of defeating Whitebeard and standing on top of the pirate world. Meanwhile, the ship carrying Ace reaches the headquarters. Sometime in the past, Nami is still on Weather Island, which slowly heads toward the Sabaody at a pace determined by the winds. She sees the old man demonstrate his ability to summon large rains and store thunderstorms in soap bubbles. On the other side, Frankie is attacked by several cyborgs in the forest, causing the tea in him to bubble over and restoring his usual personality, which enables him to defeat the cyborgs with ease. He learns that Dr. Vegapunk, who modified Kuma, made the cyborgs, and reaches a house with his name on it, triggering an alarm as he goes in. Sanji desperately tries to escape the crossdressers of Kamabaka Kingdom, until he eventually encounters Caroline, the queen stand-in for Ivankov. He challenges Caroline to a duel to get off the island, but is unable to land a hit due to wanting to protect his modesty, and is eventually induced to start crossdressing. Meanwhile, Chopper cares for an injured bird chick, hoping that she can take him to the Sabaody when she can fly. Humans corner him and the chick on a cliff, hoping to eat them, until the bird's mother rescues them. Chopper is grateful, but then realizes he has no idea when the bird will be able to fly. Robin is imprisoned in a tower on Tequila Wolf and interrogated for information on the whereabouts of the Straw Hats, but her captors keep her true identity a secret. Soren meets with the woman who betrayed Robin, who regrets what she did to survive, and sets out to thank her. Some revolutionaries start to rise up and release Robin from her cell, allowing her to defeat some guards and join them to save the prisoners. Meanwhile, on Bowen Island, Usopp is constantly being attacked by animals and plants as he is the weakest life form on the island. And Hercules tells him to eat in order to get stronger. Not hearing his advice to also work out, he eats as much as he can. Zoro tries to recover his swords, but fails to understand Perona's simple directions, thwarting her plan to get his hopes up and use negative hollow on him. He tries to leave the island, but gets lost, and Perona finds him after he accidentally makes his way back to the castle. Some time later, shadowy beast-like figures with weapons attack Zoro and he is forced to fight. Meanwhile, Brook learns that the residents are giving what little food they have as tribute to him in order to gain protection from the Long-Arm tribe. When the tribe kidnaps a female worshipper, the cult asks him for help, and he agrees. Around 3 hours before the execution, the 5 warlords present for the battle and 3 marine admirals move to their positions to await Whitebeard's attack, as flashbacks of them are shown. At this time, the guards arrive to retrieve Ace and take him to the scaffold. He reaches the scaffold, where the Marines assemble for Whitebeard's assault. Meanwhile, Luffy's ship approaches the gates of justice, blocking his path through Marineford. After Ace finally reaches the execution platform, Sengoku reveals to the world via transponder snail that Ace's mother is Portegas de Rouge. And he took his mother's surname to become a pirate himself. He also reveals that Ace is the son of the pirate king, Gold Roger, much to the horror of Ace, the Marines, and the reporters. While the Marines are waiting for Whitebeard's assault and Ace's execution, Garp has a flashback of months before Roger was executed, where he reveals that he is having a child and told Garp to look over him. The Marines search for any people who are connected to Roger, and Ace's mother keeps the child inside her womb months after his execution. However, after Rouge gives birth to Ace, she dies of exhaustion. Soon after, Ace is raised by Garp and Deiden. During Sengoku's execution speech, he receives word that the gates of justice has been opened without an order, allowing Luffy's ship to pass through. After Whitebeard's fleet come for the assault, the Moby Dick appears from underwater in front of the execution platform. Whitebeard reveals his devil fruit powers in front of the Marines, as he and Ace's past are shown. Ace was the captain of the Spade Pirates and confronted Jimby to meet Whitebeard to bring him down. He attempted to kill him to no avail, but Whitebeard welcomed him and allowed Ace to become division commander. However, when Blackbeard turned against the crew and killed Thatch, Ace left Whitebeard on a mission to capture him. Whitebeard and his allies declare to the Marines and the warlords their determination to rescue Ace while Luffy and his group continue to reach Marineford. A tsunami approaches on both sides as a result of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit abilities. However, Ikiji stops the two waves with his Ice power. The Whitebeard division commanders leap into action, as do the vice admirals, and soon after Mihawk steps up and launches a large slash attack towards Whitebeard. Jozu manages to withstand his slash with his devil fruit power, which turns his body into diamond. Kizaru attempts to attack Whitebeard, but Marco blocks the attack by turning into a phoenix with his devil fruit and knocks him back. Jozu digs out a chunk of ice and tosses it toward the Marines, but Akainu melts it with his magma-based devil fruit. He then counterattacks with his power, sinking one of the ships, but Whitebeard effortlessly extinguishes them. While the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates fight on the ice, Kobe and Helmeppo start becoming scared, as many Marines more powerful than them have been taken down easily. Little Oars Jr., a descendant of the original, steps forward to force his way through the Marine defenses. He forces his way into the plaza, overturning one of the Marine ships and defeating the giant unit, enabling the Whitebeard pirates to advance. He continues despite Ace's protests that he is too large of a target and recalls the time Ace made him a hat that protected him from the weather. Kuma blasts Oars with Ursa's shock, Doflamingo cuts off his leg, and Moria impales him with Spiky Shadow Lizard, causing him to collapse while trying to reach out to Ace. Oars Jr. falls down and Vice Admiral Rance launched a sneak attack at Whitebeard, but is easily defeated by a Quake Punch before he then orders his soldiers to storm the plaza. Kobe and Helmeppo run inside Marineford to escape the battle, but witness Akainu kill a Marine for doing so. They then witness something falling from the sky, which happens to be Luffy and the escaped prisoners from Impel Down. In a flashback, the tsunami Whitebeard created rushes toward Luffy's Marine ship. They attempt to ride the wave, but become stuck on the top when Ikiji freezes it. After hearing a report that Ace's execution will happen early, they attempt to break free, but fall into the hole Jozu created. Luffy checks to see that Ace is still alive, then stops Crocodile from attacking Whitebeard. Whitebeard notices that he has Shank's hat, and Luffy, undaunted by Whitebeard's power or reputation, tells him that he will rescue Ace and become king of the pirates. He then charges forward to save Ace, fighting off the Marines in the way. Admiral Kizaru attacks him with a beam of light, but Ivankov saves him, only to be attacked by Kuma, while Luffy barely escapes from Hina using Gear Second. Elsewhere, the Whitebeard pirates are having difficulty getting past the Vice Admirals, and Squard attempts to sneak past, only to encounter someone. Moria attacks with a group of zombies, halting Luffy's progress, while Marine reinforcements enter. Ace yells that Luffy must not try to save him, and that he cannot bear to be saved by a weakling, while actually not wanting Luffy to die. However, the latter refused to listen. As Jinbe arrives, defeating Moria's zombies with a blast, Luffy defeats a giant officer with Gear 3rd, and Sengoku reveals to the Marines that Luffy is the son of Dragon. Ace is still upset that everyone are trying to save him, but decides to accept whether he lives or dies. Whitebeard tricks Buggy into helping him, noting that despite being weak, he has powerful followers who could pose a threat. He then orders the ships under his command to attack the Marines. Jinbe fights with Moria and defeats him while Smoker attacks Luffy and manages to pin him down, but Hancock in anger, manages to kick him despite his Logia powers with her haki. Ivankov encounters Kuma, saying they knew each other. However, Doflamingo reveals to Ivankov that the Kuma he knew is dead, slowly been modified into a pacifista over time, and few days ago, had his brain replaced, completely losing his personality and free will in the process. Luffy receives the key to Ace's handcuffs from Hancock, who then fantasizes about a wedding ceremony, and he continues to advance up the battlefield. Crocodile tries to reach Whitebeard, but is assaulted by Jozu, who is then halted by Doflamingo. Mihawk begins attacking Luffy while Hancock and Ivankov are occupied, easily defeating two of the newcomers who arrive to assist him and knocking Jinbe aside. Luffy escapes by using Buggy as a human shield, and 5th Division leader Vista arrives to fight Hawkeye. Sengoku orders that the links to the transponder snails be cut so that the world will only know that the Marines won, and an army of pacifistas, led by Sentomaru, attacks the Whitebeard pirates from behind. Their plan is not fully effective because of Whitebeard's attacking the ships at the sides. The Marines withdraw to the plaza, intending to raise the fortification wall and execute Ace before finishing off the Whitebeard pirates, and Luffy and the division leaders rush to reach Ace before then. Sengoku orders to stop broadcasting, but the one snail Buggy stole continues to broadcast images of the war as he tries to make himself famous. Squard, one of Whitebeard's pirate allies who had been missing for some time, stabs him through the chest with his sword. This shocks the Whitebeard pirates, as does his statement that Whitebeard agreed to sacrifice his allies to save Ace. As the pirates question him and become demoralized, the Marines gain the upper hand and Akiji freezes Buggy, cutting the footage. Whitebeard chastises Squard for falling for the Marines' lies, but forgives him. He then opens a path for his men to escape, telling them to follow him if they are prepared to give their lives. As their faith in him is restored, Whitebeard jumps into the fray, determined to save Ace even if he dies doing so. The Marines activate walls to block his path, but is stopped by the ice. Meanwhile, Luffy and his allies charge to the execution platform and the Marines attack them to no avail. Whitebeard confronts John Giant, and defeats him with a punch to the chest while Akainu uses his meteor volcano attack to melt the ice, in an attempt to prevent Whitebeard's pirates from reaching Ace, much to Luffy's horror. This move destroys the Whitebeard pirates' ships, dropping them into boiling water, enabling the cannons on the wall to bombard them while the pacifistas block the way out. The hole left open by Little Oars Jr.'s body before he then regains consciousness, and Jinbe launches Luffy over the wall, before he begins to fight the three admirals as Whitebeard decides to play his trump card. Luffy attempts to slip past, but Kizaru easily catches up to him and knocks him to the ground. The executioners prepare to execute Ace, but Crocodile intervenes, saying he can kill Whitebeard later and he does not want the Marines to win. Akiji attacks Luffy, but Marco knocks him away before he can finish him off as Mr. 3 hides in the passageways below Marineford, having managed to escape the freezing. Whitebeard commands the submerged paddle ship to surface, and Oars propels it into the plaza with the pirates on board. As the forces reach the plaza, Sengoku and Garp prepare to fight them. Luffy comes under attack from 2 vice admirals and Kizaru, then collapses from his injuries and exhaustion as Whitebeard admires his persistence. The battle continues as Akainu engages him and the allied pirates arrive to help Whitebeard's pirates, and the pacifistas fight them. Marco flies up to rescue, but Garp knocks him back and declares that anyone trying to rescue Ace will need to kill him first. As Ace thinks back to his childhood, when he fought with anyone who spoke ill of Roger, and wondering if he should ever have been born, he's touched by everyone fighting for him and realizes that he wants to live. Whitebeard doubles over in pain while fighting Akainu, enabling the latter to severely injure him and distracting Marco and Jozu long enough for them to be injured by Kizaru and Akiji. Luffy asks for Ivankov to give him tension hormones to enable him to fight again and save Ace. But Ivankov refuses, saying that it will likely kill him. He responds by saying that he would rather die than fail to save Ace, causing Ivankov to comply, restoring Luffy's energy. Kobe, despite being afraid earlier in Helmeppo's advice to stay out now that the Marines are almost certain to win, goes out to fight. He tries to stop Luffy, but gets defeated instantly. Luffy encounters more pacifistas, but Hancock stands in their way to allow him to advance, and just as the executioners try to go for Ace, he incapacitates them with his Haki of the Supreme King. The Marines move to eliminate him, seeing the potential threat he poses, and Whitebeard orders his men to back him up, wanting to see what he will bring in the future. Crocodile and Hancock attack Luffy's enemies as he advances toward the scaffold, while Buggy tries to thaw out the transponder snail in order to continue broadcasting to the world. Inazuma show up and make a bridge for Luffy to use, but Garp moves out to fight him, saying that he is a Marine and Luffy is a pirate. As they are face to face, Garp thinks back to when he trained him so that he could become a Marine and stay on the right path. They both throw punches at each other, but Garp hesitates and Luffy knocks him off the bridge and reaches Ace. Just then, Kizaru destroys his ki with a beam of light and Sengoku transforms into a giant golden Buddha. Mr. 3, disguised as an executioner, uses his powers to create a copy of the key and unlock Ace's shackles as the platform collapses and the Marines open fire on them. But Ace, now released, uses his flame powers to protect Luffy and Mr. 3 from the barrage. The brothers fight off the Marines as the Whitebeard pirates move to escape, but Akainu and Akiji are determined to prevent them from leaving. Squard attempts to hold off the Marines to allow their escape and atone for stabbing the old man. Whitebeard, however, decides to remain behind, not wanting any of his crew to die for him, stating that he is a remnant of the old era and that the time has come for a new one to arrive. His final order leaves his pirates distraught as they leave Marineford for the New World. Meanwhile, Buggy uses the transponder snail and does a public broadcast on Sabaody, angering witnesses. When Akainu mocks Whitebeard, saying that he will not surpass Gold Roger, Ace is provoked. Despite his crew's objections, he confronts him, but is incapacitated and his Vivre card is exposed as Akainu reveals that his magma powers can extinguish fire. Luffy tries to get Ace's Vivre card and Akainu launches a powerful attack at him. But Ace jumps in the way at the last second to shield his brother from the attack, leaving Luffy who watches in horror as Ace's Vivre card is finally burned up with a hole in his chest. Akainu tries to attack Ace again, but Jinbe blocks it, and Marco arrives with Vista to assist him. Garp is angered by Akainu's actions, but Sengoku holds him down. Ace apologizes to Luffy for not letting him to be rescued properly and for not being able to see him achieve his dream. He tells Luffy that he wanted to know whether someone like him deserved to be born, and before he dies, Ace thanks Luffy, Whitebeard, and his crewmates for loving him in spite of who he is. His final breath and death shatters Luffy's spirit and he screams in torment as he becomes completely incapacitated. Akainu attempts to kill him, but Marco fight back while Jinbe flees with him. Enraged at the death of Ace, Whitebeard ruthlessly attacks Akainu and creates a massive earthquake that severely damages Marine headquarters and leaves him isolated from his men. Soon after, the Blackbeard pirates, having acquired several notorious criminals from the lowest level of Impel Down, make their appearance. Blackbeard reveals that the entire reason he wanted to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea was to gain access to Impel Down, and that he gained entrance by having Lafitte hypnotize the Marines to admit all Marine ships, which also enabled Luffy's to gain entry. Whitebeard attacks him to avenge Thatch, but he uses his dark powers to cancel it out and is attacked and mortally wounded by the rest of the crew. Whitebeard tells him that he will not be the one to find One Piece, and reveals that Ace may have died, but others with the will of D have inherited Roger's will, and shout stating, "The One Piece is real." Whitebeard dies standing up, with hundreds of wounds on his body, but not a single one on his back. News of Whitebeard's death spreads across the world, and many people are excited to hear of the demise of one of the world's most powerful pirates. Akainu emerges in front of Jimby, who refuses to hand over Luffy, as the pirates arrive to assist him while Hancock holds off the pacifistas. Meanwhile, Blackbeard throws a cloth over himself and Whitebeard's body, and after a brief moment of tension, he emerges with the ability to use his and Whitebeard's devil fruit powers. As everyone watch in horror, he declares that his era has begun, and then destroys the fortress, but Sengoku attacks him, saying that the island is a symbol of justice in the world. The Marines continue to pursue the retreating pirates, and Kobe begins hearing the combatants' voices in his head. Akainu defeats Inazuma and Iva, then chases down Jimby and punches through his chest, severely injuring both. As the two fall to the ice below, Crocodile attacks Akainu and launches Luffy into the air, where Buggy catches him, and just as he desperately tries to escape, Trafalgar Law arrives in his submarine, saying that Luffy will become his enemy one day, but as that is a worthwhile relationship, he will give him medical treatment. Sengoku and Garp fight Blackbeard as the Marines are determined to eliminate the fleeing pirates, and Kizaru attacks in an attempt to prevent Law from escaping with Luffy and Jimby. Kobe, having developed the ability to sense the voices of those fighting, becomes overwhelmed by all the violence, and screams that fighting is unnecessary and only risks the lives of many soldiers who have families. Akainu tries to kill him, but red-haired Shanks arrives blocking his attack and reveals that he has come to end the war. Shanks tricks Buggy into returning Luffy's straw hat to him, noting that while he would like to see Luffy again, as it is too soon for their reunion. Law's submarine barely escapes from Akiji and Kizaru's attacks thanks to the red-haired pirates. Shanks, after a heated moment with Blackbeard, convinces the Marines and pirates to stand down by saying that fighting will only lead to more casualties, and declaring that he will fight those who still wish to do so, making all those involved comply. And the war ends. The public celebrates the end of the war around the world. Meanwhile, in Marineford, Sengoku is enraged by Blackbeard and the world government, which doesn't want to see its reputation being damaged anymore and therefore orders to withhold the news that more prisoners from Level 6 have escaped from Impel Down. In the sea, Law's submarine surfaces near a marine ship with Hancock on board and order them to call the Kuja's ship and return to Amazon Lily. As islands formerly under Whitebeard's protection fall under siege and others head for the Grand Line, the Kuja's pirate ship arrives and escorts Law and his crew to the Maiden Island. 2 weeks later, Luffy wakes up and goes berserk, and Hancock orders food to be made for him despite not having eaten anything herself in that time as to her love for him. As Luffy destroys the jungle, Jimby discovers him in a state of depression from realizing he is not dreaming and that Ace really is dead. A flashback is shown 10 years before his journey, when Garp takes his grandson to meet Daden, along with her henchmen, and he meets Ace for the first time. As Ace walks away, Luffy begins to pursue him much to his objection, until eventually he reaches the end of the forest and finds a junkyard. Luffy runs after Ace when he steals the treasure from a bandit and meets into Sabo, a boy who lives there. After Luffy discovers the stolen treasure, he is tied up by them and screams in fear, causing Porchimi, a member of the Blue Jam pirates, to find them. They escape, but Luffy is captured and is tortured into asking where the treasure is at. Soon Sabo, realizing that Luffy would not tell Porchimi about the treasure's whereabouts, he and Ace break into their hideout. After refusing to back down, the two defeat Porchimi and Luffy is rescued. Later, Blue Jam guns down Porchimi for failing to capture the 3 children, and Daden allows Sabo to stay in with them as the 3 turn friends. The 3 invade Edge Town, located just past the Grey Terminal, and fight off several bandits. When they go to High Town, Sabo is seen by a noble, who is tricked before escaping with the others. Back at the forest, he explains to Ace and Luffy that he is the nobleman's son, and that the reason he left was because his parents trying to force themselves on him, and that his dream is to live freely on the sea, and the 3 speak their dreams, where Luffy reveals his of becoming the king of the pirates before the trio become brothers by sharing a drink of sake. To run away for Garp, who is objecting of their dreams, and the bandits, they end up building a fort in a large tree. One day on a forest, the trio find themselves being chased by a bear after a failed attempt to hunt, when a former pirate named Naguri rescues them using haki. Meanwhile, Sabo's father goes to Blue Jam and tells him that he wants his son back. While Ace and Sabo are chased by the tiger, they encounter Naguri again. The brothers build a ship for him during their training. And with their effort combined, they finally defeat the tiger and see Naguri off. Meanwhile, Blue Jam gives the crew a message to Sabo's father that they have found him. The three of them are captured by Blue Jam's crew. Sabo's father scolds Ace and Luffy for their involvement with his son and takes him back to High Town while Blue Jam forces them to take supplies to the Grey Terminal. Meanwhile, at High Town, Sabo learns of the noble's plan to burn down Grey Terminal from his newly adopted brother Stelly. He also tells Sabo that a group of observers from the world government will arrive in Goa Kingdom in 3 days' time. Sabo fails to warn them as he is caught by his father, but after escaping once again and fails to reach the Grey Terminal, he tells Dragon about the fire and admits that he will never be free as long as he stays in High Town. Blue Jam and his crew burn down the Grey Terminal, trapping the people in Goa Kingdom and filling the Dayton family with horror. But after he discovers that he was cheated by the nobles, Blue Jams confronts Luffy and Ace about his hidden treasure. Dayton knocks Blue Jam's shot astray and confronts him before Ace face him as well while the family and Luffy flee. On a ship, Ivankov is told by Dragon that the country would be an example of how it would happen in future events. Meanwhile, in High Town, the citizens are left in horror as it burns down and Sabo decides to live his life alone as a free man and tries to escape. Only to be confronted by Saint Jalmak, a celestial dragon, who shoots at his boat. Ace reveals that they have defeated Blue Jam, before Dogra returns and tells them that Sabo has died. The next day, as they both mourn, Ace receives Sabo's letter and Luffy becomes severely upset. Ace eventually convinces Luffy to live freely without any regrets, as the letter tells him to take care of his little brother. After the death of Sabo, Ace and Luffy continue there while Dragon tells Ivankov that he has attracted too much attention and departs for Baltigo. After 7 years of intensive training, Ace departs from the Goa Kingdom to the ocean and Dayton is emotionally distraught. 3 more years pass and Luffy bids farewell to everyone as he departs on his journey too. In the present, Luffy is still upset that Ace has died and proclaims to Jinbe that he is too weak. Garp visits Dayton and the Mountain Bandits, who fights the Vice Admiral, but Makino stops her and tells her that Garp is suffering too. Meanwhile, at the New World, a funeral is held for Ace and Whitebeard as Shanks mourns the loss of his friends before he departs. At Amazon Lily, Jinbe tells Luffy not to blame Ace for his actions. Enraged, Luffy tries to fight him but is easily defeated. When Jinbe queries about what Luffy still has left, the latter tells him that he wants to see his crew. On Kurigana Island, Zoro confronts several human drills, but is stopped by Mihawk. On Birdie Kingdom, Chopper is captured by a human tribe and attempts to escape, but is stopped by the giant birds. Eventually, the tribe befriends the birds and Chopper before he receives the newspaper about Ace's fate. As does every other crew member on their respective locations. Back on Kurigana Island, Zoro tells Mihawk that Kuma teleported him, and Mihawk informs Zoro of Ace's death. On Maiden Island, Rayleigh arrives after killing a Sea King and meet Jinbe and Luffy, telling them that Law has left the island with his crew. Rayleigh gives back Luffy's straw hat and tells him that he cannot bring him back to the Sabaody, as he would suffer the same fate, and offer to train him. Meanwhile, at the Bowen Islands, an overweight Usopp P is sucked into the island's mouth but is rescued by Heracles, before he makes a vow that he will not abandon Luffy. Nami attempts to flee from the island by stealing a local balloon. But it crashes and she is captured by the townspeople as a traitor. After Nami bursts into tears while talking about Luffy's failure to save Ace, she flees with Herdas and is chased yet again. Meanwhile, Frankie discovers blueprints in a button, but when he pushes it, the place explodes, destroying the laboratory and seemingly killing him. Zoro tries to use Mihawk's boat to escape but is stopped by the human drills who learned how to use his techniques. On Namakura Island, the shamans mistake Brook's music scores as talismans and is captured. Meanwhile, Luffy finally makes up his mind and decides to go back to Marineford. He and Jinbe hijack a marine ship and enter using the Gates of Justice, and at the same time, on the East Blues Bridge, Robin is given a photograph and the revolutionaries offer her to meet with the leader, as she is the only survivor of O'Hara, and learns about what is going on. On Kamabaka Kingdom, Ivankov returns and Sanji confronts him before he is informed about what happened to his crew. Luffy finally arrives at Marineford and makes his way through the Marines before reaching the Ox Bell and ringing it 16 times to signify the start of the new era. He then throws a bouquet of flowers as the reporters take his pictures, along with his tattoo before he leaves. Meanwhile, the 5 elders discuss their plans to fill the 3 remaining warlord positions with powerful warriors while Sengoku resigns from his position. Kid hears of Luffy's recent involvement and uses his power to defeat a bunch of pirates, telling them that the new world is not a place for weaklings. While Capone's ship is sucked into a vortex, Basil is challenged by Brownbeard and Urich discovers an island with thunderstorms. Buggy tearfully reunites with his crew on an unknown island and Mr. 3 delivers a message from the world government. At the Sabaody Archipelago, Duval and the Flying Fish Riders confront the Copper Pirates as Shaki entrusts the protection of the ship to him. Eventually, the pirates confront Kuma and the world government. While the Straw Hat crew all receive Luffy's message, Blackbeard defeats Bonnie and abandons her to be captured by a Kainu. At Marijua, Doflamingo tells a government official that he seemingly killed Moria while in Marineford. However, he does not care about the government's powers, as he is still a pirate. After Chopper was allowed to stay on the island to study the local medical plants, makes a tearful vow to Luffy that he will train intensively. Nami requests Herdos to teach her the weather of the new world, as she wants to help Luffy on his journey to become king of the pirates, while Frankie learns about Vegapunk's inventions and decides to help his captain by acquiring new skills. Ivankov offers to teach Sanji the ways of Nukuma cooking if he can gather 99 recipes from around the kingdom and retain his manhood while doing so. Sanji finally accepts Ivankov's offer and proceeds to fight. Meanwhile, despite Robin's initial reluctance, she finally decides to improve herself by joining the Revolutionary Army. Usopp begins to train with Hercules, and Mihawk, after realizing that Zoro defeated the human drills, finally decides to teach him. As every one of the other Straw Hat pirates are informed that in 2 years from now, they will reunite with Luffy at Sabaody, Jinbe thanks Luffy for what he has done to him, vowing to meet again at Fishman Island as they go their separate ways. At Rayleigh's request, Hancock's ship lands on Aruscana, an abandoned island, before she and Luffy also say their goodbye. Beginning his training, Luffy tries to attack a large elephant with Gear Second, but it fails. Rayleigh teaches him the observation haki, a power feeling a person's presence, to avoid the elephant's attack before he knocks it out with armament haki, another technique used as an invisible shield and can render a Logia-type devil fruit user out. When the elephant tries to attack again, Rayleigh finally defeats it using the Conqueror's haki, a rare type of that can only be awakened by some. Luffy promises to Rayleigh that he will stay for the next 2 years to control his haki techniques and begin preparing to reunite with his crew. Two years have passed since the war at Marineford, and the Straw Hat Pirates have since trained for their return. Luffy departs to reunite with them as Zoro visits Rayleigh in a bar. At the Sabaody Dome, Brook holds his farewell concert as the Soul King and Sanji and the Okamas go their separate ways. Nami refuses to join a group of pirates who claim to be the Straw Hats, but as soon as she is threatened, Usopp shoots them down. As the Marines are summoned to the archipelago to capture Luffy, Robin discovers Brook's concert pamphlet and a recruitment notice with 2 world government agents in hot pursuit, while Frankie waits with the coded Thousand Sunny. Using a fake disguise provided by Hancock, Luffy and the Kuja tribe go their separate ways and he confronts the fake Straw Hats. At Shaki's bar, Sanji thanks Duval for his efforts in protecting the Thousand Sunny, while Chopper discovers another group of fake Straw Hats and follows them. While Robin continues to evade the government agents from capturing her, Luffy uses his haki techniques to defeat the fake group. Sanji finally discovers Zoro as he destroys the ship he was in, while Robin makes it to the Thousand Sunny and reunites with Frankie. At a marine base, Sentomaru and the pacifistas depart for Sabaody in response to Luffy's return. Chopper finally realizes that the real Nami has arrived and they head for the Thousand Sunny. The Marines encounter a group of pirates gathered for fake Luffy's arrival, including Caribou and Koribu. They frighten the Marine as fake Luffy rallies the pirates. However, the real one gets caught up in the situation. Meanwhile, Brook is confronted by the Marines and his managers before escaping while Shaki informed the others about what has happened. Luffy is caught before the fake Straw Hats. However, the Marines confront them just as Caribou kills the injured Marine and the pacifistas appear, discovering the real Luffy. Sentomaru catches and promptly defeats the fake one, exposing him as Demolo Black. Just as Luffy reveals himself and destroys PX-5 with his new abilities, Sanji and Zoro reunite with him and destroys PX-7 together. Soon after, they all meet up with Rayleigh, and Luffy proclaims that he will become king of the pirates. After Luffy and Rayleigh go their separate ways, he draws a line to prevent the Marines from coming any further to the Straw Hats. The Thousand Sunny is attacked and Hancock stops the Marines from harming them as Sanji is dismayed at Luffy for befriending the Snake Princess. Meanwhile, Heracles uses his beetles to crush a Marine squadron, Herdos uses the weather technology to distract another while Sanji and the Okamas defeat the last one. And with that, Luffy and the others finally leave Sabaody Archipelago for Fishman Island. As Rayleigh remembers that Luffy's straw hat actually belonged to Roger when they first met decades earlier, the Straw Hats explore the vast regions of the deep ocean. Nami reveals that if too many holes are created, the coating will burst and destroy the ship. Frankie reveals that Hatchan was taken to Fishman Island, as he was seriously injured when the Marines tried to claim the Thousand Sunny. It is also revealed that Kuma informed Rayleigh that he sent them away to help the Straw Hats as he is a revolutionary and he was reprogrammed to protect the Thousand Sunny until their arrival. They soon realize that they are being followed by Caribou. Using Momo, the sea cow that used to belong to Arlong as a steed, Caribou and his men prepare to launch a preemptive strike. Caribou orders his men to attack, but Momo, frightened by Luffy's and Sanji's appearance, flees with the crew and the Straw Hats capture him. Just as they discuss about the currents, the ship heads straight for the downward plume, a massive undersea waterfall. However, they notice a large kraken crushing ships for years and it destroys Caribou's, seemingly killing his crew. The trio combine their forces to defeat it, however they get sucked into a vortex, dragging the Thousand Sunny with it as it descends further into the sea. Frankie uses the coup de burst to travel farther into the ocean. They are then attacked by Ankoro, an anglerfish, until a sea bonsai named Watatsumi hits him. Just as the crew thinks they are saved, a ship known as the Flying Dutchman appears, much to their horror. The captain of the Flying Dutchman reveals himself as Vanderdeck Ken 9. He orders Watatsumi and Ankoro to kill the Straw Hats. However, the trio arrive with the Kraken, who was named Surum, and rescues the others by defeating Watatsumi. A volcanic eruption causes Dekken and his crew to flee, and using Surum as a guide, the Straw Hats go even deeper into the sea until are eventually cornered by another Fishman crew. Hammond, a member of the new Fishman pirates, offers Luffy to join them, but is turned down. Meanwhile, the others use one final coup de burst on the Thousand Sunny to flee and arrive to Fishman Island. Upon their arrival, the bubble finally breaks, causing the ship to enter the island and the crew to be separated once again. Luffy, Usopp, Sanji and Chopper awaken in a room and reunite with Kami, who reveals that Hatchan is recuperating from his injuries, and the five travel to the district together and meet the local mermaids, much to Sanji's happiness. Meanwhile, Hammond is ordered by his captain Horty Jones to bring Luffy to him. Frankie rescues Robin and regroups with Nami. Meanwhile, the five Medaka mermaid quintuplets inform the others that a royal ship is arriving. When it finally does with the three princes Fukaboshi, Manboshi and Roboshi, Sanji is forced to hide from them. However, he suffers a nosebleed again, rendering him unconscious, and the three princes have the Ammo Knights attack Luffy and the others. Meanwhile, Zoro awakens in another part of the island and is suddenly confronted with another group of the Ammo Knights. When Chopper asks the others if the fishmen can donate blood to Sanji, Hammond and the others refuse his offer. Luffy attacks the pirates and uses his haki on the Sea King before he, Kami and the others depart with the royal prince's ship. Fukaboshi tells the mermaids that Luffy is a well-known pirate, as he cannot go through immigration, and they were going to give Jinbe's message before Luffy departed. Sanji is given a transfusion from 2 Okamas on the Mermaid Cafe. He reveals that not only has Luffy been poisoned but thanks to the captain's battle with Magellan, he has built up an immunity to it. Meanwhile, Cammy asks Madame Shirley, a fortune teller and proprietor of the restaurant, about Sanji and has Luffy and Usopp enter her room. It is revealed that Charlie has predicted the Great Pirate Era and the past wars, including the death of Whitebeard. Later, the Straw Hats reunite with Brook and Papagu. It is also revealed that Vanderdecken had sent a letter once a week to the princess. As a result, Neptune and his sons formed an army and have been finding Vanderdecken for years. When Luffy asks about the candy factory nearby, he learns that the island is under the protection of Big Mom since Whitebeard's death. Meanwhile, Charlie is dismayed about her prediction that the island will be eventually destroyed by Luffy. In the open sea, Yero remembers the time when he was attacked by the new Fishman pirates and vowing never to return. Meanwhile, Nami reunites with the crew as Neptune, the island's king, appears with his whale Ho and the shark Megalo before them and offers the pirates to go to the Ryugu Palace for a banquet. Hordy uses energy steroids to destroy Giro's ship with only his jaws while his hands were cuffed together. Zio, another one of Hordy's subordinates, reveals that fishmen have 10 times the strength as humans and an energy steroid increases their powers double that for each pill they take. Before it is also revealed that the humans destroyed the wills of both Fisher Tiger and Arlong. He then has his crew go to the island to kill Neptune and make the fishmen a superior race. Caribou breaks out of the barrel and traps Ishili and the mermaids with his swamp fruit powers. Fukaboshi learns that Charlie did have a vision of Luffy destroying the island, and tells the fortune teller that he must deal with the Straw Hats at once. Meanwhile, at Ryugu Palace, Nami reveals that Robin is looking for clues on an important history and Frankie is searching for Tom's relative. Neptune explained that Fishman Island is powered by the roots of the sunlight tree Eve and also supply air to the ocean. The king's advisors scold him for leaving the palace unharmed and tells the Straw Hats that they received a message from Fukaboshi. Meanwhile, Luffy goes into the castle's hardshell tower, discovering food there. However, while running towards it, he unknowingly stumbles upon a gigantic mermaid princess who confronts Luffy, saying that she is not afraid as she is the daughter of King Neptune before bursting into tears. On the sea floor, Vanderdecken reveals that he plans to marry the princess, using his Mark fruit curse to throw a giant axe at her. Meanwhile, at Ryugu Palace, the Minister of the Left accuses the Straw Hats for the conspiracy of destroying the island and kidnapping the mermaids. Luffy saves the princess by stopping the axe before the guards rush in and the princess hides him and is told that the Straw Hat pirates will be detained in the castle's dungeons, as Zoro has been captured. The princess apologizes for her rudeness, revealing that her name is Shirahoshi, who was in the tower for 10 years and that she wants to see a lot of places, causing Luffy to tell her to leave with him. Meanwhile, Nami, Usopp and Brook confront the palace guards just as Zoro, who has escaped from the guards, arrives. On the Noah, Decken meets Hordy, and the two fishmen form an alliance to plot the complete destruction of the island. At the palace, Nami, Usopp, Brook and Zoro tie up King Neptune, the ministers and the palace guards. Just as the minister tries to plead with Nami about the log pose, the princes arrive and meet up with the others. Fukaboshi tells Zoro to round up the remaining crew members and tells the Straw Hats to get out as quickly as possible. Furthermore, it is revealed that Jinbe's message is that the pirates must not fight Hordy. Meanwhile, Luffy and Shirahoshi decide to go out of the palace together to visit the sea forest just as Decken reveals himself to Neptune. Using Megalo, Luffy and Shirahoshi flee the palace and kick Decken's pirates out of the way. On the southeastern part of the Fishman Island, Frankie and Tom's brother Den discuss about the Thousand Sunny and discovers that ships are swept away into the tides, ending up at the sea forest, where the ship is possibly located. Meanwhile, on the Noah, Hachi discovers that Hordy wants to seek revenge against Luffy for destroying Arlong's ambitions and will continue his will. Decken throws a knife through Hachi's back and Hordy rallies his troops to go into the Ryugu Palace. At Coral Hill, Sanji easily confronts the island soldiers before he and Chopper discover Hachi, who informs them that Hordy will invade the palace. Back there, Brooke and the Minister of the Right inform everyone about the invasion just as Horty's men confront the Straw Hats and Neptune. Meanwhile, Luffy and Shirahoshi discuss about visiting her mother Otoheim's grave in the sea forest. At the gravesite, Jinbe pays his respects to her, saying that he never forgets her ideals. On Coral Hill, Horty remarks that this will be the last day of the Ryugu Kingdom as the fishmen are here to drive the humans out of the island. Meanwhile, Robin dispatches a group of armed guards before fleeing to find the ancient poneglyph connected to the true history. Neptune reveals that he cannot return the Thousand Sunny and the rest of the crew if she does not return safely, but Frankie and Den discover the ship already. Meanwhile, Horty and Dekken finally arrive at the palace where Dekken uproots a coral and sends it off to find Shirahoshi, and threatens to kill the princess if she becomes another person's wife. Horty proceeds to destroy the palace by flooding it until Zoro confronts him underwater. And the fishman uses his own man to prevent the attack. Meanwhile, Luffy and Shirahoshi arrive and regroup with the others. The citizens of the island think that Luffy is responsible for the kidnapping. However, Megalo has reached its limit and forces Shirahoshi out, and Chopper orders Sanji not to turn. Sanji, however, does just that and is petrified thanks to her beauty. Oblivious to Dekken's invasion, the fishmen tie up Luffy, but he arrives and confronts Shirahoshi. When she rejects his proposal, saying that he is not her type, he attacks her, but Luffy confronts Dekken to the astonishment of the island's citizens. He knocks out Dekken with his jet hammer before the group flees to the sea forest, as does Nami. At the Ryugu Palace, Zoro uses his lion strike technique on Horty and seemingly defeats him. However, a fishman has his captain take an energy steroid and attack the group again and capture them. Meanwhile, the others finally reach the sea forest and reunites with Jinbe, who is horrified that Shirahoshi has left the palace. When Luffy discovers Otoheim's grave, Jinbe reveals that Shirahoshi could not go to her mother's funeral, as she had encountered the poison from Dekken. Jinbe learns about the current situation at the palace and reveals that he has sent Arlong out into the East Blue 11 years earlier, much to Nami's horror. On Fishman Island, Ikaros, Zio and Hyozo threaten the citizens to leave if they do not step on Otoheim's portrait, and Fukaboshi confronts Dosen to the crowd's excitement. Sanji forewarns Jinbe that he might not forgive the fishmen due to what Arlong did to Nami, as well as his suspicions of Arlong's similarities. It is revealed that the Ryugu Kingdom has suffered discrimination from humans and fishmen, and that he worked for the Sun Pirates Captain Fisher Tiger, who along with Otoheim sought peace between fishmen and humans. 16 years before the Straw Hats enter Fishman Island, Queen Otoheim confronts a thief and her hand is seriously injured. Despite this, Otoheim berates the thief for raising children on the money that he has stolen and makes him promise to become a better man. Otoheim announces that the Ryugu Kingdom must surface and unsuccessfully tries to sign a petition for equality between humans and fishmen. Meanwhile, Arlong and Jinbe have a disagreement over Otoheim's intentions just as Tiger arrives. Later, Tiger becomes an adventurer, Arlong goes up to the surface, and Jinbe joins the army. As Tiger arrives back from Marijua, the four form the Sun Pirates and considers freeing enslaved people. Everyone celebrates Tiger's attack on Marijua, but Horty, however, cheers them on for their goal to kill humans. Meanwhile, Tiger informs everyone that killing them would make them bad as humans, and even further, reveals that the Sun Pirates are about freedom and liberation. Arlong, however, states that they should kill humans and make an example out of them, but Jinbe knocks him out. Otoheim gains support for her petition and Tiger obtains a bounty on his head. 3 years later, Tiger is asked to take Koala, a young slave girl, and gives her the mark of the Sun Pirates and tells her that his crew will take her home. Over time, Koala bonds with the Sun Pirates and 3 weeks later, they arrive at her homeland, Foul Shoot Island. Koala reunites with her mother and bids farewell to Tiger and his crew. However, a group of Marines led by Strawberry appear and wound Tiger, giving him seconds to live. At the sick bay, Tiger tells his crew that he will not allow human blood to be donated to him, and before his death, he informs the pirates that he was never on a voyage and stayed at Marijua as a slave, and begs them not to reveal what happened. Outraged, Arlong returns to Foul Shoot Island to kill the humans, but Borsellino apprehends him and the humans take credit for Tiger's death to protect his reputation and pride. Otoheim, meanwhile, decides to continue her campaign for equality and freedom. When the world government offers Jimby to join the 7 warlords of the sea to promote peace for the island, he has Arlong released from Impel Down. The latter reveals that he is a dog of the world government, and Jimby fights him. However, he is unable to kill Arlong due to their time together. The Sun Pirates go their separate ways, and Otoheim is determined that these actions would to help her cause. A few days later, Josgard, a celestial dragon, arrives on the island, and the islanders are angered by their appearance. One of the former Sun Pirates attempts to kill Josgard, but Otoheim stops them. The Queen forewarns everyone that they must not pass the hatred to their children. However, Josgard threatens the Queen, and Shirahoshi unknowingly uses her power to summon the Sea Kings and save her mother. After Josgard is healed by Aladdin, Otoheim decides to go to the surface to negotiate with him before she reassures to the island citizens that everything will be alright. At the Ryugu Palace, Vanderdecken proposes to marry her by using the Tamadabeko in an attempt to make Shirahoshi age. Otoheim returns to Fishman Island with a signed paper from the Celestial Dragon supporting her cause and persuades the island's residents to sign her petition, and has the 3 brothers promise that they would protect their sister at all costs. Later, most of the signatures are burned and she attempts to save the rest, but she gets shot through the heart by an unknown assailant, killing her. Before succumbing to her wounds, the Queen requests her family will not resent the assassin and have bravery to achieve their goal. Following Otoheim's death, Hordy kills a human pirate and convinces the citizens that the human is responsible for the killing. Meanwhile, Neptune locks himself up in the hardshell tower. As the fishmen gather at the Queen's funeral, Fukaboshi appears on the visual transponder snail and tells them that they will continue to fight discrimination. In the present day, it is revealed that Jimby could not stop Arlong's tyranny in the East Blue, and Sanji turn furious. However, Nami forgives him as she has no resentment towards fishmen except Arlong. Later, Hatchan reveals that Hordy will kill any fishman who is affiliated with humans, just as the fishman begins to broadcast his message via the visual transponder snail. He announces that any fishman who is associated with humans will be exiled from the island and everyone is to migrate to the surface, and that in 3 hours, he will execute King Neptune. Using the box containing the petition signatures, Hordy also reveals that he will kill every single person who signed. Lastly, Hordy states that he will kill the Straw Hat Pirates for crushing Arlong's ambitions. At the Sea Forest, Robin examines a poneglyph containing an apology to Joy Boy. Jimby reveals to the Straw Hats that Shirahoshi is the real threat behind Hordy's plan, so Luffy and she prepare to go face him and the new Fishman Pirates. When Luffy tells Jimby that he is going to save his crew no matter what, the Fishman is forced to fight the Straw Hat captain. At the Ryugu Palace, Brook reveals that he can remove his soul from his body. Meanwhile, Luffy and Jimby's argument over who should fight Hordy leads to a struggle until Robin returns and intervenes with their duel. Hordy plans to drown the Straw Hats, but the cut he received earlier makes him take more pills, while Luffy still insists on rescuing his crew as he and Jimby fight. Hordy arrive to execute Neptune as Daruma chews through the candy factory. Hyozo drunkenly uses his swords to terrorize the fishmen, and Zio uses his camouflaging technique as the 3 head towards the plaza. On the Noah, Dekken decides to kill Shirahoshi while Hordy demands more energy steroids, which lead to him finally becoming muscular and his hair turns white, as Neptune explains the drug's side effects. He then displays his strength to the horror of the island's citizens. Neptune's army launches an offensive strike against him, but they are completely wiped out and Hordy goes to Conchcourt Plaza as Ikaros uses a sea bear to attack the army. The brothers arrive at the plaza and lectures Hordy for trying to ignore the island's history of discrimination. He, however, has his beasts attack the princes and gives energy steroids to his crew and are easily defeated as Neptune watches in horror. Jimby, Shirahoshi and Megalo are captured by Hordy's forces and are put with Neptune and the princes. When Shirley reveals to Hordy that Luffy will destroy Fishman Island, he blasts her with a water bullet and reveals that he is responsible for assassinating Otoheim and also framed a human pirate for it by having him burn the Queen's signatures and kill the pirate. The citizens are filled with horror at hearing the realization, and as Hordy mocks Shirahoshi, the princess reveals that she knows the truth. Meanwhile, in a desperate attempt to kill her, Dekken sets the Noah on a collision course with Fishman Island to destroy everything on it. Shirahoshi reveals that Megalo witnessed the assassination and told her about it, but chose to remain silent to honor her mother's last wish. Just when Hordy is about to kill Neptune, Megalo finally spits out Luffy, who hits Hordy, sending him crashing. Using her Mirage Tempo technique, Nami grabs the Celestial Dragon's letter and a group of keys to the royal family's shackles. As Robin releases the royal family, Frankie uses the giant cannon on the new Fishman pirates, and Ho flees with the princes. The Straw Hats regroup and Luffy tells the island's citizens to decide whether they are friend or foe. When Hordy mocks Luffy, the latter takes down half of Hordy's forces of 50,000 with his haki and tells the Fishman that he will become the king of the pirates. The Straw Hats begin their attack with Luffy, Zoro and Sanji taking the lead in the fight, showing their new powers and abilities from their 2-year separation and training. As the battle rages on between them and the new Fishman pirates, Hordy, who is getting increasingly frustrated over seeing fishmen getting beaten by humans, orders his remaining men to attack Shirahoshi, but their attempts are thwarted by the efforts of Robin and Brook. Frankie then comes riding out of the Thousand Sunny on his newest weapon and tramples many of the fishmen with it, as does Usopp, Chopper and Nami. Angered by these string of defeats, Hordy unleashes his trump card Surum and orders it to attack Luffy. However, Luffy tames Surum again and orders it to protect Shirahoshi before he rejoins the fight. Seeing this, Daruma decides to join the fight, targeting the Brachio Tank 5 and collapsing the ground underneath it. Frankie turned into the Iron Pirate, much to the delight of the crew. It is revealed that Hordy has been forcing Surum to follow his commands by threatening to kill his brother at the North Pole if he does not do as he says, and commands him to crush Shirahoshi. He originally obeys, before Luffy instead offers to save his brother, and heads towards Hordy to fight him. Ikaros and Dosen attempt to intercept Luffy, but are blocked by Zoro and Sanji. Meanwhile, the giant ship Noah came into full view of the island, shocking the citizens as it's on a direct collision. Fukaboshi asks what is so important about a relic of the past, but the king replies that the ship must not be damaged no matter what. Luffy and Hordy continue their fight, with Luffy getting the upper hand with haki and Hordy's attacks being ineffective against. As the ship gets closer, Vander shouts out his desire to kill Shirahoshi and everyone in Fishman Island because of her rejection. Shirahoshi is worried that the ship will kill everyone and so decides to use herself as a lure to divert Noah's course away from the island. Luffy decides to follow to protect her while Hordy grabs onto the giant chains to get revenge. Shirahoshi then uses the palace gateway to leave the air bubble and swim out to open sea. Once the ship is out, Luffy is confronted by Hordy, where he realizes the extent of the disadvantage he has against a fishman in the sea, until he is saved from death when Fukaboshi intervenes. Meanwhile, Dekken once again offers Shirahoshi his hand in marriage, and upon rejection, releases another barrage of attacks that are blocked by Manboshi, Roboshi and Ho. Hordy's energy steroids allow him to catch up with Luffy, who goes to the deck of Noah, as there will be air for him to fight there, but Hordy gets there first and stabs Dekken to destroy the island. After Dekken is defeated, Hordy goes after Shirahoshi, slicing her brothers and reaching her until Luffy attacks him. Watatsumi defeats Surum and then attacks Jinbe, but gets pushed back and managed to bring down Nami, which gives Sanji a reason to attack him. Hyozo, eating too many energy steroids, tries to attack Robin, but Zoro jumps in front and stops his attack. Luffy and the three brothers go against Hordy, who is hell-bent on killing the princess but seems to have an ulterior motive, while the other Straw Hats face off against the new Fishman pirates as the fate of the people rests on their hands. Vander loses consciousness and the massive ship Noah starts to fall. Fukaboshi distracts Hordy while Luffy and the mermaid princess try to get there. Meanwhile, the palace guards start trying to cover Noah with a bubble of air to help Luffy. Fukaboshi gets defeated but manages to learn Hordy's true identity beforehand as the latter eats more energy steroids and powers up. On Fishman Island, Sanji goads Watatsumi into growing larger after saying he's smaller than Surum. Hammond use human pirates as slaves until Robin frees them and easily defeats Hammond. The Minister of the Left order an immediate evacuation of the island as it is revealed that Hordy is a monster born from their environment, and when asked what humans did to him, he answers nothing, and that they've been chosen by the heaven to punish humans. Hordy's past is revealed as he recalls his hatred towards humans. The new Fishman Pirates officers are taught as kids that the humans are an inferior species and they should be punished. Hordy becomes a Neptune army member while he and his crew commit crimes, celebrate the death of Otoheim, and start producing energy steroids. Fukaboshi laments how his mother was killed by the hatred of the island and begs Luffy to bring it back to Zero, who then prepares to attack Hordy. Zio land an attack on Brook, decapitating him. But the latter showcases a new ability, being able to reattach his head, and demonstrates his new sword, Soul Solid, being able to call forth the cold from the underworld. Luffy enters Gear Second and imbues Haki into his arm, setting it on fire, and uses his Red Hawk technique on Hordy, blasting him as the rest of the Straw Hats continue fighting. Hordy uses to the energy steroids to recover and overpowers Luffy, biting him again in the same spot. Enraged, Luffy attacks him with Elephant Gun and finally defeats him. But not before the latter wishes for the Noah to destroy the island and the fishmen who have lost their pride. Brook uses his sword to defeat Zio, Usopp uses his Green Star techniques to defeat Daruma, and Chopper defeat Dosen. Frankie blasts Ikaros, and Jinbe, Sanji and Zoro defeat their opponent as well, while Luffy uses his Elephant Gatling technique to destroy the ship and save everyone on the island. After defeating the new Fishman Pirates, the Straw Hats wait for Luffy as the citizens cheer for him to destroy Noah. And recall how Whitebeard also saved the island at a point in the past, while Neptune laments being unable to keep the promise, with Joy Boy stating there is no choice but to destroy it. As Luffy continues, Shirahoshi intervenes and successfully stops him, and he realizes that Noah has been brought to a halt by a group of Sea Kings before he is rendered unconscious from the wounds. The Sea Kings acknowledge the strength of Luffy's will, as he has won and the battle is finally over. Shirahoshi converses with the Sea Kings, who are surprised that Luffy is able to understand their conversation with her. They recall that Gold Roger was also able to understand them as well. The brothers capture the unconscious Hordy and his lieutenants. All charges against the Straw Hats are dropped and are praised as heroes. Luffy, injured from his fight with Hordy, requires a blood transfusion. However, no one from the island is willing to help as he is a human until Jinbe volunteers, and organizes a new law for the fishmen. After he saves Luffy's life, Luffy offers him to join his crew. As the Straw Hat crew make their own plans to leave Fishman Island, Jinbe reluctantly tells Luffy that he cannot join him at the moment but will in the future when he is finished with his tasks and obligations. They are all soon called to celebrate their victory at the palace, and as the party begins to wind down, Robin discusses a troubling and possibly dangerous secret with King Neptune surrounding his daughter, the ship Noah, and the mysterious Joy Boy. King Neptune talks about the ancient weapons and Shirahoshi being one of them to Robin, while Caribou listens and makes way to her room. Jinbe explains that Akainu fought against Akiji for the title of Fleet Admiral on a certain island, but Akainu won the title and Akiji left since he didn't want to work for him. He also explains Marshal D. Teach taking all of Whitebeard's territories and claiming the title of Yonko among Shanks, Charlotte Lin and Kaido. Jinbe also claims that Blackbeard is searching for the strongest devil fruits so he can extract their abilities and claim them for his own use. Meanwhile, in a cell, Hordy and his crew appear to be aged by the energy steroids that they used, which was later revealed to be aging pills, and still sought vengeance against the royal family, the Straw Hats, and humans. Soon, the Minister of the Left gets news that Baron Tamago and Pecoms, crew members of the Big Mom pirates that are in Fishman Island, going to receive the monthly payment of sweets. With the candy factory destroyed, the island can't pay their monthly payment. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji find Caribou and the treasure he stole earlier, then start searching for a ride back to Ryugu Palace. They find Pecoms and Tamago with the Minister of the Left and realize they are part of Big Mom's crew. Big Mom learns that Fishman Island will not be giving her candy and calls Tamago and Pecoms, who don't want to answer, so Luffy does. He tells her that he ate the rest of the candy and he is willing to give the treasure to her for repayment. Big Mom refuses and states that she will go after Luffy in the New World. However, Luffy responds saying that he will beat her up and claim Fishman Island as his own territory. During a check on the palace, the Minister of the Right gets a report that the Tamate box is gone along with all the treasures and remembers something very important about it. He later tells Neptune that the box is gone and it might explode in the hands of Luffy if he opens it. However, when Luffy returns, he announces that he gave all the treasure that he recovered to Pecoms and Baron Tamago, along with the box. While Neptune and the Minister of the Right worry about the fate of the Straw Hats. Nami beats Luffy up for giving away the treasure, and Jinbe decides to cut off the alliance with Big Mom before things get ugly. Caribou attacks Pecoms to get back his treasure, but the latter reveals himself to be a Zoan-type devil fruit user and render him unconscious before he and Tamago leave. It is later revealed that Smoker and Tashigi were reassigned to the G5 Marine branch that don't even take orders from the HQ, and arrested a bunch of pirates emerging from Fishman Island. They tell Smoker that Luffy beat Horty, with him replying that he already know. Cammy fears that Madame Charlie still believes that Luffy will destroy the Fishman Island because she knows that her predictions are always right. The Minister of the Left gives Nami a new log pose with 3 needles so they can get to the islands in the New World. He explains that the new log pose takes in the magnetic waves of 3 surrounding islands and that the needle that moves the most is the direction of the most dangerous island. Shirahoshi comes and asks them to promise to come back, and they do, before the Straw Hats and the Fishmen go their separate ways. The Straw Hats arrive at a volcanic island that does not show on the New World log pose before they receive a distress call from someone who is being attacked by a samurai. Zoro, Robin, and Usopp go with Luffy, and the group wanders the area seeing the whole place on fire and wonders what happened, but their exploration is suddenly cut short when they encounter a dragon looking hungrily at them. At Raijin Island, Smoker and Tashigi intercept the distress call that Luffy picked up and order the G5 Marines to set a course for Punk Hazard. Luffy and Zoro start fighting the dragon, which is shown to be able to speak and breathe fire. Luffy rockets up to the dragon's back, discovering the presence of a pair of legs, and Zoro takes the opportunity to jump into the air with Usopp's trampoline and decapitates the dragon. Meanwhile, Nami, Chopper, Frankie, Brook, and Sanji are all knocked out due to a sleeping gas and are abducted by men in hazmat suits. Luffy succeeds by pulling out the legs, making everyone think that he killed the man. However, the legs run away trying to look for a Shichibukai, and Luffy follows before he gets stuck with them. Elsewhere, the Straw Hats who were captured are in a prison cell and shown to a gaseous figure known as Master, who is very interested in Frankie. They wake up minutes later in a cell and try to figure out how to get out. They then see a man's head which was cut into pieces and put it together as it tells them that his body was cut by a warlord, and he feels shameful. They then approach a lake that separates the fiery and icy halves of Punk Hazard. Luffy befriends a centaur, and the people of Punk Hazard who work for the Master spot Luffy's group and tell the Harpy Girl about them. The man finds out who they are and says that he doesn't want to go with them because he hates pirates, and explain that the reason he went to the island was to find his son. Frankie then blasts a hole and they escape, running into a room filled with giant children. Luffy races against the centaur he befriended as Usopp contacts Brook, who tells him that the others were captured aside for him as he was a skeleton. The centaur gets a call from his comrades and they tell him that Luffy is the enemy, which leads to a fight with Robin joining in as well. The Straw Hats notice that the Den Den Mushi the centaurs were using had CC written on it, as the Master gets news that the Straw Hats escaped and that one of them can shoot laser beams like the pacifistas. He also learns that they are in the biscuit room with the giant kids and finds out that the Marines are arriving, so he tells his men to send out poison gas to stop them from landing. The G5 men start suffocating from the gas, so they put their masks, with Smoker explaining that the island was the battleground for Akiji and Akainu when they fought for the title of Fleet Admiral 2 years ago. The Straw Hats find a group of children and the samurai head scares them off before the hazmat suit guys arrive and attempt to capture them. Meanwhile, Usopp makes a boat so they can cross the river to the frozen side of Punk Hazard just as the centaur whom Luffy beat earlier tells his boss about where they are heading. Back in Nami's group, the children beg her to save them as they had been on the island for over a year and want to go home. Nami's unwillingness to abandon the kids convinces the others to rescue them as they fight off the enemy. The Marines attempt to reach the snow side of Punk Hazard and shoot to make a path. As Brownbeard attempts to attack the Straw Hats, Chopper, Sanji and Frankie continue to fight off the hazmat suit guys and find out that they look like sheep. Brook is fighting off against the samurai's torso and gets scared when he doesn't talk back and uses two-sword style against him, causing Brook to run away. One of the hazmat men warns the master that G5 is almost at shore and Trafalgar Law, who is with the master, says he will handle them. G5 finally reach the shore and Smoker rang the doorbell to Vegapunk's lab room until Law opens and the G5 Marines get scared. Tashigi claims he is now part of the Shichibukai, but Smoker says he is not allowed to be at Punk Hazard and Law replies that they are not allowed either. As Chopper and Nami step inside a cold room with frozen people, Brownbeard and the Centaurs attempt to kill the Straw Hats, but Zoro cuts the cannons and Luffy deflects the rest as they paddled their way to safety to avoid being sunk. Brook runs away from the samurai's torso and sees it get caught in a big snowball, which starts to roll downhill towards the lake. Smoker and Tashigi play a transmission from earlier in which the Centaur states he is at Punk Hazard to Luffy. Law claims that the message didn't come from there and the Marines tend to forge messages and transmissions to catch pirates and wanted people. The Straw Hats and the children arrive outside and see Law, Smoker and Tashigi, who orders G5 to go after them. Law states he won't allow the Marines to escape and lifts the Marines' ship with his Devil Fruit ability, Room Tact. He and Smoker then prepare to fight, as the latter tells his men they cannot handle Law's Devil Fruit. As Brownbeard's troops prepare to attack the others again, Zoro gets ready to destroy their bullets, but gets dragged down by sharks only to be saved by Brook and defeats Brownbeard's shooters. Having realized that the Straw Hats were fighting them, he orders an immediate retreat, only to be stopped by the group. The Straw Hats who rescued the children attempt to go back into the building to find another escape route, but their hearts get switched by Law, making them have each other's bodies. Law then returns his attention to the Marines and destroys their ship. The G5 attempt to contact headquarters, but he takes away all their Den Mushi too. Smoker fights Law and warns his men to stay back, and Tashigi, who was feeling useless in the situation, attempts to strike the warlord and gets promptly bisected. Soon after, Smoker steps in and takes on a fight with Law, and back at Luffy's group, the beaten Centaurs talk about how they underestimated the Straw Hats and how they took Brownbeard with them. While they contemplate on that, the other group ride Brownbeard to the mysterious building that Brook saw. In the lab, a hazmat guy tells the mysterious Smoke Man that Law and Smoker were in a fight and that the children escaped with Nami's group, and that Smoker saw the children. The man became very angry, but know that if he tried to kill Smoker, the Navy would think that something was up. Just then, the harpy that Usopp saw, Monet, informs him that the pirates they captured were the Straw Hats and that Luffy's group beat Vegapunk's dragon and the Centaurs and were on their way to the facility. Back at the main entrance to the facility, Smoker and Law are still fighting as the G5 are watching and putting themselves back together outside Law's bubble. Smoker tells Law that he never trusted the warlords, and as he charges at him, Law rises a spiked stone from under him and Smoker gets jabbed before the latter pokes out his heart, causing the Smoker to collapse. Luffy sees Law and thanks him for the save 2 years ago before he noticed Smoker on the ground. Tashigi cries over his body and attempts to kill Law, but he switches their hearts. Meanwhile, the kids from the lab complain about the cold, so the samurai uses his Devil Fruit to give the kids and the Straw Hats some heat. Luffy's group then meets up with the others and Robin reveals that Law became a warlord 2 years ago and the samurai explain that he was cut by him, before he reunites with his legs, while on the other side, Law meets up with Caesar Clown, who Smoker speculated was behind everything on the island. The G5 Marines discuss that Caesar Clown is probably behind the island and that the child abduction case in that area could be true, just as Caesar is dealing with a patient that he says needs to be healed, but he sends him to the gas chambers. Brownbeard is tied up and tells Luffy that Caesar and Law saved him and his men from dying from the poisonous gas and was given the ability to walk again, while on the other side, Smoker tells his men that Caesar was behind the failed experiment and not Vegapunk. Meanwhile, Caesar kills his patient with poisonous gas and plans on being the best scientist the world has ever known to surpass Vegapunk himself. As Zoro, Sanji, and Brook looked for the samurai who had gone to look for his torso, the children then started to fall over in pain while asking for candy. Chopper, who had been testing them for any sickness, revealed that they had been given a highly addictive drug and were suffering from withdrawal. They attacked the Straw Hats, who couldn't fight back without injuring the children until eventually Usopp put them to sleep. Back in the lab, Law gave Smoker's heart to Caesar, who had sent the Yeti Cool brothers to deal with the Straw Hats, as the brothers are then shown talking while Zoro, Sanji, and Brook lay unconscious. They then make their way to the destroyed lab where the Straw Hats and the children are. Monet tells Caesar about Law having some relation to Luffy, which makes Caesar mistrust, until Law reassures him. The Yeti brothers attack the cave and shoot Brownbeard. Before they took Nami, who is in Frankie's body. Luffy arrives and attempts to rescue her but fails while Law is challenged by two of Caesar's men as he leaves and attacks them. As Chopper tells the others that Nami was kidnapped. Luffy and Frankie go after the brothers and defeat them, but when Frankie goes against Chopper's warnings and takes a rumble ball, he goes berserk and starts to chase Luffy. Meanwhile, Caesar notices Vegapunk's beam in Frankie's body and craves for it. After Luffy nearly falls into a trap, he faces the brothers and Frankie end up beating one of them before Luffy knocks him out. The second brother tries to escape with Nami before Law appears and defeats him and then proposes an alliance and take down a Yonko to survive in the new world. Luffy and Law agree on an alliance even though the rest of the Straw Hats disapprove. Law returns Frankie and Chopper back to their bodies while Nami ends up in Sanji's because he is far away. Law tells them that they can't go back once things start moving, for example capturing Caesar Clown, who has the Logia-type gas fruit, and warns them that he is highly dangerous, therefore, they need hockey users to beat him. The Marines are continuing their fight against Caesar's men and the three centaurs open the door and see a big glop of slime that seeps out poison gas. Caesar calls the monster Smiley and says that the Straw Hats and the G5 Marines are being used as test subjects for it. After getting back up and fighting Caesar's men, Zoro's group find the samurai's head and unfreeze him. They see Smiley far away, which is a chemical experiment that caused the explosion in Punk Hazard. Law and Chopper head to the lab where Caesar drugged his test subjects to experiment on them as Luffy, Frankie, and Robin arrive out of nowhere, surprising the Marines and Caesar's subordinates. Luffy declares that he will capture Caesar while Law deal with Monet and Chopper tries to find an antidote. Tashigi and Smoker attack Luffy, with Smoker gaining an advantage until he uses Gear Second and tells Smoker to fight him later when he is at full strength. Back in the lab, the group see pieces of Smiley falling onto the stolen warship and Frankie, not being able to find an entrance, uses his radical beam to make an opening. Back in the Burning Lands, Zoro, Sanji, Brook and the samurai see Smiley shooting pieces of itself across the lake. Caesar then appears on top of the lab, explaining that Smiley is weak against water, which is why it is shooting itself across the lake when suddenly, Luffy jumps up and grabs him. Law tells Monet to take a walk with him while Chopper is left in the lab and Luffy faces off against Caesar, who uses his gas robe attack, until he discovers that Luffy is immune to poison. Caesar then uses his gastonets and Smiley to injure, then knocks him out with an unknown ability before the others get knocked out as well. Law and Monet encounter a mysterious figure who causes Law to break down in pain and tells him that it has been a long time since they last met. Law's heart is crushed by the now called Virgo, who was sent along with Monet to watch over Caesar. He then gets knocked out by him as use a bamboo stick with him imbued with hockey. Caesar tells his men to tie up the Straw Hats and G5. Meanwhile, Chopper is looking for a way to cure the children. Zoro's group are waiting for Sanji to rescue the samurai's torso, as the latter uses hockey and realizes it is in a shark's mouth. He manages to escape before the gas consumes him and the samurai reveals himself as Kiemon. He demonstrates his ability by cutting fire and by destroying the slime before he then attempts to find his son Momonosuke, and Zoro's group decides to aid him. Virgo reveals that he is the base commander of the G5 Marine base that take what they please, and when the citizens asked if they could look for their missing children, he revealed that the children were in fact kidnapped, and the Marines refused to help because they said Virgo looked over the missing reports and they all have died. As Nami and Usopp are dealing with children who are going through severe withdrawals, Caesar Clown appears and convinces them to go back to the laboratory by bribing them with candy. After Kiemon destroys so much of the slime, he decides to chase them back to the laboratory. Meanwhile, the others are introduced to both Virgo and Monet as the soldiers close all entrances to the laboratory, leaving the G5 Marines stranded outside to deal with Smiley. Virgo and Monet are still quite not sure what he is planning, and Smoker pieces it together that Virgo is responsible for the cover-ups in the New World. Law then states that Virgo was never really loyal to the Navy because he was originally a pirate all along, working for the notorious underworld broker Joker, who his real name is Donquihawks Doflamingo. As Luffy and Law remains captive in Caesar's lab along with the others, Zoro's group are still running from the slime monster who had finally transferred itself to the ice lands, causing all of its pieces to converge together. At the ruined lab, Usopp and Nami are confronted by Caesar, who mercilessly suffocates them but is interrupted by the revived Brownbeard, who demanded his crew back. However, Caesar beats him and orders to Monet to prepare to broadcast his special experiment to all known brokers to show them his weapon of mass destruction, and among the viewers were the two supernovas, Eustace Kid and Killer. Caesar orders his subordinates to make sure the kids don't escape again. However, Mocha begins to regain her senses, seeing them as monsters. He then revealed to the others that he made a deal with Law in the past to give his heart to him, and in exchange he will get to keep Monet's. He shows Law that Virgo is now in possession of his heart while he himself has Smoker's, but before he would torture him, Monet informs Caesar that the broadcast is ready. It is then shown that a very large candy is being offered to Smiley, which is a deadly weapon known as Shinakuni. As Zoro's group are being chased by Smiley, the poison beast see the candy and promptly swallowed it, ignoring the false heartfelt words from Caesar. He then laughs as everyone watching the broadcast sees the creature behaving strangely. The candy coat dissolves, revealing a special drug designed to convert the entire content of Smiley's body into a perfect weapon of destruction. In the process, Smiley dies, and in a sack of apples, one turns into a devil fruit. The beast's body transforms into poison gas, spreading quickly throughout the island, and its lethal power is demonstrated when Caesar's men are caught in it, being petrified before the eyes of the brokers and the captive Straw Hats. Zoro's team are seen desperately trying to outrun the approaching gas while Caesar moves his captives outside, dangling as the underworld brokers watched the video feed. Kid and Killer decided to ignore it for more important matters, such as forming an alliance between the Kid Pirates, On-Air Pirates and the Hawkins Pirates. Law then decides to set his plan into motion and orders Frankie to blow a fireball at a destroyed ship, creating enough smoke to block the cage from being seen from outside. Law then breaks free, explaining that he switched the sea prism stones with fakes during his stay on the island, and proceeds to free the others and restoring Tashigi and Smoker in their own bodies. Meanwhile, Zoro and Nami's group are still running away from Shinakuni, and they manage to join up while escaping. Luffy's group enter the lab with the aid of Law, and they open the gate, allowing the G5 Marines to get in before Zoro and Kiemon effortlessly cut the gate open, getting everyone inside safely. The G5 Marines panickingly seals the hole back up as Shinakuni proceeds to spread throughout the island. After regaining their senses, the Marines turn their weapons towards the Straw Hats to arrest them. Law returns Nami and Sanji to their original bodies and explains to everyone present that they only have 2 hours to escape. He then continues by saying the only passage that safely leads out of the island is called R66. Smoker then orders Tashigi to take command of the men and rescue the children as he goes to confront Virgo. Meanwhile, Caesar is celebrating the deaths of his victims but notices that the cage has no solidified bodies. Zoro calls out to Luffy, reminding him that this is just the beginning of the new world and he mustn't let his guard down again, and Luffy complies as he plows through the sadder soldiers. Caesar, incensed with the humiliation that his prisoners escaped, orders the passage between Building A and B to be closed and Shinakuni to be let in to kill the intruders. Virgo, however, decided to take care of them himself. Chopper, who was eavesdropping, sneaks out and tries to find his way to the children within the lab as Luffy, Smoker, and Law were the first to cross the gate before it began to close. Shinakuni flows in, petrifying some Marines while the rest hasten their escape. The Straw Hats and most of the Marines got through the gate safely, but a few stayed behind to help Tashigi across. Caesar, angered that they survived, promised that no one will escape this lab alive. The Marines cheer as their beloved Vice Admiral Virgo shows up, but that soon turned to horror when he brutally assaulted them. Tashigi tries to defend them from him but was viciously struck down. That action was enough to cause Sanji to come to the rescue, claiming he heard her tears falling. The Straw Hats and Brownbeard head towards the end of the passage until the small dragon shows up and begins to attack them while Brownbeard suggests to keep running. Chopper manages to run into Mocha, who was still hallucinating, and manages to defeat the soldiers trying to apprehend her and give her a sedative to calm her down. He then pleads for her help to prevent the other children from eating the drugged candy. Meanwhile, Luffy and Smoker are racing towards Building C, where Caesar angrily orders Monet to release the poison gas, only to turn around in shock of seeing Luffy fist buried in his stomach, who declared that he won't let Caesar escape again. As Sanji faces off Virgo, they soon realize that the gas have begun to enter. Meanwhile, Caesar tries to drain the oxygen in the area to kill Luffy but fails once he enters Gear 2 and attacks with Haki, causing the latter to use an oxygen-made sword and fire bursts. Both Sanji and Virgo start running away from the gas, and during this fight, Law makes his way to Building D, where the SAD is made, and Monet decides to enter the fight to protect Caesar and reveals her snow abilities. The door closes on Section A, and it turns out Sanji is still alive as Virgo speaks with Doflamingo about Law. Monet shows off her snow fruit powers to Luffy, and Chopper keeps the drugged children busy so that Mocha can stop the drug. The rest of the Straw Hats are busy escaping Section B while Kiemon and Brook cut down the dragon. And at the same time, a little girl tells the two of Caesar men that Momonosuke entered the secret room and turned into a dragon. Luffy faces Monet and almost dies in the battle due to having his body frozen, but recovers and counters with Haki, thus making a hole in the floor leading to the garbage room where he falls to. Law prepares to attack the SAD room, but is confronted by Virgo, who gives critical punches with his Haki-powered fists and bamboo. In the biscuit room, Monet prevents Mocha from fleeing with the candy until the Straw Hats arrive. Virgo is then confronted by Vice Admiral Smoker, who prepares to fight him. As they start their battle, Sanji, Tashigi, and the G5 are running through the torn B-block when a gas tank explodes, causing Shinokuni to be let in. Caesar instructs that the doors to C and D blocks be closed, driving everyone to the first floor of R block where a trap is ready to expose them to Shinokuni. He then makes a speech to his subordinates, saying that the poisonous gas bomb 4 years ago was Vegapunk's doing, and that he tried to stop him. However, in a flashback it is revealed that Caesar constructed the weapon himself, and when he was told to stop and banished from the science squad, he set it off. Luffy meets Momonosuke in the garbage dump of Block C. In a flashback, Momonosuke didn't want the candy Caesar gave out to the children and he got hungry, so he ate a devil fruit which turned him into a dragon. He then take off after his hunger caused him to hallucinate Doflamingo and fly off with Luffy hanging on. As Kinemon, Usopp and Brook look for sea stone handcuffs, Smoker continues his fight with Virgo, and Chopper group go after the children. Robin gets stabbed by Monet in the arm and Zoro decides to take her on. Mocha runs off with the candy and she thinks back when she and Sind are on a ship to escape from the poison gas. Caesar finds them later and tells them that his own son died from the gas, and he hoped to not see any more children do. Monet hopes to finish off the weaker Straw Hats because it is a strategic tactic and blocks the entrance with a snow wall until Zoro opens up a pathway. Luffy and Momonosuke both fall back down the chute as Caesar talks about how they'll be killed soon. As Sanji and the G5 Marines arrive, Monet uses her devil fruit powers and bites off their shoulder, causing them to panic, leaving only Tashigi, who stays with Zoro, to fend her off. Chopper group come to Mocha the children's aid while Tashigi battles Monet alone after making Zoro stay out of it, due to believing through their past encounters that Zoro can't cut women. Monet continues her assault and almost breaks Tashigi's shoulder with her snow powers, but Zoro comes in and vertically splits Monet in half with a powerful one-sword style technique, shocking both her and Tashigi. She then tries to use one half of her body to attack Zoro from behind but is promptly cut down by Tashigi. At the bottom of the C building, Luffy barely manages to hold onto a small ledge and begins to climb out, carrying an unconscious Momonosuke up. As the kids manage to break through the Straw Hats, Mocha leaves herself with no choice but to eat all the candy, much to Chopper's horror. Zoro and Tashigi run away from the poisonous gas while Luffy and Momonosuke finally got out and run towards their enemy. As Sanji and the G5 Marines continue to assist Chopper vaccinate the children, Usopp finds a door that leads to the room where Caesar and his subordinates are watching the Straw Hats. When Brownbeard confronts Caesar that he wants to get his crew back, Caesar drugs him to keep him quiet. He then orders his subordinates to get rid of Brownbeard and they fire at him, only for Luffy to arrive just in time and punches Caesar again. After getting back on his feet, Caesar tells Luffy Punk Hazard is not supposed to exist and nobody is supposed to know what happens, as Virgo covers up any information and the SAD production is run by Doflamingo. And SAD produces Smile, an artificial Zoan devil fruit belonging to one of the Yonko, who is forming an army of people with artificial fruits. Caesar challenges Luffy to dare pick a fight with such people, only for Luffy to throw another punch telling him that he has been picking fights all along. Smoker continues his fight with Virgo as the Straw Hats, G5 and the children head towards Building Arc 66. Caesar's subordinates find Usopp and attempt to attack him, and Kiemon runs back to Building B, believing the dragon he and Brook killed was Momonosuke. Virgo beats Smoker, but the latter manages to retrieve Law's heart and gives it back to him. He then imbues Haki onto his whole body and attempts to kill Law, but he cuts him in half along with the SAD and the island, telling Doflamingo that he and the Supernovas are going to be the leaders of the new era. The Straw Hats convince the children to run and they continue to escape the poison gas. Caesar tells his subordinates to release the poison gas into Building R66 and consumes it, becoming a big monster before going after his subordinates to intimidate Luffy, who after some pushback managed to defeat Caesar with Grizzly Magnum and sends him flying away. Chopper's group runs into Brook carrying the petrified Kiemon. They then alongside the others and Law make it to Building R66 where they prepare to leave the building. Doflamingo's subordinate named Baby 5 and Buffalo arrive via the latter's spin fruit powers, allowing him to turn any part of his body into a propeller and attempt to rescue Caesar after contacting Doflamingo. Frankie begins to attack the two Donquihawks pirates, who retaliated with Baby 5 turning into weapons with her arms fruit powers and Buffalo launching her at their robot foe. Caesar regains consciousness and remembers he still possesses Smoker's heart and prepares to stab it. Inside Room R, the Straw Hats and everyone else are waiting for their comrades to return with Mocha before riding the transport cart out of the collapsing building, and Momonosuke is alarmed to see his father petrified. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo sent his farewells to Virgo and asks Monet to activate the island's self-destruct, but as she reaches for the switch she feels her heart being stabbed and collapses, and at the same time Caesar Clown stabs the heart, believing it to be Smoker's. The Straw Hats feel the explosion of the SAD room and then see Shinokuni on their trail. Law reveals his clever deception he played on the scientist, where he returned Monet's heart to Caesar without him knowing. At the tanker, Baby 5's missile girl attack failed to take down the Frankie Shogun and their duel continues, whereas Buffalo contact Doflamingo explaining the situation. After confirming that the island wasn't destroyed as intended, Doflamingo decided to tend to the matter himself and flies over the sea towards Punk Hazard. Frankie sends them flying away with a general cannon, and the fight was interrupted with the arrival of the minecart filled with all of the lab escapees. Seeing that Law is allied with the enemy and that the odds are against them, the two decided to run out of Punk Hazard along with Caesar until Usopp and Nami stop them and succeed in capturing him back. Meanwhile, on a giant penguin, a mysterious man is wondering which direction leads to Punk Hazard. The Straw Hat Pirates and the Marines are about to enjoy a large dish prepared by Sanji, where it is revealed that Kiemon is still alive. Law removes the drug from the children and Momonosuke goes back to his human form. While the group celebrates their victory, Smoker talks with Law about him manipulating Luffy, but Law says that it is the other way around, as he revealed his goal to defeat Kaido with his help, but Luffy expressed his desire to defeat all four of the Yonko. After the feast, the Straw Hats alongside Law are about to set sail and leave while seeing the kids off. As Doflamingo spot Baby 5 and Buffaloes on a raft, He finds Law Den Den mushy and get in contact with him just as the latter reveal that they have Caesar, and since he can't produce Smile anymore, his business partner, Kaido, will kill him. Doflamingo tries to negotiate, but Law say that there is only one thing he can do, resign from being a warlord, making Doflamingo furious as he start cursing him. On Punk Hazard, Doflamingo appears from the sky and use Conqueror's Haki to knock most of the G5. He then has the rest kill each other, demanding the whereabouts of Law until Smoker steps into the fight and charge at him. On the Sunny, Luffy asks why they are going to Dressrosa and Law states he has business to attend to. Back on Punk Hazard, Doflamingo is about to unleash the final blow onto Smoker, who is heavily injured, when suddenly Kazan appears and asks him to step aside as Smoker is his friend. Doflamingo prepares to finish Smoker off but is stopped by Kazan's ice, which freezes everything around the warlord, including himself. Yet he manages to break free, and after some talk, Doflamingo leaves with Baby 5 and Buffalo back to Dressrosa, as Kazan asks the G5 to treat Smoker. At the Thousand Sunny, Law tells some details about the recently formed pirate alliance, which makes some of them afraid of being targeted of a Yonko due to holding Caesar captive. Momonosuke is then introduced to the Straw Hat's ship by Nami, which make the others jealous as they continue on their journey. As the world get to know about Doflamingo's resignation from the warlords in the Daily News, Luffy threatens him through the transponder Snail, to which the latter retaliates by stating he possesses something Luffy wants badly, before Law then explains his plan for the destruction of the factory. And during a meeting at the Marine HQ, Buggy is shown to have become a warlord during the time skip, and in order to deal with Doflamingo, Luffy and Law, Akainu dispatches Fujitora Isho. At Dressrosa, during a meeting with the top members of the Don Quixote pirates, Doflamingo is shown to be in possession of Ace's former devil fruit, the Flame Fruit. The Straw Hat pirates and others arrive at Dressrosa. There they divide into three groups: Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Kiemon, who's searching for his comrade Kanjiro, believed to be here, and Frankie head into town. Momonosuke, Chopper, Nami, and Brook protect the Sunny, while Law, Usopp and Robin go deliver Caesar Clown. Luffy's group goes to a restaurant where they see Isho gambling before some of Doflamingo's men start to take advantage of his blindness and cheat him out of his money. Luffy intervenes by telling the old man that he was deceived, and enraged, the thugs attack Luffy only to be defeated by Isho, who uses a gravity-based power. Before he leaves, Luffy interrogates him about his identity, to which he say that for their sake he should not reply, as Zoro's sword Shusui alongside others' belongings are stolen by fairies. His group go after them, where Kiemon gets separated from them. While interrogating the leader of the thugs about the Smile Factory, Luffy and Frankie are told about the Corrida Coliseum event, as at the opening ceremony, the Flame Fruit is introduced to the public, which shocks Luffy. As Zoro searches for his missing katana, Sanji finds himself face to face with a beautiful dancer named Violet, who requires his services in a dire matter. Meanwhile, Luffy and Frankie, in pursuit of the Flame Fruit, arrive at the Coliseum, and as Luffy is about to sign up for the tournament, they encounter a strange one-legged toy soldier known as Thunder Soldier. Frankie requests Luffy to not let anyone discover who he is, and the latter accidentally type Lucy before the two are separated. Frankie asks Thunder Soldier about the Don Quixote family and the factory, much the latter's surprise. Luffy defeats Spartan after he tried to punch him and was about to be disqualified, until Sai broke in and stated that Spartan was the one who started it. The Funk brothers are arguing with Dagama, claiming he's forming alliances in his block. The famous beautiful pirate Cavendish makes an entrance and proceeds to explain to Luffy the rules of entertainment in the Coliseum, the nature and appeal of bloodsport. He also reveals his past as a world-shaking pirate, and lastly his intent to kill the worst generation for stealing his spotlight 2 years ago. While Luffy stares in awe at a great stone statue of a warrior, a gladiator, Rebecca, arrives and explains to him the legend of Kairos the Undefeated, who disappeared from battle for 20 years. The announcer then calls out that the blockade battle royale is over and the champion has been decided, who reveals himself to be Jesus Burgess, the captain of the first ship of the Blackbeard pirates. Meanwhile, Thunder Soldier takes Frankie to a private place so they can discuss his job. While the Marines notice that there are several competitors, the blind man is revealed to be Admiral Fujitora, and at the same time, Luffy is confronted by Bellamy the hyena. Meanwhile, as the Caesar handover team learn about Greenbit, Law is perplexed on why the citizens are so calm despite Doflamingo stepping down as king. They are then shocked to discover that agents from Cypher Pole Zero, who are even more dangerous than CP9, are in Dressrosa. Bartolomeo is heckled by the crowd as he enters the Colosseum, and he responds by throwing a fake bomb into the stands. Cavendish tells Luffy about the competitors and reveals that he was hoping some of the worst generation would enter the tournament so he could kill them. Meanwhile, Bellamy defeats a number of competitors in quick succession, leading him to be targeted by the alliance formed by Dagama in order to protect King Elizabello II. Luffy and Cavendish are approached by Chinjo, who asks how Garp is doing, inadvertently revealing Luffy's true identity. Luffy defends himself from Chinjo's devastating headbutts and Cavendish's irrational hatred while trying to convince them he's Lucy. Chinjo's grandsons manage to intervene, halting his rampage, and that since Luffy is in Block C they can kill him in the ring without repercussions. Cavendish, however, proceeds to hunt him down before he escape and hide underneath the stand's window. At the Battle Royale, only 30 combatants remain in the ring, with Lepanto taken down by former bounty hunters, Abdullah and Jeet, who are in turn defeated by Bellamy. However, much to everyone's disgust, Bartolomeo proceeds to urinate in the water in front of the audience. Fishman Hack sees this as a vulgar display and attacks him from behind, but his attack is nullified and his arm broken while Bartolomeo remains unscathed, leaving everyone confused. With Hack defeated, Bellamy faces off Bartolomeo while at the same time Blue Gilly defeats Ricky. The bribed fighters protecting Elizabello are backstabbed by Dagama, who revealed that Blue Gilly was his partner, but he secretly plans to betray him only for the latter to quickly knocks him out of the ring. Bellamy struggles against Bartolomeo while at the same time, Elizabello is cornered but is fully prepared to unleash his devastating punch, and upon releasing it, he creates a destructive shockwave throughout the ring. When the smoke clears, he and Bartolomeo are the only ones standing, with the latter revealing his Baribari fruit, which allows him to create barriers by crossing his fingers, and defeats him with it, thus making Bartolomeo champion of the Block B. Meanwhile, Frankie is informed by Thunder Soldier that he too is part of an operation to destroy the Smile Factory but needs the cyborg's help in rescuing the prisoner, and tell Frankie the history of Dressrosa. As Luffy walks to the main entrance where the injured fighters are being carried off, he converses with an injured Bellamy, who acknowledges his strength and use of Haki, and when he calls Luffy Straw Hat, Bartolomeo hears this and is shocked. Trafalgar Law and his group are attacked by a school of fighting fish, but manages to get to Greenbit safely and also witness strange voices at a point on the bridge before Greenbit is shown to be a dense jungle. Meanwhile, Sanji and Violet arrives at the next town, and after he fight off some thugs and share a moment with her, Violet cuffs him and is revealed to know his true identity as Blackleg. Upon their arrival to Greenbit, the group discovers a marine ship that crashed, and with 14 minutes before the exchange, Robin and Usopp begin to scout the island as Law takes Caesar to the meeting point. The two discover a squad of Marines who are getting attacked by the forest's inhabitants, losing all of their belongings, before Robin uses her power to capture the fast and seemingly invisible thieves that she believes they are dwarves. Meanwhile at Acacia, Zoro captures his sword thief, being a dwarf named Wicca, who berate herself for being caught, and since she sprained her ankle, Wicca begs Zoro to take her to the flower field to deliver a report that the Don Quixote family are planning to attack the Straw Hat ship. Meanwhile, Sanji is beaten by Violet, who is actually an assassin sent to interrogate him about Law's plan. Her Glare fruit power allows her to look into Sanji's mind for the truth, only to recoil from seeing his perverted mind, before Sanji explained that he never doubted her tears, leaving her genuinely shocked. Robin finds herself captured by dwarves after they knocked her and Usopp unconscious, and is unable to move due to Leo using his Stitch powers to sew her to the ground. When she tells them that she will not harm them, the dwarves release Robin, leaving her baffled at them being so trusting. Violet quickly defeat her men before they kill Sanji after the latter expressed his feelings and proceed to warn him of the grand deception Doflamingo and the world government pulled. At the Colosseum, the C Block Battle Royale start, and Luffy is excited while Law receives a call from Sanji at the exchange site, who attempts to warn him. Sanji explains that Doflamingo didn't resign from the warlords and tells him to leave Green Bit. However, it is too late as the Marines, Fujitora, and Doflamingo get to the exchange point too. Back at the Colosseum, the next rounds begins with Luffy struggling to hide his power. Admiral Fujitora and Doflamingo prepare to fight Law, who is trying to stall them long enough for the Straw Hats to accomplish their missions, and Fujitora demonstrates his powers by summoning a meteor. Violet splits up from Sanji, who reunites with Kiemon, and Frankie gets a call from him complaining about letting their captain enter the tournament. In the Colosseum, Luffy tames the fighting bull while Usopp and Robin learn from the dwarves that Mont Blanc Noland came to their island in the past and is considered a hero by them. Usopp lies to the dwarves that he is a descendant of Noland, only for them to ask for his help in defeating the Don Quixote pirates. The Straw Hats on board the Thousand Sunny find themselves under attack by the Doflamingo family led by Jorah, who transformed the crew as well as the ship into abstract art with her art fruit powers. Jorah reveals that their goal is to capture Momonosuke, and since the ship is deformed, the Straw Hats have no way of leaving. In the Colosseum, Bellamy receives a second chance to earn Doflamingo's favor by assassinating Luffy. Ricky refuses to be treated with the injured but gives in when he meets Rebecca, who he seems to remember as a child. Luffy is becoming a crowd favorite and rides the beast around the ring, until Herodine, a giant from Elbaf, crush him and the bull. Though he is unharmed, his friend isn't, and with anger, Luffy delivered a hockey-infused punch on the giant's face, knocking him out of the tournament. More fighters continue to drop one after another, and the strongest and most infamous fighters begin to face each other until the only one left are Destruction Cannon Idio, Gene the Bandit Ango, the Funk Brothers Kelly and Bobby, the Flower Country's Hasoken Master Chinjo, Sai, and Boo, and finally Luffy, who is becoming a popular underdog. Luffy squares off against Gene to get back his helmet, while Kelly, Funk, Chinjo, and Idio start to take out other competitors. When Gene accidentally hit Chinjo instead of Luffy, the latter knock him out, and Kelly uses his jacket fruit power to let his brother wear him to beat Boo, but is easily defeated by Sai, who then face off Idio, until the final two of Block C are Luffy and Chinjo, who both clash with Conqueror's Haki. Chinjo starts crying over his lack of memories of what Garp did to him and demanded an answer from Luffy, who know nothing about it. Outside in the streets, Sanji and Kiemon are watching Luffy's fight while observing in disguise the numerous Marines waiting to arrest any criminal that exits the stadium. However, not a single loser of the battle royales came out, confusing even Vice Admiral Bastille over what's happening inside. Elsewhere, Thunder Soldier explains that 10 years ago when Doflamingo took over the island, he imposed a strict curfew between humans and toys, and reveals that every toy in the island were once humans who became forgotten by their loved ones caused by a devil fruit user. At Green Bit, Law is barely holding his defense against Isho and Doflamingos. When Usopp questions their war with Doflamingo, the dwarves thought it was a joke and explains that 500 of their people including their princess are held as slaves in Doflamingo's dark factory, and their goal is to rescue them and destroy it, as it's revealed to be hidden in the Corrida Coliseum basement right underneath Luffy's feet. Usopp, Robin and their dwarf allies prepare for battle with the Don Quixote pirates, and as they leave, Gancho reveals to the two that the dwarves' past with Dressrosa began over 900 years ago. Meanwhile, below a field of sunflowers, Thunder Soldier and Frankie are rallying several toys as it is revealed that they are in an alliance with the dwarves, and Zoro is there as well. While Nami is fending off Jorah and finds her Climatact turned into a yet another piece of art, Law is barely able to keep up with Doflamingo's power. Luffy's battle with Chinjo rages forward as they both use Haki, and Chinjo explained that his head was functioning like a powerful drill, until he lost a duel against Garp and had his drill suppressed in his head, which eventually was the main factor towards losing his fame, money and power. Chinjo then prepare for their final showdown when he mocks Ace's death, causing Luffy to deliver a punch imbued with Haki towards his head, which brings back his drill-shaped form. Chinjo falls unconscious and breaks the platform before Luffy is declared as winner of Block C. Shortly after, as he leaves the ring, he is attacked by Cavendish, and Bartolomeo reveals he's a big admirer of Luffy ever since the events in Logue Town and have been following the Straw Hats ever since. Meanwhile Chinjo attempts to thank Luffy for restoring his head, but the latter escapes and is found by Rebecca, who buys him food. As they hide, Luffy overhears Jesus Burgess talking to his captain, Blackbeard, and tells the Yonko that he will not let him have Ace's devil fruit, while Rebecca reveals some of her past to Luffy. Rebecca's mother died when the girls said that she is hungry for not eating for 2 days as they were escaping from people hunting down former nobilities. She leaves Rebecca in an area, saying that she will be back with food, but her mother was discovered by the hunters and was killed. The soldier carries her mom back, saying that even though he couldn't protect her mother, he will protect Rebecca forever until he meets his death, and the two companions' past is shown. In the present, Rebecca walks onto the stage and is booed by the audience, and as Luffy gets angry as she is a nice person, one of the prisoners replies saying that everyone despises her because of her grandfather, the former king who destroyed the country many years ago. The crowd continues to taunt Rebecca until Cavendish shouts at them to stop their shameful jeers and the battle officially starts. Meanwhile, Law is swiftly defeated while Doflamingo decides to tell him more about himself, and Leo alongside Thunder Soldier deliver their speech to the assembled army. Meanwhile in Dressrosa, Zoro is trying to find his way to Nami but runs into Kiemon and Sanji. Violet shows up in disguise and informs them of their ship is being taken towards Greenbit. At the Colosseum, Rebecca is ganged up by 5 warriors but defeats all of them while declaring that she will kill Doflamingo. Meanwhile, Doflamingo reveals that the 19 of the 20 kings who united to form the world government moved to live in Marijua with their families, leaving their old countries to elect new royalty. He then reveals to a defeated Law that the royal family that ruled Dressrosa before the Riku family was none other than the Don Quixote family. Sanji decides to go save Nami and gives Kiemon the map to the toy house to find their ship, while Zoro and Kiemon are spotted by Bartolomeo. On the deformed Thousand Sunny, Brook tricks Jorah to returning his sword back to normal and swiftly defeats her. However, she transforms herself into her Heaven's Door art to take them down, only for Nami to use the giant cannon and leaves her incapacitated on the ship with the help of Momonosuke. Cavendish fights against Gardoa and defeats him, while Mummy, Orlumbus, Meadows, Fighting Lion, Damask, Rolling Logan, Basilia, and Suleiman are introduced and Rebecca fight the rest. At Green Bit, Doflamingo confirms his status as a former world noble, having ceased being one a long time ago. Law manages to escape Fujitora's gravity and makes a run for it with Caesar, but Doflamingo sees through his plan and moves to attack the ship, only for Sanji to intercept him at the last minute. He puts up a fight against him but is ultimately defeated, until Law teleport themselves back to the Thousand Sunny and order them to head to Zou immediately, and the rest are forced to agree when they were assaulted by a flying marine battleship, courtesy of Fujitora. Law reveals that Doflamingo cannot pursue them in cloudless areas with his string fruit, and the Straw Hats escape with Caesar. The two then have a showdown on the Iron Bridge, and Law reveals his goal was to make Doflamingo pay for what he did 13 years ago. They then begin their duel while Violet is seen heading towards the palace on her toy steed. Zoro and Kiemon are with Bartolomeo, who agrees to find Luffy for them, and Rebecca is knocking out fighters by tripping them out of the ring without injuring them until Rolling Logan confronts her. Inside the Colosseum, Sai is being treated along with all of the other injured fighters and are dropped into an underground chamber where all the tournament dropouts and toys were thrown, as everyone has no clue what Doflamingo plans on doing with them. In the Corrida Colosseum, the crowd accuses Rebecca of running around and avoiding the fight, while Rolling Logan is chasing her, knocking out other contestants in the process. He eventually catch up to her till Acilia shows up and has him fall out of the ring before the two team up. Meanwhile, Luffy tries to get a better view of the screen while discussing the dark nature of Dressrosa with the prisoner gladiators, when all of a sudden he encounters Bartolomeo. After some conversation, Ricky reveals himself to be Riku Dole III, the former king of Dressrosa and Rebecca's grandfather, causing many of the fighters to show their respect as Doflamingo's role as an agitator is discussed. Suddenly, a thread of goo from the ceiling drags Sai up a tunnel, where Treble turns him into a toy and releases him out into the public. In the flower fields, Gancho reveals to Usopp, Robin, and Frankie the cruelty of the Don Quixote family from 900 years ago, and how the dwarves were slaved up until the rise of the Riku family. The dwarfs all agree that Doflamingo's presence is terrible, and that an incident framed King Doldo as a villain, so he is undeservedly hated by Dressrosa today, and the Thunder Soldier is revealed to be Rebecca's father. 10 years ago Doflamingo appeared in the king's chambers, asking for a 10 billion belly ransom in order to leave the country alone. Riku sent his soldiers to ask of the citizens money, but while they were willingly trying to help their king, Doflamingo controlled Riku and his soldiers with his ability, and made them attack their own people against their will. While in the shadows, he and his crew wait for the right moment to interfere and act as a saving hero in the eyes of Dressrosa's confused citizens. His subordinates managed to take control of the castle with the help of Monet, who was an undercover servant and took Princess Viola hostage. With his spirit broken, King Riku begs for death and Doflamingo appears with his subordinates to defeat him and his army, setting the grounds for his takeover of the island. Thunder Soldier explains that the king is still alive since Viola pledged her service to Doflamingo in exchange for his life. He also explained that although the toys of Dressrosa were once people who despised him, still remember who they were, but not each other, and that the drive for revolution is still in them, and explains that the reason for their rebellion was the news of Doflamingo's resignation was false, shocking the crew who realized they unintentionally caused it. In the underground chamber, almost all of the fighters were transformed except for Riku and Chinjo, with the latter having mysteriously forgotten that he had grandchildren, while Luffy meets up with Zoro and Kinemon. As they talk, Bellamy begins approaching Luffy, saying he finally found him but start having second thoughts. Just then, Dellinger interrupts, claiming he has orders from Doflamingo to dispose of him, since Bellamy is considered a nuisance. At the Iron Bridge, Law and Doflamingo continue their fight, with the latter having the upper hand. Diamante calls to inform his captain about Violet's betrayal, which Doflamingo had already figured out. He orders Diamante to send Lao Ji at the entrance of the factory to prevent the Straw Hat pirates from destroying it and handle the crowd's entertainment by himself. The Marines see through Zoro's disguise and suspect that Lucy is in fact Straw Hat Luffy, while the crew have a meeting via the transponder Snail and share their knowledge, with Luffy urging them to go all out. Admiral Fujitora arrives at the shores of Dressrosa as the whole place is brought down, showing that Doflamingo has Law beaten on the ground in front of the Colosseum before he shoots him. Doflamingo lies to the shocked citizens that Law was actually responsible for the morning's fake news about him leaving the throne. Zoro and Kinemon attempt to save Law until Fujitora appears, blocking Zoro and sends him underground using his ability. Luffy tries to help, but is blocked by the Colosseum's bars, which are made of sea prism stone. Fujitora and Doflamingo pick up Law and head for the palace, in order to finish their conversation, while Zoro tells Luffy to find a way out as they try to outrun the Marines. At that point, Sanji's group is attacked by what appears to be a singing ship which belongs to Big Mom, who has Tamago and Pecoms, who reveal that their goal is Caesar. Caesar believes they want to kill him because he stole research funds from Big Mom, and the crew realize they have to keep them away from Dressrosa if they want to destroy the factory. Luffy gives the order for the Sunny to head to Zou, and states in anger that they will save Law and defeat Doflamingo. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure enters the Colosseum as Dellinger continues attacking Bellamy until Bartolomeo saves him and he is called to guard the toy house. Thunder Soldier explains Operation SOP, and how there's an underground trading port where Sugar, the one who makes people into toys with her hobby fruit powers, is hiding. As Luffy is looking for the Colosseum's exit, he runs into Bartolomeo and Bellamy, and are shortly approached by a mysterious figure who claims he will be the one to eat the flame fruit. Luffy is then seen shocked and tearfully hugs the man and agrees to let him have Ace's fruit, while Bellamy leads him to an exit and head to the flower field. The dwarf army and the Straw Hats begin to move out, with Frankie taking the front entrance via the toy house while the rest of the army take the secret tunnel that leads to the harbor. Frankie create a huge ruckus in front of the toy house, grabbing the attention of every officer, and in the ensuing chaos, Senor Pink, who was guarding the entrance, prepares to face him. In the tunnel, the dwarves explains to Usopp the size of the Don Quixote family and the identities and strengths of those who are running the operations. As they reach the end of the tunnel, the army find themselves directly underneath the palace plateau where the huge harbor is located. Unnoticed by anyone, the army prepares to find their target, being Sugar, who is guarded by Treble himself. Usopp learns that Thunder Soldier left the group in order to assassinate Doflamingo at his palace, leaving him in command of the army much to his disbelief before he and Robin disguised themselves. Many soldiers were rushed towards the elevator to see the battle between Frankie and Senior Pink, unaware that Thunder Soldier and a few dwarves are hiding inside a crate in the lift. As Thunder Soldier assaults the others and recalls his training of Rebecca, at the Colosseum, an unexplained event caused every fighter in the arena to fall unconscious one after another before anyone could speculate. As the dust clears, the last fighter standing turns out to be Rebecca, making her the winner much to the dissatisfaction of the announcer and the crowd. Speculations of her cheating are thrown, but Rebecca was the only one who saw what really happened, as during the fight, she saw Cavendish fall asleep in the middle of the battle and soon woke up with a sinister face and started cutting down every fighter in his way. Rebecca however managed to avoid a fatal strike from him as he fell asleep again. Outside, Vice Admiral Bastille explained that this was the work of not Cavendish, but his alter ego Hakuba, a dangerous man who eluded the Marines years ago for his technique. At the palace, Doflamingo is standing before King Riku, who is chained up, and gloat that Viola's hopes are worthless, as he had full confidence that his men will prevent the Straw Hat. At that moment, Robin and Usopp have successfully infiltrated the basement harbor, and Luffy's group run into Viola, who wants to help them in entering the palace. Rebecca finds Lucy but notices that he is different than she remembers, and Diamante is announced to be fighting next. Meanwhile, at the palace, Viola shows Luffy's group a secret emergency lift that was kept hidden from Doflamingo. Frankie launches rockets at Senior Pink, who, instead of using his swim fruit power which allows him to swim through the floor and walls, he takes a missile on the face, in order to protect Machvice, who was unable to move. He then gets up and tries to flatten him with a body slam but misses, and the Marines show up to arrest Frankie. In the palace, Fujitora reveals that his intention is to abolish the warlord system, and Doflamingo takes this as a threat, but he says that his orders in defending the country from the Straw Hats still stand. The contenders of the final round, Burgess, Bartolomeo, Lucy, Rebecca, and Diamante make their way in the Colosseum. When some of the losers from Block D attempts to attack Rebecca, Diamante stops them while demonstrating his Ripple fruit powers, which allows him to make his body and objects flutter like a flag. The final round begins as Lucy tries to find the fighting fish with the flame fruit. Meanwhile, Luffy breaks the front gates open and charges through many guard, causing Doflamingo to question why he is there when he should be in the Colosseum. Luffy, Zoro, and Viola make their way up the castle and encounter Pika, who fights them using his stone powers to assimilate into the palace. Cavendish is dropped into the trading port, where he's immobilized by Treble's sticky fruit power and changed into a toy by Sugar. Usopp, Robin, and the dwarves make it to her chamber as Leo reveals his Tatababasco fruit, which they'll use to poison and knock out Sugar. Leo is stopped by Robin after she sees how dangerous Treble is, and in the Colosseum, Burgess earns the ire of the audience when he indiscriminately attacked the crowd while fighting the boss fighting fish. Diamante moved to attack Lucy but broke his sword against the latter's pipe in the process, as Lucy also destroyed Burgess' elbow guard. Lao Ji stumble upon Thunder Soldier's squad and proceeds to prevent them from reaching Doflamingo. Inside the palace, Kiemon decides to disguise himself to elude the Don Quixote family members. Zoro battle with Pika continues as Luffy and Viola move forward. Meanwhile, the tower elevator makes it to the palace first floor as Lao Ji continues to attack Thunder Soldier. After Robin lures Treble out of the officer tower, Leo runs in and throws the Tatababasco in Sugar's bowl, only for her to see through its trick and toss it away and transforms them into toys, while Treble catches a ship with his powers and tosses it to break open the tower. The dwarves are then rounded up and interrogated, who thanks to their naivety reveal Osolan to be the leader, allowing Treble to ignite the slime they were caught in. Leo survives and lands near Usopp and Robin, who evaded capture. At the palace, Thunder Soldier is brutally kicked out of the lift by Lao Ji, and has a flashback of his fight with Rebecca over the false news of Doflamingo's resignation. At the Colosseum, Rebecca lies beaten by Diamante, who taunts her over the death of her mother, and seeing this, Lucy tells Bartolomeo to protect her. Thunder Soldier is then saved by his dwarf squad, and the survivors told him that he must press on. Usopp is skeptical that they would put all their faith on a simple toy soldier, but Leo reveals that Thunder Soldier was the first to be turned and not given a contract. It is why he leads the resistance and that his human identity was the legendary gladiator, Kairos. While Thunder Soldier, Cub, and Rampo progress through the castle, they encounter and battle Gladius, who catches and prepares to blow him up with his pop-pop fruit powers, but he is rescued by Luffy. They then run away and make it to the suit chamber, watching Doflamingo demand information from Law. In the trading port, Leo and his dwarves try once again to poison Sugar, but fail. Robin subdues the two only to be turned into a toy as well. Usopp attempts to escape from the trading port, but after Treble mocks the dwarves and begins stomping them, he returns and decides to fight for them as he launches a shuriken star that cuts Treble to pieces. The Thunder Soldier recalls his time as Kairos. He was arrested for killing some thugs who murdered his best friend, and after much time as a gladiator, Kairos chooses to stay even after winning his freedom, due to the citizens' hatred of him and the traumatic guilt of his act of murder, until his 3,000th fight against a disguised King Riku who convinces him be free. Kairos manages to become King Riku's captain of his guard despite objections from the eldest daughter Scarlet, who at first isn't fond of him but falls in love with the warrior after he saves her from pirates. Kairos and Scarlet later marry after her family helps her fake her death, as to avoid a scandal of a princess marrying a former criminal, and together conceive Rebecca. They have a happy life together as a family, only for Doflamingo to ruin it upon his arrival. Kairos rushes to the palace to see what's happening and is ambushed by the pirates and chained to the ground by his left leg as Doflamingo presents himself, showing King Riku's beaten body. Furious, Kairos cuts his own leg off to attack Doflamingo, until Sugar transforms him to a toy. He escapes, rescuing Riku in the process, but the king does not remember him. Days later, Kairos witnesses Diamante murdering his wife as she tried to bring the food to his daughter. In the underground trade port, Usopp attempts to fight Treble, but is easily defeated and glued to the ground. Sugar proceeds to feed him the Tatababasco berry, but he unleashes a great flame as his eyes pop out, scaring Sugar unconscious. The toys in Dressrosa begin reverting to their human forms, to the shock of the humans around them. The Tontada proclaim Operation SOP was a success as the freed men and women, enraged at Doflamingo for turning them into toys, begin attacking his soldiers and burning down his flags. Meanwhile, Kairos, now remembered by his friends and family, finishes what he started 10 years ago by decapitating Doflamingo's head. The final Colosseum round continues as Rebecca finally remembers her father while Lucy destroys the Colosseum with his dragon claw fists, Dragon's Breath, before leaping at the fighting fish bearing the flame fruit and claims it. Gaining Ace's former powers, he takes off his disguise and Diamante recognizes him as a revolutionary. He then uses Ace's fire fist technique to burn a hole directly through the bottom of the Colosseum. Down in the trade port, Hayreddin picks up the barely conscious Usopp and presents him to all the former toys, proclaiming he is their savior, and the light shines upon him, making the warriors believe he is a god. Asking what to do next, Usopp tells them to destroy the factory behind him. Lucy finally reveals himself to be Luffy's and Ace's long-thought dead brother, Sabo, who is now the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, and is working alongside both Hack and Koala. They explain that the Revolutionary Army is there to stop the distributing of weapons to warring countries, but the many revolutionaries who were sent to Dressrosa were turned into toys. In the royal palace, Kairos takes down Buffalo and Baby 5, and when Luffy is about to unlock Law's Sea Prism cuffs, Doflamingo show himself to be alive and he's going to use the birdcage, much to Law's horror. He reveals that what Kairos decapitated was only a clone made of string and orders Pika to push Luffy and the others off of the palace. Doflamingo then unleashes his birdcage, sealing the entire island in strings who latch onto people and take control of them, forcing them to attack each other. Pika rearranges the whole island, levitating areas such as the palace and the flower field. Soon after, Doflamingo announces a game to kill him to break the cage unless they kill all of the people he is about to name. As citizens and marines are forced to attack each other in the streets of Dressrosa, leading the citizens that King Riku's rampage 10 years ago was due to Doflamingo's manipulation, as he reveals to the island a hit list, which includes the Straw Hat Pirates and King Riku's family, with Usopp having the highest reward. Robin, Usopp, Sabo, Koala, and Hack head for the Smile Factory while Bartolomeo holds off the freed toys. And Kiemon leaves to look for Kenjuro. Frankie goes to destroy the factory. At the palace plateau, Kairos abandons the group to go after Doflamingo, and Rebecca contacts Luffy, asking about her father, to which Luffy states that he promised to end this game. Sabo and Koala separate from Robin's group, and as Law and Luffy argue over what to do next, she investigates the underground trading port and the Marines' attempt to restrain the people being controlled by Parasite. Doflamingo meets with his top executives, where he reveals that the Marines will not hinder them in their activities. Luffy and Zoro face off against Fujitora to get to Doflamingo, while Pika expresses his desire to take the Don Quixote enemies out alone, and it is revealed that he is easily offended by reaction to his high-pitched voice. Robin's group continues to run away from the former toy slaves, and the fight with Fujitora ends as Pika emerges from the ground as a huge golem. When he speaks, Luffy bursts into hysterical laughter which offends Pika, who throws a punch that causes a large shockwave, sending everyone away. Zoro emerges from the rubble, finding Luffy and Law unharmed by the punch. Cavendish comes in and shows gratitude as Luffy's group walks away and gets chased by most of the Coliseum competitors, who argue over who will kill Doflamingo. Their fight against Pika begins as Luffy tries to run away, and when Pika attacks again, Chinjo and Elizabello respond by using Drill Dragon Nail and King Punch respectively to destroy Pika's arm. The Coliseum fighters proceed to decimate the Doflamingo soldiers as Luffy rides the bull toward the giant's head. Pika strikes again, but Luffy breaks his head off with a Grizzly Magnum. Meanwhile, Robin's group manage to elude their pursuers, and as Pika prepares to cut Luffy down with a huge sword, Zoro intercepts it and stays behind to duel him. While the fighters march forward after climbing over Pika's body, Law makes a decision to fight Doflamingo directly, revealing that 13 years ago, Corazon, Law's benefactor, a top executive of the Don Quixote family as well as Doflamingo's biological brother, was killed by him. Robin's group reaches Viola's location and plan to hand over the key to Law's handcuffs, but Riku is still hesitant to trust the pirates until he realizes that the people have unintentionally looked to the Straw Hats for hope. Meanwhile, as Frankie tries to destroy the factory, he is interrupted by Senor Pink and they engage in another battle. Luffy's group reaches the first level of the castle while the Marines and Fujitora are held off by Sabo, whose superior fighting skills defeat the Marines and the Vice Admiral quickly. Isho forgets about the birdcage and calls down a meteorite, resulting in damage that was wider than expected. As Sabo and Fujitora prepare to fight, he reveals that alongside Ace the trio are sworn brothers, and he will be there if Luffy ever calls for his help. After a little help from the Funk brothers pointing out a shortcut, Luffy and the Bull enter a tunnel. Law warns Luffy that facing Doflamingo while he is still handcuffed is dangerous. At the plateau, Bartolomeo, Robin and Rebecca are jumping through the use of the beetles provided by Lyoto and head up with the keys, while back in the tunnel, the two captains are surprised to see Doflamingo waiting for them. Doflamingo's ambush for Luffy and Law is cut short when he is skewered by Abdullah and Jeet, only to be exposed as another string clone. The two captains then learn how Kelly Funk turned on them only to be betrayed by Doflamingo in return, and Luffy decides to make his own shortcut by punching a hole in the roof and carrying Law, while Doflamingo talks with Diamante and Treble and reminisce when they first met Law when he was a child, who wanted to join his crew to destroy everything in sight because he doesn't have much time to live. While Bellamy confronts Doflamingo regarding the assassination attempt, the Don Quixote pirates officers join the fight against the Coliseum fighters. A group citizens discover Usopp's and King Riku's location, and head out to apprehend them, hoping to end Doflamingo's game. The Pink Bee squad informs the dwarves slaves in the Smile Factory that they have been tricked, and they are now fighting against their overseers. Meanwhile, Cavendish offers Luffy and Law a ride to the palace, and Kairos joins Luffy's party and they arrive at the battle. Realizing they have no chance against Doflamingo themselves if they can't even easily beat the officers, they put aside their pride and allow Luffy to move forward, while working together in their fight. As Dagama is beaten by Dellinger, Kiemon finally finds Kenjuro, who was hiding in the walls of the scrap heap, and after a brief reunion, Kenjuro uses his ability to create a poorly drawn sparrow to fly them out to the surface, but the trapped Dressrosa citizens and soldiers beg to be taken along, makes it harder for them. Back at the palace tower, Blue Gilly and Boo are defeated by Dellinger and Mockvice respectively, while the group run into several giant puppet soldiers blocking their path. Pika and Zoros are interrupted by the arrival of Robin's group, who ask him to defeat their enemy so that they can meet Luffy at the 4th level. He then smash Robin, Rebecca, Bartolomeo and Leo aside, but Zoro quickly sends a powerful attack at him, wounding him and declaring that he will become the greatest swordsman in the world. At the Smile Factory, the dwarves continue their revolt and are trying to unlock the door before the factory manager Qin stops them, but Frankie manages to open the door after lying to Senior Pink of an old lady in distress distracting him. He then grabs Qin and uses her to headbutt Senior Pink, stunning him. Angry at being used like a hammer, Qin rants about torturing Frankie as Senior Pink recovers and tells her to shut up as she is interrupting their man's fight, which promptly resumes. As Zoro fights Pika after helping Robin's group move past them, Leo gets a call from Mauji, who informs that Princess Mancheri is not in the factory and could be in the palace, and while Viola is looking for the princess whereabouts, Kiyemon and Kanjiro arrive and make a net for the citizens to reach the plateau. King Riku then comments that Doflamingo will not kill Mancheri since he needs her ability just as much as they do. At the royal palace, a guard is seen feeding food to Mancheri, who is kept in a room crying for Leo to save her. Meanwhile, Luffy's group fight against the giant nutcrackers as Forel is injured in the process. Sugar, who is now scared of anyone long-nosed, swears revenge against Usopp and his friends, and Robin's group is attacked by Gladius, who causes her and Bartolomeo to plummet while Rebecca presses forward and tells Luffy and company to go while she and Bartolomeo prepare to fight Gladius and the giant toys. Rebecca's respite turns to horror when she sees her mother's killer, Diamante, standing before her, and Gladius' first attacks with multiple rupture balls are blocked by Bartolomeo, who then converts into a long staircase towards the 4th level. Sabo's fight with Fujitora continues as the Admiral creates a horizontal gravity force that pushes him back. As Luffy climbs the stairs, Gladius attacks, but Bartolomeo takes it head-on, leaving him injured while Cavendish remains behind to stall the nutcrackers. Diamante easily overwhelms Rebecca, but before he can kill her, Kairos intercepts and the two battle. Rebecca gives Luffy the key to Law's handcuffs, allowing him to destroy the nutcracker. However, Sugar is heading for them, eager to turn the two into toys and gain revenge. Kanjuro finishes his artwork and Usopp uses it as ammo to snipe at Sugar. He has Viola use her ability while the others hold the citizens off as long as they can. Scared that he will lose his captain and friend, Usopp attempts an impossible shot at Sugar and awakens his observation haki, seeing Luffy's aura, and fires before the Dressrosa citizens catch them. Viola watches as the shot successfully reaches Sugar, ere it takes the shape of Usopp's face, scaring her again into unconsciousness. As Luffy and Law finally reach Doflamingo himself, the toys revert into their human selves, and Doflamingo berates Bellamy, calling him a lowlife. Luffy tries to strike Doflamingo but hits Bellamy instead when the warlord uses him like a shield. Law admonishes Luffy to not get angry since Doflamingo likes to provoke his enemies. He then attacks Law with a string clone, all the while Luffy fights a controlled Bellamy. Mad at the warlord for sitting through the fight, Luffy and Law show their trump card as the latter creates a room and switches with Doflamingo, causing him to be struck by Luffy's Red Hawk, while Treble, to his surprise, is incapacitated by Law's radio knife. Doflamingo and Law continue their fight while Sabo is being scolded by Koala for fighting a Marine Admiral since it will attract unwanted attention to the revolutionaries. Usopp and the others at the plateau are released by the citizens since the people are confused at all of the chaos. They beg to their former king for help, but Riku tells them to trust Luffy to overthrow Doflamingo. Admiral Fujitora also declares his trust in Luffy as Treble is having difficulty in reforming himself. The warlord brutally skewers Law with strings and binds the other, leaving him at the mercy of the controlled Bellamy. He then tells them that he hates people looking down at him and reveals how he was once a celestial dragon, as well as his family's past, of how his father made the family leave the life of luxury and how his mother died of illness because of their fallen status. Doflamingo held his father with disdain and killed him, hoping to return to the life of a world noble, but was rejected, leaving him to swear to destroy the entire world ruled by them. As Law questions Doflamingo's feat in manipulating CP0 and the world government, the latter explains that he learned of a national treasure that the world nobles would not want revealed and used the knowledge to blackmail them into granting him their power. He also reveals the full potential of Law's op-op fruit with its power to give eternal life at the cost of the user's own life, but Law is not interested in using it and states that it was thanks to Corazon that he has the power to defeat him. Law then remembers his time in the Don Quixote pirates 16 years ago when he discovered that he had little over 3 years to live, which fueled his desire to destroy everything. He was part of the new recruits that recently joined the crew and met Corazon, a clumsy but talented officer who also hates children and throws Law out the window. When asked how he escaped Flevance, Law reveals that he hid under a mountain of corpses and telling Corazon that he will get his revenge at any cost. Baby 5 asks what Flevance was like and learn how it is a white city caused by the amber lead used to create different types of goods. But it would poison and erode the body if dug up and handled, something the world government and royalty kept secret because of the fortune it would bring. It also consequentially shortened the lifespan, effectively killing the kids before adulthood. As the citizens were killed by soldiers who gunned down anyone they find, Law hides his sick sister Lami in a closet, but finds his parents killed and screams in grief. He leaps through a window as the soldiers fire at him and runs away, but when he returns to the hospital, he finds it burning and suffers a complete mental breakdown, screaming Lami's name. As Law walks through the garbage dump and sees Corazon reading a newspaper, he notes that his family and everyone from Flevance died while Corazon lived, claiming it's not fair. He then lunges toward him but gets caught by Buffalo, who exclaims that he must inform Doflamingo. In the past, Doflamingo, Rocinante, and Homing were hung from the windows of their burning house. A mob of commoners desired revenge for the suffering the celestial dragons had inflicted on them and debated how they should kill them as Doflamingo screams in terror. 17 years ago in Marijua, several world nobles expressed their shock at Homing giving up their status to become normal humans. But after Homing revealed that they moved from Marijua, the people burned their house down searching for them. They then found shelter in a small village, and Homing contacted the world nobles for help, however they refused, and soon after they start eating from a garbage pile before bringing their mother some food, only to find her sick. Eventually, she dies, leaving Rocinante crying as Doflamingo blame Homing for her death. The angry mob then finds them and Homing begs them to pardon his sons as Doflamingo cursed his father for bringing them to ruin. In the present, Doflamingo reveals that he called Law to welcome him to the Don Quixote pirates and explains how Law has a certain quality in his eyes after experiencing such a horrible past, and that they specialize the black market and handle devil fruits, which means there could be a fruit that can cure him. Corazon cover up for Law when asked about his wound, stating that an enemy caused it, much to Law's surprise. Law is then taken under the pirate's name and is forced to reveal his full name as Trafalgar D. Water Law, which alerts Corazon. After being thrown into an alley, Corazon asks Law if what he said before is true, but the latter is surprised that he can speak. Corazon states that the ones with D in their name are considered troublesome by most. He also tells Law about his com-com fruit, which allows him to nullify sounds. Law threatens Corazon, stating that he will tell Doflamingo about his motives and that he could talk, but changes his mind later. The two kept each other's name a secret, and as a result, Rocinante takes him to multiple hospitals in an attempt to save him and they form a bond. 6 months later, as Law's disease has worsened and they camp out, Corazon begins crying and states that the pain felt when Law stabbed him was nothing compared to the pain he must be feeling before walking off. Back in the present, Law presses on his attack on Doflamingo as he swears to himself never to forget the tears Corazon had that night. Under attack from Doflamingo's string clone and a controlled Bellamy, Luffy uses Gear 3rd in armament hockey and tear the strings apart as Law gets up and recalls events from 13 years ago. When Corazon learns of his brother's intentions of stealing the op-op fruit and having him eat it, he resolves to steal it from the pirate, planning to sell his brother to the Navy in order to have Law cure himself. Meanwhile, Doflamingo asks Treble, Pika and Diamante if they have noticed how the Marines have stopped chasing them since Corazon left. 3 days before the fruit is scheduled to be traded to the Marines, Rocinante infiltrates the hideout of the Barrels pirates and successfully steals it, but is caught and attacked. Corazon force-feeds Law the op-op fruit and has him deliver an important message to the Marines about Doflamingo's plan to take over Dressrosa, but Law unknowingly gives the message to a Don Quixote pirate, Virgo, who brutally beats him and Corazon before informing Doflamingo of Rocinante's treachery. The pirates arrive on Minion Island, and Doflamingo traps the remaining pirates in his birdcage as Corazon resolves to have Law survive and remember his smile. Doflamingo confronts his brother, over the latter's betrayal of his crew, with Corazon having placed Law in a chest, and uses his com powers to keep him silent. After learning that Law has eaten fruit and has already left the island, Doflamingo shoots his brother and unknowingly has his crew transport Law to safety. Corazon wills himself to stay alive to maintain his powers' effects long enough for approaching marine battleships to attack, allowing the cannon fire to drown out the grieving Law's cries. Law clashes with Doflamingo and asks him about Luffy and the name D. Doflamingo dismisses the legend surrounding the name as mere superstition. He then reveals to Doflamingo that he is AD as well, leading the latter to cause major damage to Roof. Elsewhere, Diamante causes the ground to shake and the Corrida Coliseum combatants have trouble fighting off the officers. Law uses injection shot on the warlord, piercing him, and states that he has come to pull the trigger that Corazon could not. Luffy eventually gets by Bellamy and defeats the string clone, sending him back to Doflamingo and saving Law from getting killed. Doflamingo releases Bellamy, who starts to reminisce about his past before he uses Spring Hopper and darts around the room preparing to fight Luffy. Idio lands a hit on Dellinger while Sai is confused with Baby Five's actions, who mistake his intentions as romantic advances. Hayreddin is beaten down Mockvice, who repeatedly use his devil fruit powers to increase his weight by tens of tons to crush him. But Hayreddin counters with a powerful punch and manages to send Mockvice flying into the birdcage. While Chinjo struggles against Lao Ji's Geofist techniques, Sai's and Baby Five's conversation go offside, with the women being attracted to him. In a flashback, it's revealed that as a young child Baby Five was abandoned by her mother, who called her useless and unwanted, which is why she is willing to do whatever's asked of her as a way to feel needed. When Baby Five asks Sai how to be of use to him, he jokingly tells her to die, which she tried to do until he stopped her and fight Chinjo, who goes to attack them, resulting in the old man head getting bent. Chinjo awakens and is proud of Sai for surpassing him before being struck down by Lao Ji. In retaliation, Sai challenges him and declares to take Baby Five as his wife before defeating Lao Ji with his grandfather's technique. Rebecca joins the fight and helps Kairos against Diamante as Luffy continues to fight Bellamy, who's pushing himself closer to death. Meanwhile, Doflamingo and Treble defeat Law while Gladius inflates the ground to create a large explosion to kill Cavendish, but with Bartolomeo's help, they survives the attack. Despite being critically injured, Idio continues to fight Dellinger, hoping to buy time, but gets defeated by him due to being a half-fish man, only for the latter to be brutally defeated by Hakuba. While being restrained by Robin, Cavendish struggles to regain control of his body and Gladius attempts to blow them after he shoots Bartolomeo and inflating himself. Seeing no other option, Bartolomeo traps both himself and Gladius in a barrier before attacking, causing the latter to explode. As Cavendish manages to carry Robin to safety using Hakuba's speed, Bartolomeo forms a barrier around his fist and defeats Gladius with a homage to Luffy. On Flower Hill, Robin managed to protect Rebecca, allowing Kairos to continue battling Diamante. While the fallen Don Quixote pirates are brought to Giala and she attempts to revive them with Mancheri's heal fruit powers using her tears, and begin to callously beat her to make her cry just before Leo and Kabu arrive and take down everyone. Frankie and Senor Pink fight off with neither dodging attacks out of their respect for each other. Senor Pink then grabs Frankie while swimming at high speed, saying if he still stands afterwards he will win, before finishing with a devastating suplex. Frankie still stands, and attacks as the other remembers how he met his wife Russian. He lied to her about being a banker due to her hatred of pirates, and they'd eventually married and had a son, while Senor Pink continued secretly working for the Don Quixote family until one day, when returning home from a mission he'd learned that his son died from a fever. Russian confronts him, having learned he never worked for the bank, before running off into a storm where she got caught in a landslide. Though she survived, she was left in a vegetative state and Senior Pink continually visited her, and after jokingly putting on the same kind of bonnet their son wore, he was shocked to see her smile. Despite being mocked and ridiculed by everyone, he continued doing it as it was the only thing that made Russian smile. In the present he is defeated by Frankie, who have come to respect the Macho Ma before collapsing. Meanwhile, Kairos continues to battle Diamante, who uses his ultimate technique, Death and Hombre, while protecting himself under an iron umbrella. Despite being injured, Kairos continues to endure while convincing Rebecca to not shed blood with her innocent hands. He then stumbles due to his shot leg, with Diamante preparing to finish him while constantly taunting him about Scarlett's death. Due to this, he regains his footing before landing a powerful rage-filled strike to Diamante, finally defeating him. With the battle over, as the citizens celebrate, Riku decides to go down to help those in town, with the others following after. Meanwhile, Pika abandons his fight with Zoro to confront Kairos. Upon Kairos explaining that the country is hoping Riku to take up his throne again, Pika descends to the lower level and begins attacking the injured fighters, much to Zoro's fury. Before he advanced toward the King's Plateau to kill Riku, and Zoro is forced to come up with a plan. As Pika reaches the King's Plateau and prepares to attack, Zoro has Orlumbus throw him at high speed toward the giant. He then imbues his swords with armament haki before delivering a powerful attack, slicing Pika's body in two, shocking all observing. Zoro cut all the remaining parts and demand that Pika come out. The latter emerges and clads his whole body with armament haki, only for Zoro to cut him down with his 3000 world technique. As the rubble from Pika's stone body begin to fall toward the plateau, Elizabello uses his king punch to blow it away. The Smile Factory is destroyed by the dwarves, and Bellamy continues his assault, still trying to convince Luffy to fight back, reminiscing about how he came to respect him while silently thanking Luffy for calling him a friend, as the captain defeats him with one hit again. As Doflamingo calls Luffy to the rooftop, it is shown that Law has taken some serious damage, and Doflamingo agonize him, telling the defeated that his whole life and plan was worthless before he points his gun at him, offering a chance by performing the perennial youth operation on him. Upon his refuse, Doflamingo shot Law 8 times just as Luffy breaks through and attacks as the two begin fighting. He then spots Law unresponsive and is shocked, but faintly hears Law's voice telling him to listen closely. The citizens of Dressrosa start to run away in panic as the cage shrink, and Luffy fights Doflamingo, until Law switches places with him in order to land his strongest attack, Gamma Knife, destroying his body from the inside before getting knocked back by Luffy. Law explains that after he got shot the first time, he reduced his lifespan to create a room so large its boundaries couldn't be seen, and swapped places with one of Doflamingo underlings before getting back after Doflamingo stopped shooting. Law prepared to finish Doflamingo off before collapsing from his injuries, while the latter uses his powers to revive himself, sticking up his injured organs, and prepares to kill him. Luffy stops Doflamingo, and the two clash using Haoshiku Haki, while Treble remembers how he found a young Doflamingo and gave him the power to kill anyone he wanted. As Luffy is knocked back, he is caught and immobilized by Treble, and his attacks on him are futile, while Law reveals Treble's slime to be mucus, before he begins to insult Treble and the other executives. The latter retaliate and explains how he and the other 3 Don Quixote executives found Doflamingo and raised him into the man he is today. However, Law responds stating that he's only Doflamingo's puppet, causing the executive to attack him in anger. As Law forms a room and Treble ignores Doflamingo warnings, he gets his chest slashed by the Warlord sword and is defeated, revealing him to his true form. Treble causes a large explosion as a last resort as the others escape toward the flower field, where Luffy gives Law to Robin, but Doflamingo attacks her. Cavendish shows up just in time, allowing Luffy to focus on fighting Doflamingo. As Bartolomeo makes a barrier staircase for everyone to descend on, aside for Law, who wants to see the fight, Doflamingo states that he kept an eye on the Straw Hats since Alabasta, while also remembering his shock upon seeing the D in his name. They continue their fight as the birdcage is closing in. Doflamingo explained that in 50 minutes Dressrosa would be caked in blood, and it would still be at peace if Luffy never set foot on it. But the latter state that there was no peace in the first place, before raising his arm and preparing to activate 4th gear. Marines and pirates alike assist the handicap to get away from the threads, and Viola notices that the center of the birdcage is shifting toward Doflamingo's location, meaning even the King's Plateau will be sliced apart, while Leo and Mancherry use their abilities to reattach Law's severed arm. Back at the palace, Luffy activates Gear 4th, which causes his torso to balloon and forces him to constantly bounce while also covering his body in armament hockey. Doflamingo laughs at this new form, but Luffy blows him into the city far below with a single punch. He then follows using elastic force from his legs to fly and land more blows on Doflamingo, who struggles to keep on while Law notes that he is overusing his hockey. As Frankie and the dwarves evacuate the Smile Factory, they realize that the birdcage is not cutting it up due to it being made of sea stone. Luffy continues battling Doflamingo, however the Shichibukai reveals that his devil fruit has achieved a state known as awakening, and he overwhelms him until he manages to hit Doflamingo with a powerful attack, sending him crashing into the palace plateau. Believing that he has been defeated, the citizens begin to celebrate before they realize Luffy's true identity. The fourth gear runs out before Luffy can deal the final blow, and seeing this, Jesus Burgess leaps down towards the town intending to steal his power. Suddenly, the ground around Doflamingo begins to crack as he is still alive, causing the Straw Hat Captain to fall as well. The others arrive to help Luffy, who needs 10 minutes to regain his haki. Sabo arrives and battles Jesus Burgess, while also revealing his relationship with Luffy, and combine his new powers with his fighting style to blast him with Burning Dragon Claw Fist, while the gladiators go to stall Doflamingo, but are easily overwhelmed. Zoro imbues his swords with armament hockey, trying to push the birdcage back with Kiemon and Kenjuro, and Frankie tells the dwarves to push against the factory, as it would not be destroyed. Mancherry flies over Dressrosa and uses her powers to temporarily heal the gladiators and citizens. Bartolomeo creates a barrier with Robin, Kairos, Leo, and the revived Colosseum fights push against, and Law teleports to help protect Luffy. Viola tells Rebecca not to interfere before attacking Doflamingo with a knife, but he effortlessly kicks her to the ground. Meanwhile, Fujitora imbues his blade in hockey and begins to push the birdcage along with the rest, while the citizens, the fighters, and all who can stand push against the factory. Doflamingo then takes control of Rebecca and forces her to attack her aunt, as 60 seconds remain before the birdcage completely closes. Giants broadcasts himself to everyone on Dressrosa in order to tell them that the gladiator Lucy is in fact Luffy and that he is their only hope, which causes some of the citizens to place their trust in him. An angered Doflamingo impales Giants and then forces Rebecca to attack Viola. However, Luffy, having regained his haki, with Law's help, switches places with Viola and blocks Rebecca's attack as he confronts Doflamingo again. Doflamingo relentlessly attacks Luffy with string and takes control of him, stating that he would not have had to carry out this massacre if they had not cut their puppet strings. Luffy breaks free by activating fourth gear and flies into the air, and remembers sharing his idea for an improved Kong gun with Rayleigh, as he prepares to deliver the final blow. Doflamingo uses his God Thread technique and Luffy unleashes his King Kong gun. The clash between Luffy and the strings is powerful enough to cause ripples and be felt by the citizens below. And everyone cheers for him as he breaks through Doflamingo and sends him flying into the ground. Law looks up at Luffy and remembers how Corazon once told him in some countries, there are people who call those with the name of D, the sworn enemy of the gods, as Doflamingo's shattered glasses fall away. Everyone on Dressrosa rejoices at Doflamingo's defeat as the birdcage disappears, and as Luffy loses consciousness, the people remember their suffering at the hands of Doflamingo, while Kairos sheds human tears for the first time in 10 years. Sabo defeats Burgess, but as the latter riles him up by talking about Ace, he attacks him with his own brother's Fire Fist technique. Meanwhile, the Marines arrest all of the Don Quixote pirates except for Viola, Baby 5, and Bellamy. Maynard broadcasts the destruction on Dressrosa to 3 neighboring islands, and as this occurs, the people of Dressrosa beg Riku to return to the throne even though he rejects. Fujitora and the Marines fall prostrate before Riku in apology for the world government allowing Doflamingo to rule over Dressrosa. And soon news of Doflamingo's defeat at the hand of Luffy and Law's alliance is spread all over the world. Fujitora reveals that he didn't want the Navy to appear to be heroes as they were the ones who allowed Doflamingo to do what he pleased and that he left the Straw Hats to do everything in hopes that they would succeed as they reunite after the battle on Dressrosa. In Marijua, Sakazuki meets with the Garosi, angry about Doflamingo's deception earlier in the day before they are told about his defeat shocking them. As the news about Doflamingo's defeat is carried all over the world, including the supernovas, Capone comments on the news, saying his friends are doing well, and orders his men to retrieve Caesar Clown, as Big Mom's flag is seen behind him. On a sky island, Urich recovers from his wounds, when he is approached by a mysterious man. On another island, X-Drake tells his crew that his father was killed by Doflamingo, but he doesn't hold a grudge about it anymore. However, his comrades scramble to tell Kaido that Doflamingo has been defeated and his supply of smiles has been lost. On Dressrosa, Fujitora and Sakazuki get into an argument as he states that the world government needs to take responsibility for their actions. Sakazuki shouts that it is a matter of credibility and trust, but he replied that if such meaningless trust is important, it would be better not to have any. Sakazuki tells Fujitora that he can never set foot in a marine base until he captures Luffy and Law, which he agrees to. The Straw Hats and others retreat to Kairosa's house to rest and recover before Sabo arrives soon to see Luffy, and everyone except Robin are shocked to meet him. He reveals CP0 is searching for the revolutionaries and they have to leave soon, advising the Straw Hats to do the same, and recalls how he was rescued by Dragon, who brought him to his ship for medical treatment, and when he awoke he'd lost all of his memories. Sabo tells them about how 2 years ago, Dragon confirmed to his subordinates that Luffy was indeed his son, and he began sweating and crying as he read the news report about Ace's death. The news caused him to remember his time with Ace and Luffy and their sworn brotherhood and collapsed in shock. Awaking 3 days later, Sabo revealed that he indeed regained his memories and asked to speak with Dragon. 2 years later, he visited Ace's grave and got permission to participate in the match for the Flame Fruit, where he reunited with his brother. Sabo then gives a Vivre card of Luffy to the Straw Hats, though keeps a piece for himself and leaves on a flock of birds happy that he got to meet Luffy. Meanwhile, Fujitora decides on a dice roll that he will not arrest the Straw Hats tonight, while Kairos states his gratefulness to the Straw Hats for freeing everyone on Dressrosa. The crew on the Thousand Sunny arrives at a mysterious island. Sanji forces Caesar Clown to help a group of people as Nami, Brook, and Momonosuke battle against the pirates Sheepshead and Jinrami. Sheepshead reveals he has a strange devil fruit ability that lets him turn his arms into sheep horns, though Brook and Sanji swiftly defeats him, and his allies decide to call off their mission to find a samurai and leave the island. Meanwhile, a mysterious person lands on the Kid Pirates base after having jumped off the sky island Urich was at. It is explained that the man was set to be executed 40 times. However, all the execution weapons failed and no one could kill him, not even himself. The man rises from the crater and is revealed to be Kaido, who faces Kid's alliance and declares that he wants to start a massive war. Tsuru and Sengoku, who is now an Inspector General, arrive on Dressrosa 3 days after the battle and meet up with Fujitora. Meanwhile, the people prepare to celebrate Riku Dole's return to the throne and Rebecca becoming the crown princess. However, Kairos starts a rumor that she is the daughter of a faraway prince who died in a war, in order to prevent her from being associated with his past. Tsuru rolls a 6 on Fujitora's, allowing the Marines to go after the Straw Hats and their allies. Luffy wakes up and isn't happy about Kairos' decision. Suddenly Bartolomeo enters and reveals that the Marines are coming for them, so the pirates prepare to escape. Luffy departs from the group, saying he needed to do something as Marines occupy the entirety of Dressrosa, but the Corrida Coliseum gladiators take them out in order to clear the way for the Straw Hats. Luffy reaches the royal palace and speaks to Rebecca through the window, asking her if she is fine with Kairos' decision to exit her life. Rebecca confesses that she is not, and Luffy breaks her out of the palace, outraging both the Marines and the citizens of Dressrosa. He brings Rebecca to Kairos' house, where she confronts her father about abandoning her and that she wants to be with him regardless of his past, and the two reconcile. At the royal palace, Viola approaches Riku, revealing that Rebecca had asked her to become crown princess in her stead. Meanwhile, Fujitora approaches the Straw Hats and the Colosseum gladiators as they wait for Luffy to return. Bastille receives reports that marine troops all across the island have lost their weapons and their battleships have been stitched together. Law goes to talk to Sengoku about Don Quixote Rocinante, with Sengoku revealing how he raised Rocinante as a son. He refuses to discuss the D in his name and tell him to not go looking for reasons for Rocinante's love for him, and the best way to honor his memory is to keep living. At the eastern port, Luffy arrives and attacks Fujitora, while the latter wonders why he is announcing his attacks, and the captain replies that it's because he likes him, which causes the admiral to laugh as they exchange blows. They soon escape and run to their ships as Fujitora prepares to crush them with his floating rubble. He notes Luffy's sympathy for his blindness, but reveals that he blinded himself because he had seen many things he did not want to. Suddenly, the citizens of Dressrosa chase after the criminals with the apparent intention of taking down the Straw Hats, but it's only a facade as they know they're the good guys, shouting threats with smiles on their faces. Causing Fujitora to wonder what Luffy looks like, as he regrets blinding himself. The Straw Hats are surprised when they reach the enormous flagship Yanta Maria before Bartolomeo steps forward and requests Luffy to allow the 7 crews present to serve under him. Somewhere at sea, a group of pirates form an alliance to take revenge on Luffy for taking down Doflamingo's market. Luffy initially refuses his allies' request to serve under him, telling them that he does not want control over them. Suddenly, they come under attack by the pirate alliance, but Fujitora destroys it, saying it's a parting gift for Luffy. In response to Luffy's reasoning, Cavendish, Bartolomeo, Sai, Idio, Leo, Hayreddin, and Orlumbus pledge their allegiance to him, where they will help him whenever he needs. Fujitora thanks Luffy for cleaning up the world government's messes, but is shocked when Sengoku overhears it from behind. Rebecca and Kairos watch the Straw Hats depart as they hold each other's hands for the first time in 10 years, and the newly formed Straw Hat Grand Fleet celebrates their formation. The people of Dressrosa celebrate a new era, as the existence of the dwarves is revealed to the humans and they begin fully coexist, and Leo has the humans build statues of Luffy, Kairos, and Usopp, as Riku prepares for reverie. Out at sea, an imprisoned Doflamingo wonders who will gain power over the entire world as the pirate Jack prepares to attack the marine convoy transporting him. Elsewhere, the Straw Hats are shocked to see Bartolomeo's ship, the Going Luffy Senpai, who pays homage to the Straw Hats. He then points to their most important addition, the newly acquired Vivre card that Luffy had given to Bellamy, who decided to go on his own path, as well as all the Grand Fleet crews as they departed. When the group starts hearing to Zoe, Bartolomeo shows them their updated bounties and wanted posters, although notably Sanji is wanted only alive. At Marine Headquarters, Admiral Kizaru gets a report about the new warlord Edward Weevil defeating 16 of Whitebeard's allies while destroying cities, and although many people doubt his claim of being Whitebeard's biological son, Kizaru states that his strength is similar to the former Yonko in his prime. After being caught in thick fog, everyone on the Barto Club ship spot a huge shadow moving, to which to their surprise is a massive elephant. Lore reveals that Zoe is on the elephant's back where it's populated by the mink tribe for 1,000 years. Meanwhile, at Baltigo, Dragon prepares to summon all the top members of the Revolutionary Army after receiving reports of victories on various islands thanks to the Dressrosa incident. Unaware to them, Burgess is near their base, due to stowing away on a ship by chance, and contacts Lafitte and Shiryu to bring the Blackbeard pirates. After defeating the AO pirates, Edward Weevil and his mother, Bakken, decide to go after Luffy in order to find the rest of the Whitebeard pirates. The Straw Hats, the Samurais and Law climb Zoe while discussing about the others and their comrade, Reizo, until a monkey knocks Kiemon and Kanjuro off Ryunoseki. As the Straw Hats and Law make it to the top of Zoe, they find the Makomo dukedom in ruins. They search through the abandoned country and are attacked by the minks that inhabit Zoe, with one of them wearing Nami's clothes. The minks, Carrot and Wanda, leave the Straw Hats and Law in order to stop Luffy from invading the whale forest and getting attacked by the Guardians, but not before giving them directions that'll lead them to their friend's corpse, horrifying the Straw Hats. Not sure that they should trust Wanda, Law advises the others to follow him to find Bepo, while Luffy comes into conflict with two guardians, Roddy and Blackback, until Wanda and Carrot intervene. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats and Law walk through Kurao City seeing signs of recent heavy damage, which Wanda reveals is due to an attack by a pirate named Jack. Zenusha, the elephant that carries Zoe on its back, spouts water onto itself, throwing the Straw Hats into chaos. Meanwhile, Kiyamon, Kanjuro, and the monkey Mink attempt to climb back up, but the water causes them to fall off again. Luffy's group reunite with Law and the rest and head to the Right Belly Fortress, where they receive an unexpected friendly welcome from the Minks. They then reunite with Nami, who start crying, and Chopper. Brook arrives and asks to talk to them privately, while several dog Minks arrive and chew on his bones, relieving that the corpse Wanda mentioned earlier was Brook. Nami explains that they were attacked by one of Big Mom's ships, launched a counterattack, then arrived at Zoe. Suddenly, Duke Dogstorm, one of the rulers of Makomo Dukedom, woke up and asked to see them. As Law reunites with his crew, the Straw Hats go to see Dogstorm and learn what happened 17 days ago to Zoe. Jack and the Beast Pirates attacked the country looking for Reizo, who the Minks never heard of. However, Jack doesn't buy this and continues his assault, and the Minks use their electro ability to fight back. The Straw Hats and Wanda reach Duke Dogstorm's sanatorium, where they meet the Duke as well as his subordinate Sicilian, while Wanda tells the Straw Hats about how they arrived and fought against Jack. Duke Dogstorm tried to explain to Jack that there are no samurais in the country and they should stop their destruction, but Jack ignored him and they begin fighting. A rain eruption gives the Minks a slight upper hand, but then at 6 p.m. Dogstorm retreated with his musketeers to allow the King of the Night to take over. Nekomamushi emerges displaying his strength to Jack, who turns into his human form, revealing he ate an ancient Zoan devil fruit, the elephant fruit, model mammoth. Nekomamushi fights against him until the sun rises and Dogstorm takes over. Wanda explains that the battle dragged on for 5 days, during which the two rulers repelled the enemy forces but were unable to bring down Jack, who out of anger unleashed a poison gas weapon on the whole city, which brought the Minks' resistance to an end. Jack then proceeded to torture the two rulers and their subordinates by cutting their limbs until he heard of Doflamingo's defeat and went to rescue him, only to be supposedly killed in the attempt. The very next day Sanji's group landed at Zoe and stumbled upon the destroyed capital, finding the wounded and injured citizens slowly dying. They left the ruined city to formulate a plan when they heard Nami cry out in distress. Sanji immediately came to her rescue and saved her from a group of Jack's subordinates who quickly flee the island. Regrouping, they force Caesar to use his powers to clear away the gas and to help create an antidote, since he was the one who created it. The crew quickly administer to the survivors, and after everyone's been treated, Sanji passes out food while Brook plays music to the Minks' delight. Wanda explained that they owe a debt to the Straw Hats that they hope they can one day repay. As they walk through the forest, Brook explains that Big Mom's assassins had managed to track the Straw Hats to Zoe, thanks to the fact that Pecoms is actually a Mink and who was known to be a delinquent among the tribe. He and Capone Gang Beji land on the island and quickly learn of Jack's attack and the Straw Hats' miraculous rescue. Wanting to settle the matter without conflict, Sanji and Brook meet with the two in the forest alone to listen to their demands. Beji mentions that they have another mission besides capturing Caesar. However, Pecoms can't harm the Straw Hats after knowing that they saved his homeland from destruction, and angered by that, Beji calls him a coward and subsequently shoots him in the back. Beji then proceeds to use his Castle Fruit ability to call out the soldiers from inside his body to fight Sanji and Brook, then cornering them. It was later found out that Nami and Chopper followed Sanji, but they were captured by Vito. Caesar, who was also hiding in the trees, gets exposed by Beji, who takes the crew into his own body. He hands out an invitation for Big Mom's tea party, telling them that it was for Sanji's wedding with Charlotte Pudding, as it was found out that he is in the Vinsmoke family. When Sanji refused the invitation, Beji tells the Straw Hat crew that they have already been captured as they are in his body, and Vito advises him against turning down Big Mom's invitation before whispering something to him, which after hearing the latter, Sanji's attitude change. Sanji calmly asks Beji for a pen and paper, and after writing a short message, He gives it to Nami to deliver to Luffy before giving the three of them a short goodbye, only to throw them outside the castle gate where they instantly return to normal. Beji moves to recapture them only to be stopped by Nekomamushi, whom Sanji had sensed was nearby. Meanwhile, back inside the castle, he takes Caesar hostage and threatened to kill him to force Beji to leave the island peacefully upon realizing that neither of them can be harmed. Beji reluctantly complies as Nami, Chopper and Brook are forced to watch them leave. In the present, Luffy disapproves of the whole thing and resolves to get Sanji back as Brook points out that they have someone who knows where he is being taken. The group reach the Forest Guardians' home where they are met by Pedro, captain of the Guardians. Entering the compound, Chopper quickly begins administering treatment to Nekomamushi while Luffy and the others meet with Peacocks, who tells them that the head of the Vinsmoke family and Sanji's father is the one who ordered the wedding. And that he is the leader of an organization of assassins known as Germa 66, whom Nami says is a mythical army that doesn't exist. He tells Luffy that the wedding between Sanji and Big Mom's daughter is to form an alliance between the Vinsmoke and the Charlotte family, and that the Straw Hats won't become her subordinates. However, Sanji will no longer be part of their crew. Luffy retorts saying Sanji will refuse, but the latter warns that if he does, Big Mom will kill someone close to him. Luffy then makes the decision to follow Peacocks to the tea party to sabotage the wedding and bring Sanji back before Law show up with his crew and warn him that Kaido will be coming for them soon and that the country is also in danger. Nekomamushi show up and orders a feast to be thrown in the Straw Hats' honor, and while the rest of the crew parties, Brook, Robin and Frankie guard the city gate to prevent Kiemon and Kanjuro from entering the kingdom and invoking the wrath of the Minks, but the two samurai pass through as they fall asleep and look for Luffy. The monkey from the gate rings the warning bell to warn the rest of the country. Duke Dogstorm and Nekomamushi both mobilize their troops and rush to the ruined city to intercept them, only to run into each other and due to their intense rivalry prepare to fight. Meanwhile, Luffy and the rest of the Straw Hats race to find Kiemon and Kanjuro, who have already reunited with Momonosuke and manage to stop them as they enter the city. Kiemon, upon seeing the two kings fight, reveals himself and his comrades to the Minks, announcing that they are from the Kazuki clan in the land of Wano, much to Luffy and the others' surprise. The Mink instantly bow to the samurai, explaining to the Straw Hats that they have been friends with Kiemon's clan and that they are like family to them. Luffy and the others are then shocked to learn that Reizo had indeed been on Zou all along, and that the entire country lied to Jack and the Beast Pirates to keep him safe, explaining that no matter what, they'd never sell out their friend. As Kiemon expresses his gratitude to the two rulers for keeping Reizo safe, Dogstorm and Nekomamushi quickly become angry at each other and prepare to fight, only to be chastised by Momonosuke, who they quickly bow to. Kiemon reveals that he is not Momonosuke's father and that his real father is Kazuki Oden, the great daimyo of Wano. He also explains that he and Kanjuro along with the rulers serve as his retainers. Dogstorm and Nekomamushi decide to call a truce and take the Straw Hats to journey to the large tree in the Whale Forest. They reach a hidden underground chamber to find a distraught Reizo who had been chained to prevent him from giving himself up to Jack. Kiemon and Kanjuro unchain him and finally reunite, while Robin investigates an unusual red poneglyph lying within the chamber. After she finished deciphering it, she discovers coordinates to an unknown location, and Dogstorm explained that it is called a road poneglyph and that there are 4 of them in the world, each with coordinates of a location, and when aligned they reveal the location of Raftel, the last island at the end of the Grand Line and the place where Gold Roger hid the One Piece. Upon hearing this, Luffy and the rest of the crew rejoice, while Nekomamushi tells them that of the 4 poneglyphs, one is with Big Mom, while the other is with Kaido and the locations of the 4th is unknown. Robin is warned that the Yonkos and the other pirates can't decipher them, which means she will be targeted for kidnapping, but Robin responds stating that she'll be protected by her friends. Master Cat tells the crew that the Kazuki clan were very skilled stonemasons who were responsible for sculpting the poneglyphs, and Oden was the last in the line of Kazuki who knew how to read the language, but was executed by the current shogun of Wano and Kaido, captain of the Beast Pirates, since he had traveled to Raftel with Gold Roger. Meanwhile, Jack wakes up and Sheepshead returned to him. The Straw Hats learn that Kaido and the Shogun are after Momonosuke and the others because they believe that Oden passed down the knowledge of Raftel to them. Kinemon reveals that their intention is to take back Wano and open its borders by killing Kaido and the Shogun. When Kinemon asked Luffy for his help, he refused, demanding that Momonosuke speak for himself, and after remembering his parents being killed, Momonosuke states his desire to take down his enemy and ask Luffy for help. Accepting his request, Luffy and Law form an alliance with the Minks and the Samurai to take down Kaido and the Shogun. However, he requests to rescue Sanji from Big Mom before the battle. Meanwhile, Jack punished Sheepshead for returning to him without Reizo, and his fleet returns to Zou to attack it again. But rather than take on the Minks in battle, Jack decides to attack the elephant Zenusha itself, shocking his crew. Back on Zou, Duke Dogstorm and Nekomamushi reminisce about their time with Oden Whitebeard and later Roger. Kinemon states that Oden leaving Wano to go sailing was a crime, and Nami then asks about Crocus' words on the log pose, as he stated that it would guide them to the final destination. However, they reply that rather than leading them directly to Raftel, it will lead them to a place that will be integral to helping them reach it, and Nekomamushi states his intention to find Marco and the Whitebeard pirates as allies for the war. Luffy learned that the remaining Whitebeard pirates went missing after suffering an overwhelming defeat by Blackbeard a year ago. Kinemon plans to go back Wano and help their allies with Law, while Luffy, Nami, Chopper, and Brook decide to set sail to rescue Sanji and take Big Mom's road Poneglyph. Suddenly, Zou starts to shake due to the Beast Pirates' attack, as Luffy and Momonosuke then hear an overwhelming voice inside their heads. Zou continues shaking, and Momonosuke realizes that Zenusha itself is talking to him, and sees that he is under attack by Jack and the Beast's pirates. As the Musketeers and Guardians race off to deal with the enemy, Zenusha receives a crippling blow and tells Momonosuke that it was once punished to walk the seas for eternity. Thus, it could not act against Jack unless given the order, and asks Momonosuke to do so. Momonosuke orders Zenusha to attack, allowing the giant elephant to annihilate Jack's entire fleet with a single swing of its trunk. As the people on Zou recover from the attack, Scratchman Apul contacts Kaido to report the loss of Jack's fleet. Soon after, everyone start to work together to patch up his wound, while Nami looks at a map to find out how to reach Big Mom, and Carrot makes a decision. The group decides to break into four, each with their own personal mission. Nekomamushi's group will search for Marco, while Dogstorm's group stay in Zou to protect it in case of another attack with Momonosuke. In the meantime, Luffy, Nami, Chopper, Brook and Peacoms will go to retrieve Sanji, while the Samurai, Law and the rest of the pirates go to Wano. Jaguar Mink Pedro insists he would be the only one of the tribe to accompany Luffy's group, as only he can keep Peacoms under control. Soon after, Luffy's group descends to the Thousand Sunny, while at Alabasta, Princess Vivi prepares to head out to sea as various royal families begin their journey to the Reverie, such as the Alabasta royal family, Sabo's stepbrother Stelly, who is now the king of Goa Kingdom, and the Neptune royal family, where Shirahoshi is convinced to go by her father and brothers to accompany them. Meanwhile, Luffy's group is exhausted from their wild exit from Zou and begin to set out for Tado Land, only to find Carrot, who have stowed away with them and decided to join them. Luffy decides to handle the cooking to avoid paying Nami. Meanwhile, Dalton, with Koreha from the newly named Cherry Blossom Kingdom, set to the Reverie. Wapol, now king of the Black Drum Kingdom, get ready to go as well, while the Dressrosa royal family also prepares, with Rebecca accompanying them as a lady-in-waiting. Back on the Thousand Sunny, Pedro receives a new paper state the Revolutionary Army's headquarters has been devastated. The attack was caused by the Blackbeard pirates, and when looking at the newspaper, Luffy sees his father Dragon's face for the first time. Despite his concern for Sabo, Pedro states it is more likely they are still alive and safe somewhere. However, this distraction and the fact that Luffy left the stove on, causes a gas explosion in the kitchen, and the meal he planned turn out awful, and that he also wasted a week's worth of food, leaving them with none. At Zou, Dogstorm worries over the fact the enemy might have a Viva card for them, while at the bottom of the sea, Jack, who's immobile, is revealed to still be alive. Meanwhile, Kaido is enraged at Doflamingo's capture, and swears revenge against the worst generation, as it is also revealed he has captured Eustace Kid. As the Sanji retrieval team fight off a storm, Tamago tries to convince Sanji to join Big Mom, but he refuses. When Vito shows him a picture of his fiancée, Pudding, he is immediately love-struck. However, his mood behavior change again when he's grouped in with Germa 66. After returning to his room, Sanji's refusal to cooperate and disrespect causes Gotti to try to attack him but is stopped by a woman, who seems familiar to him. After going days without food, Luffy finally managed to catch a giant fish. However, he starts eating it before Chopper discovers its skin is extremely poisonous, causing him to collapse. The Sanji retrieval team enters Big Mom's territory, where they come across a Germa 66 ship and they see a man who reveals himself to be Sanji's younger brother Yanji, and coldly refuses the team's pleas for an antidote to save Luffy. However, Yanji's sister, Reiju, berates him for his attitude and kick him off their ship before leaping onto the Thousand Sunny. Brook recognizes them as members of the Vinsmoke family which used to rule over the entire North Blue. Reiju then sucks all the poison out of Luffy and cure him, before she and Yanji return to their ship, agreeing to not say anything about their encounter in order to ensure the wedding happens smoothly. Meanwhile, Aladdin sees the scene from underwater and reports the Straw Hat's presence to Jinbe. The team later docks at an island, and despite Picom's orders to wait, Luffy and Chopper run out immediately and come to a town made entirely out of chocolate. They disembarks on Cacao Island that is close to Whole Cake Island in which everything on it is made of chocolate. Luffy and Chopper eat an entire cafe and are nearly arrested, but are saved by the owner, Charlotte Pudding. They converse with her, but Luffy accidentally reveals who he is. On Whole Cake Island, Big Mom oversees the preparation for the wedding tea party, which will occur in 3 days. Pudding and the team recognize each other and discuss the Charlotte family and the upcoming wedding as Pudding offers to secretly help them to retrieve their crewmate. Meanwhile, an agitated Sanji arrives at the Germa Kingdom and his 2 elder brothers show up at the war-torn Brock Kali Island and confer with one of its sides. Back on the Thousand Sunny, the team discover that Picom's is missing, and find a warning scrawled in the bathroom. On Brock Kali Island, Sanji's 2 older brothers end a 2-year war in 4 hours before they prepare to voyage to Whole Cake Island. Meanwhile, the crew sails through Tato Land, marveling at the archipelago's sweet scenery and get suspicious at Pedro's advanced knowledge of the area, and he reveals that he has been here once before. Meanwhile, Big Mom gets a craving for croquembouche that causes her to fall into madness and leaves a path of destruction as she searches for it, causing the ministers to panic and order the citizens to evacuate. Her 16th son Moscato tries to stop her but she kills him in a blind rage. Until Jinbe races in with a pile of croquembouche tourists and feeds them to her, satiating her. With Big Mom in a good mood, Jinbe formally requests to leave her crew, and as they walk towards her castle, he recalls his past experiences with the Straw Hats. Before he went to Whole Cake Island, Jinbe consulted his crew about leaving to join the Straw Hats and they supported him, but Aladdin's wife and Big Mom's daughter Charlotte Praline warned him that no one who tried to leave her mother's crew has emerged alive. In the present, Big Mom takes Jinbe to her castle, and says that he will have to lose something in return as she takes out a roulette wheel to determine what will it be. As night falls, the crew gets stuck in a sea of Mijuame and Pedro reveals that he once sailed with Picom's as explorers looking for poneglyphs. However, he met his defeat here, though is now willing to help the Straw Hats get a hold of Big Mom's poneglyph, and offers to sneak in and get it, while the others rescue Sanji. The next morning, the team finally reaches Whole Cake Island and approach the coast only to find Sanji standing on it. While Pedro and Brook take the shark submerge into Whole Cake Island to look for Big Mom's road poneglyph, the rest are forced to chase after him as he constantly runs away and eludes them. Until they end up inside a forest made mostly of sweets. Luffy encounters a mirrored copy of himself that perfectly reflects his movements, and not knowing what is happening, he attacks his duplicate, who counters with the exact same attacks. Nami, Chopper, and Carrot run from the anthropomorphic rabbit Randolph as he relentlessly attacks them, and also encounter a very large and strange man who is buried in the ground up to his neck. Unbeknownst to the trio, everything in the seducing woods is alive and trying to trap and kill them. Meanwhile, Sanji has arrived at his family's castle, where he reunites with Yanji, who berate him for trying to resist the marriage, which leads to a fight between the two. Back in the forest, the team reunites with Luffy as they attempt to run back, however, they end up right in their initial place each time and realize that everything is alive, while the Luffy with them is revealed to be the mirror duplicate. Luffy returns to its true appearance, the eighth daughter of the Charlotte family, Brûlé, who captures Nami and prepares to slice up her and Carrot's face with her fingernails. The Germa Kingdom sails into Whole Cake Island as Sanji is approached by his father Vinsmoke Judge, who confronts him over his scuffle with Yanji, which resulted in his face getting bashed in. Judge then challenges his son to a duel where Sanji proves to be a match for him, and as they fight, he recalls being abused as a child by his brothers, which Judge did nothing to stop. Meanwhile, Luffy is hunted down by the anthropomorphic flora of the seducing woods. Sanji is overwhelmed by Judge's high-tech weapons, who then sacrifices one of his soldiers to get the jump on him and defeats him. Reiju treats Sanji's wounds, and Judge has explosive cuffs placed on him, forcing him to go through with the wedding with his cooking ability on the line. Meanwhile, Luffy beats the flora before he suddenly finds his teammates, Sanji and Pudding, and chases after them, but none of them speak or acknowledge him. Brook and Pedro infiltrate Sweet City, and discover in the newspaper that Jinbe has withdrawn his request to leave the Big Mom Pirates. They then encounter Pudding being forced to try on wedding dresses, as well as Tamago, who reveals that the Big Mom Pirates know everything about the team's locations. On the northwestern coast of Whole Cake Island, Capone Veggie stands with his family and crew as he shoots the captured Peacoms for not complying with his wishes. In the chateau, Big Mom meets with Caesar Clown, as she seeks to find out the result of the gigantification research she hired him to perform. Caesar lies that Luffy-in-law stalled his research when they destroyed his lab. However, Big Mom reveals that she had her son Perispero make an identical lab out of candy, and gives Caesar 2 weeks to complete the research, threatening to have Perispero turn him into candy otherwise. Luffy discovers duplicates of the others that act like animals and throws them in a pile only to find more duplicates of his crewmates. He finds Nami, who reveals that Brûlé used the mirror fruit to trap Carrot in a mirror, and she was ambushed with Chopper but she ran away. Luffy and her confront the buried man over what he knows, and he reveals that all the flora and fauna is alive because of receiving soul fragments from Big Mom's Soru no Mi ability, explaining that she takes a month's worth of lifespan from all Tato land citizens as taxation and releases them into the wild. When inquired as to how he knows this, the man reveals that he was once one of Big Mom's husbands. Meanwhile, Big Mom orders Charlotte Cracker, one of the 3 sweet commanders in her crew, to go after the Straw Hats. Cracker confronts them and pulls the buried man, Pound, out of the ground, revealing that Big Mom gave permission to kill him, and the other begs him to let him see his daughters Chiffon and Lola one last time. The mention of Lola's name shocks Nami, who recalls meeting her on Thriller Bark and getting a Vivre card pointing to her mother, and realizes that it is none other than Big Mom. Randolph, Brûlé, and the giant tree homie King Baum arrive to finish the job against the Straw Hats. And Brûlé reveals that she has Carrot and Chopper trapped in a mirror, which she shatters. Cracker attempts to execute Pound until Luffy blocks his strike, and as the two fight, the others run away and Nami pulls out Lola's Vivre card that emits the aura of Big Mom's powerful soul, rendering all of the homies unable to attack. Cracker overpowers Luffy in battle, while Nami and Pound are confronted by Brûlé, who tries to drag her into the mirror world, but Pound gains the resolve to attack his stepdaughter, thus branding himself an enemy of the Big Mom Pirates. Nami hits Brûlé with a thunderbolt and sends her falling back into mirror world, and Luffy continues to fight Cracker with determination. He activates Gear 4th, and finally lands a harmful blow on Cracker, who his body is revealed to just be a puppet made of biscuit, and the real one show himself to Luffy, showcasing the powers of the Bis fruit as he creates several of the puppets that Luffy had taken so long to bring down. In the mirror world, Chopper and Carrot struggle to move around with chain balls around their feet, while Nami decides to use the power of her Vivre card to force the homies to attack Cracker, much to their shock. The homies then attack Cracker against their will, while Chopper and Carrot decide to exploit the mirror world and gain access to all the mirrors on Whole Cake Island, as Brook and Pedro hide inside a biscuit soldier homie that is going into the chateau. The next day, Sanji's older brothers Ichiji and Niji return to the Germa Kingdom, and the three reunite, However, Sanji and Niji quickly get into a fight over the latter's treatment of his food and cooks. Luffy cannot reach Cracker before Gear 4th runs out, and he is forced to hide in woods for 10 minutes while Cracker sends biscuit soldiers to look for him. Meanwhile, Sanji's argument against his family members is shut down when Judge reveals that with a single order, he can have the Baratai destroyed and Zeph killed. Sanji is deeply unnerved by this, as he remembers Zeph giving up his leg for him and acting as a real father figure to him. Nami saves Luffy from the biscuit soldier and hide, only for Cracker to catches up and in anger cuts off King Baum's top. Meanwhile, in the Mirror world, Chopper and Carrot find out Sanji's location by spying through mirrors, unaware that Brûlé is hunting them down. In the Germa Kingdom, Niji beats up Cosette in retaliation for Sanji's actions, and the latter becomes enraged when he finds out. Yanji offers to take Sanji to Niji, and leads him to the kingdom's secret cloning facility, where he reveals that Germa 66 soldiers are bred through illegal cloning techniques that Judge worked on with Vegapunk. Sanji is appalled, but when Niji walk in, he wastes no time in attacking him. Nami confronts Cracker and fails before Luffy regains his haki and leaps back into the fight, taking Cracker by surprise. In the Germa Kingdom, Sanji hold back due to the threat on Zeph, which allows Niji to pummel him and the brothers stand over him, causing Sanji to remember his childhood when Judge had given him and his siblings superhuman abilities and had them train their skills, but Sanji continuously fell far behind his siblings' performances, causing him to be viciously bullied. Judge discovered that Sanji possessed no superhuman abilities, and faked his death, locking his son in a dungeon with an iron mask on to act like he never existed. Sanji remembers learning to cook and bringing food to his mother against Judge's wishes. This motivates him to continue learning in the dungeon and feed the rats, which his brothers eventually found out. On several occasions they attack him with Reiju helps treat his injuries afterwards and after Germa 66 climb up the red line en route to Kojia in the East Blue. He tells Reiju about his wish to be a cook and she breaks him out, and when Judge finds Sanji retrieving the key to his face mask, he asks him to never mention being his son, but lets him escape. Reiju leads Sanji to a docked boat as Germa 66 attack begins. In the present, Sanji's face is swollen from a beating by his brothers. Nami produce rain to soften Cracker's biscuit soldiers, allowing Luffy to eat and disable them and leaving Cracker exhausted and angry. Meanwhile, Brûlé finds Chopper and Carrot and starts chasing them with a scythe. In the Germa Kingdom, Reiju gives Sanji a face mask to hide his swollen injuries as the Vinsmoke family prepares to head for the chateau and he reveals to her how he got his chivalry through Zeph's parental example on the Baratai. Luffy is full to bursting from eating all of Cracker's biscuit, causing an enraged Cracker to attack him directly. However, he activates another form of Gear 4th known as Tankman, and defeat him instantly. His unconscious body is discovered by his siblings, who put Sweet City into a state of emergency. Meanwhile, Chopper and Carrot learn where Sanji is going, but they are caught by Brûlé, and Sanji thinks about his crew as he reaches the point of no return. He starts getting memories of his escape from the Germa Kingdom, meeting Zeph, and later joining the Straw Hats while Luffy and Nami ride King Baum out of the woods, and they contact Chopper and Carrot, who reveal where Sanji is headed as they are pursued by Brûlé, who brings Randolph, his crane, and the noble Croc into the world to help her hunt the duo down. Back in the real world, Luffy and Nami reach Sanji, and reunites with him, only for Sanji to kick Luffy out of the carriage, claiming to have accepted his royal heritage and disowning his captain. Luffy refuses to back down from the hostile Sanji, causing the latter to confront and attack him as Nami pleads for him to stop. Finally, Sanji knocks Luffy out and returns to his family. Luffy yells out to him as he leaves, saying that he will stay at this spot and not eat until Sanji returns, as he cannot become the Pirate King without him, which causes Sanji to break down in tears as he is taken to Big Mom. After hearing about Cracker's defeat, Big Mom sends a massive army out to take revenge on Luffy and goes to meet with the Vinsmoke family for lunch. And as they exchange pleasantries, Pudding asks Sanji via note to meet her in private later. Outside, Luffy, Nami, and King Baum watch as the enraged army heads toward them, but a steadfast Luffy refuses to move from his waiting spot. He faces Big Mom's enraged army with determination, and decimates their hordes of soldiers. Nami and King Baum joins in, and as this battle rages on, Sanji talks to Pudding in her room and agrees to marry her tomorrow and make a life together. In the Mirror World, Chopper and Carrot fight against Brûlé and her henchmen, but are subdued by their own reflections, while in the chateau, Sanji makes a deal with Big Mom to spare his friends if he gets married without resisting. In the battle with the enraged army, Amanda kills King Baum by bisecting him, Galette immobilizes Nami, and although Luffy continues fighting here, he is eventually caught and defeated. Tamago increases security on the poneglyphs in the Room of Treasure by having Sweet Commander Smoothie protect them. Brook spies on the room and goes back to tell Pedro as they hatch a plan to get around it. In the Mirror World, Brûlé and her henchmen finally capture Chopper and Carrot, who is later about to be cooked in a pot of boiling water. But Chopper prepares to execute his plan. Big Mom shows the Vinsmoke family her collection of rare creatures trapped inside giant books, while Luffy wakes up alongside Nami to find themselves bound inside one. Big Mom informs Luffy that she found the Tamate box among the treasure Luffy left her at Fishman Island and plans to open it at the wedding. She then asks Nami about Lola and is enraged to hear that she still considers Big Mom part of her family despite refusing a politically motivated marriage and running away. In his quarters, Sanji tries to come to terms with his decision to leave the Straw Hats and vows to give Pudding a happy marriage, as Pedro runs around the treasure repository taking out guards, making Big Mom assume that he is after the Tamate box. Brook manages to sneak into the Room of Treasure with the power of his devil fruit and overwhelms the soldier, while in Brûlé's house, it is revealed that she and her henchmen captured a mirror clone of Carrot. The real Carrot then unleashes an ambush on them as Chopper frees and the two prepare a counterattack. While Sanji picks flowers for Pudding, she goes to the prisoner library to visit Luffy and Nami, and she reveals a secret plan to prevent Sanji from marrying her, shocking the two. And after she leaves, Luffy attempts to escape from their prison. In the Mirror World, Chopper and Carrot successfully execute their counterattack and take out Brûlé and the henchmen. They then plot to use her powers to explore Mirror World and find all their crewmates. In the Room of Treasure, Brook begins transcribing the poneglyphs. However, Big Mom breaks in and confronts him. Meanwhile, Tamago confronts Pedro in the third-floor courtyard, and it is revealed that Pedro had 50 years of his life removed during his invasion 5 years ago after he and Tamago had taken out each other's left eyes. The Vinsmokes plot to keep Pudding in the Germa Kingdom after the wedding, in order to prevent the Big Mom pirates from taking advantage of their deal, while Reiju is sneaking around the chateau, but is suddenly caught and shot with a gun by someone and collapses from her injuries. Pedro battles Baron Tamago and thinks back to the day he and Zippo first arrived on Whole Cake Island. They run into Pecoms and learn that he became a member of the Big Mom pirates. Pedro and Zippo attempt to sneak into Big Mom's treasure repository for her poneglyphs but are ambushed by Tamago and the chess soldiers, thus taking his left eye, until Big Mom appears. Pecoms is shocked at what his friend's done, while Big Mom is angry and makes spin the roulette. She makes Zippo spin it first and takes 100 years of his life, killing him, and tells Pedro to pay the remaining 70 years, but Pecoms manage to persuade her, and Pedro removes his left eye and make Big Mom only take 50 years of his life. In the present, Pedro places his firm belief in the Straw Hats that they will change the world and cuts Tamago in half. Luffy continues trying to escape the prison book by tearing off his hands, as in a flashback, Pudding revealed to Luffy and Nami that she plans to kill Sanji during the wedding and that Big Mom does not intend to let them leave alive. Elsewhere, Sanji goes to Pudding's room and listens in on Pudding taunting Reiju, as she reveals her sinister nature and a plot to assassinate the Vinsmoke family, putting the chef in a heartbroken state. After revealing the truth about the wedding, Pudding removes Reiju's memories of their encounter and has her taken to medical help, while in the Room of Treasure, Brook tries to use his speed to attack Big Mom, but she counters his attacks. Luffy gets closer to ripping his arms off, as Opera prepares to torture Nami for Lola's location, when suddenly, Jinbe arrives and attacks him to free the two. Jinbe burns the book they're trapped in as an act of rebellion against Big Mom that he admits he cannot go back from. Meanwhile, Sanji visits Reiju in the medical center and informs her of the memories Pudding erased. Reiju insists that Sanji escapes, but still plans to attend the wedding herself and allow Germa 66 to be taken out at the expense of her own life. She explains that when their mother Sora was pregnant she was strongly opposed to the surgery planned for them, as it would make them extremely strong but also emotionless. Sora took a drug to undo the surgery's effects which left her weakened and was only successful on Sanji. While Judge blames him for her death, Reiju tells him that Sora never regretted her actions due to Sanji being a kind child. In the chateau courtyard, Tamago regenerates into a stronger known as Viscount Hyoko with his devil fruit power. Pedro fights and manages to defeat this form, but Hyoko regenerates into a stronger form, and the latter lights a string of bombs and attempts to take out all the surrounding enemies in a massive explosion. In the Room of Treasure, Brook's sword is unable to pierce Big Mom's skin, and he is finally defeated, but not before managing to injure Prometheus. Pudding then comes in, and Big Mom reveals to Brook that she can awaken the ability to read the poneglyphs with her third eye. Below, Luffy fights against Cadenza in his race to find Sanji, and knocks out the pirate after choking him for the location. In the infirmary, Reiju encourages Sanji to escape and leave their family to die, revealing that she replaced the explosive cuffs on his wrists with duds, which will allow him to leave without repercussions. As Pedro detonates a string of dynamite at the courtyard, Chopper grabs him into the Miro world, and while traveling they manage to locate Nami and Jinbe, who are evading the Big Mom pirates. Meanwhile, Luffy continues running through the chateau and is confronted by Cabaletta but defeats him and continues onward until he eventually comes across the infirmary, where Reiju hides him from the pursuing pirates. She informs Luffy that Sanji has been made aware of Pudding's deception and he decides to return to the place where he promised to wait for Sanji. After jumping out of the chateau and landing in Sweet City, Luffy is confronted by chess soldiers. Big Mom continues holding Brook captive and goes over the Vinsmoke assassination plan with Pudding before the pirates have a meeting believing the intruders have been dealt with. Inside Sweet City, Luffy battles against 2 chess soldiers and 2 members of the Big Mom pirates but is able to muster enough strength to defeat his opponents. The team finds the mirror leading to Brook who's in Big Mom's bedroom. While she is sleeping, the team retrieve Brook and replace him with another skeleton, and while Sanji hurries towards the place where Luffy promised to wait for him, the latter is approaching his destination, until Charlotte counter-ambushes him. But despite his best effort, his hunger causes him to be easily overpowered, while Brook reveals to the crew that he successfully transcribed Big Mom's poneglyphs into his skeleton, shocking all of them. As the team prepares to find Sanji, Jinbe states that they should reach him before the wedding, as there is a plot going on behind the scenes that will plunge it into chaos. In the Whole Cake Chateau, the Vinsmoke celebrate by drinking alcohol, and outside, Bobbin is shot by a mysterious gunman while pursuing Sanji. After a harsh struggle, Luffy finally manages to defeat Counter and rests beside King Baum's corpse as his stomach rumbles. Sanji later arrives with food that he kept for Luffy and finds him just as he wakes up from the smell of his bento. After he gave him the food, he once again attempts to convince Luffy to leave without him, but in response, Luffy punches and forces him to say his true feelings. Sanji then tearfully admits that he wants to return to the Straw Hats but could not abandon his family. Happy to hear Sanji's answer, Luffy decides to help him crash the wedding. The team manage to contact them through a mirror shard, and Jinbe proceeds to talk about Beji's past, before revealing that he plots to assassinate Big Mom during the tea party and proposes forming an alliance with him. The team goes to the Fire Tank Pirates hideout to meet Capone Beji. Meanwhile, the Sun Pirates tend to an injured Pecoms and guard him to prevent him from reporting to Big Mom. The meeting between the crew and the Fire Tank Pirates begins, and after a brief quarrel, Jinbe convinces everyone to put their differences aside. Beji reveals that he recruited Caesar for his assassination plot and goes over his plan. After Beji explains about an incident concerning the photo of Mother Carmel, a servant accidentally knocked it and slightly damaged it, which caused Big Mom to go into a breakdown and fell to her knees, thus hurting them. Thus, the plan to kill her during the wedding ceremony will center around destroying the portrait. The Alliance will have earplugs to protect themselves from her shriek, and Beji asks Luffy to cause a distraction, which he agrees to. The groups review their plans for the tea party and intend to use a mirror and brulee to escape, and after the meeting concludes, Sanji returns to his to prepare for the wedding. Meanwhile, the Sun Pirates prepare to leave Whole Cake Island after tying Pecoms to a rock. The guests, the Underworld Emperors, arrive and Beji and his crew act as security for the wedding. When the Vinsmoke family show up, they are asked to relinquish their weapons and raid suits. As the team prepares for Beji's operation, Luffy goes to the woods to catch animals, and at the venue, an angry guest Jigra is trying to force his way in only to be shot down by Katakuri. Shortly afterwards, the organ-trading assassin group attacks the venue, but they are easily defeated by Daifuku and Oven. And as all the guests arrive at the venue, Big Mom appears and the tea party begins. She receives the portrait of Mother Carmel as well as presents from her guests, and reveals that she will be opening the Tamadabeko she got from Fishman Island after the wedding. Meanwhile, Sanji struggles to not be fooled by Pudding's facade as the two of them practice their vows before being flown out to the venue. Strussen brings out the wedding cake with the altar at the top, and after reaching it, Pudding reveals her third eye to Sanji, who says that it is beautiful, something that no one else has said to her before. She breaks down in tears, causing Big Mom's plan to go awry, and Katakuri tries to assassinate Sanji himself but fails, and soon after Luffy and his duplicates intrude into the venue by bursting out of the wedding cake. They run amok at the venue as the cake collapses, and as Luffy goes after Carmel's photo, his attempt gets thwarted by Katakuri. Jinbe steps in and saves Luffy before confronting Big Mom and declares his intention to leave her crew and join the Straw Hats. Big Mom then attempts to take Jinbe's lifespan, but his lack of fear towards her causes her powers to have no effect. As Big Mom attacks Jinbe in a fit of rage, Brook shows up out of nowhere and destroys the photo of Carmel. Even though Big Mom gets a mental crisis, she does not start screaming as Beji had planned. Luffy and Jinbe defend themselves against the attacking pirates. Pudding attempts to shoot Sanji but fails, prompting Daifuku to attack him with his genie. Perospero traps the Vinsmokes in candy and they are held at gunpoint, while Brook notices that Big Mom is not screaming because she is confused on what to be angry about, and tells Luffy to show her the broken picture again. With his family in a dire situation, Sanji runs towards them but is stopped by Daifuku's genie, and despite Katakuri's attempt to stop Luffy, the latter manages to show Carmel's broken picture, causing her to start screaming and incapacitates her family and crew, allowing Sanji to free his family. With Big Mom vulnerable, Beji, Vito, and Gotti prepare to assassinate her. A flashback begins, showing 63 years ago when Lin Lin was 5 years old and her parents left her at Elbaf, where she met Carmel, a woman who saved some of the giant warrior pirates from execution after Dory and Broggy began their duel on Little Garden. Carmel ran an orphanage called the Sheep's House and took Lin Lin in, and the Elbaf village prepares for the Winter Solstice Festival, where they feast on semla prior to the 12-day fast. On the 7th day of the fast, Lin Lin lost control and goes on a rampage for semla, and furious at Lin Lin's actions, Jorl tried to strike her down, only to be mortally wounded by the rampaging child, which only stopped when they gave her the semla. Jarl prepared to avenge Jorl, but Carmel begged him to spare Lin Lin, saying that she would leave Elbaf with her. Jorl died, and this incident earned Lin Lin the hatred of the giants. Carmel and the children of the Sheep's House moved to a different island where she had a secret meeting with Cypher Pole, negotiating on selling Lin Lin to the world government. The Sheep's House children later celebrated Lin Lin's 6th birthday, and after feasting on some sweets and gorging everything, Lin Lin opened her eye and discovered that Carmel and the other orphans disappeared. She cried from Carmel's disappearance, while one of the witnesses was an Elbaf giant, quickly fled back to tell the others what he saw, while the other was Strussen, who decided to take advantage of Lin Lin's potential, and he befriended her, as they began creating Lin Lin's ideal country. Back in the present, Beji, Vito, and Gotti fire their KX launchers. However, their assassination attempt ends in failure as Big Mom's scream destroys the rockets before they could reach her. Caesar brings in the escape mirror, but it is shattered by Big Mom's scream, and Katakuri creates earplugs for his family and crew as they proceed to surround the Alliance. With nowhere else to run, Beji transforms into a fortress known as Big Father, and the Alliance quickly tries to retreat into the fortress, but are held up by the Big Mom pirates, who rescue Brûlé from their grasp. However, the Vinsmoke family puts on their raid suits and beats them back, allowing their new allies to retreat. Beji then tries to attack Big Mom, only to be stopped by Perospero and Katakuri. Meanwhile, Feld attempts to steal the contents of the Tamatobako, but Big Mom's scream ends up blowing the chest off of the chateau's roof. As Caesar carries Beji out of the venue, the Vinsmoke family covers for them. During the scuffle, Big Mom knocks down Reiju, prompting Luffy and Sanji to leave Beji's body to defend her as Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji repel anyone who goes after Caesar. Luffy then briefly clashes with Big Mom before retreating, and Judge is also defeated by her. The Alliance then finds themselves in a dire situation as Luffy, Sanji, and the Vinsmoke family are overwhelmed. However, the Tamatobako drops to the bottom of the chateau and explodes, causing the castle to start collapsing. The Straw Hats, the Fire Tank Pirates, and the Vinsmoke family escape from the Big Mom pirates' clutches while Straussen saves the rest by turning the collapsing castle into cake. After getting away from the chateau, Beji returns Caesar's heart to him and ends his alliance with the Straw Hats. They head back to the Thousand Sunny while Brook and Chopper go retrieve the Shark Submerged 3 and the Big Mom pirates organize to pursue their enemies, but she suffers a craving for wedding cake and goes on a rampage. As a crazed Big Mom is causing destruction at Sweet City, Perospero tells her that the Straw Hats had a spare wedding cake and she goes to pursue them while Pudding explains her plan to satisfy her craving. Meanwhile at the Germa Kingdom, the Vinsmoke family fights and defeats Nustort and his squad while the Straw Hats encounter King Baum and use him to carry them back to the Thousand Sunny. However, they soon find a squad of pursuers and Big Mom right behind them. As Big Mom unleashes devastating attacks, Nami manages to win Zeus to her side by feeding it thunderclouds, but Prometheus sets King Baum ablaze, and the Big Mom pirates lie in wait to ambush their enemies from every possible location. Meanwhile, Pudding catches up to Beji elsewhere and asks Chiffon for help, saying that she wants to stop Big Mom to save Sanji and his friends. Chopper and Brook travel back to the Thousand Sunny while the Straw Hats clash with a pursuit squad and defeat them. And with Big Mom closing in on them, Nami uses Zeus to bring a huge thunderbolt down on her. Chopper and Brook return to the Sunny to find it occupied by the Big Mom pirates and begin battling them, as Chiffon agrees to go with Pudding to help save the Straw Hats and part ways with Beji. They later arrive at the woods to recruit Sanji and the three leave Whole Cake Island and head for Cacao Island while Chopper and Brook continue fighting on the Thousand Sunny. Perospero steps in and subdues them, trapping them in candy before Luffy's group reaches the coast. As Luffy battles Katakuri, the rest prepares the ship for escape until Perospero traps it in candy, prompting Pedro to fight him. After Pedro is overpowered, he detonates sticks of dynamite strapped on him in hopes of taking down the Candy Man in an explosion. Thanks to his sacrifice, the Thousand Sunny is freed from the candy entrapment and angered at Pedro's self-sacrifice, Carrot attacks Katakuri only to be overpowered. Luffy clashes with the Sweet Commander and manages to grab him. As Big Mom and the Tart ships attack the Sunny, the Straw Hats get away with coup de burst. Meanwhile, Luffy dragged Katakuri into the Mirror World to battle him. The two begin to battle while the group on the Thousand Sunny mourns Pedro until Jinbe tells them to remain focused on escaping Tado Land as they are soon pursued by Big Mom. Sanji, Pudding, and Chiffon arrive at Cacao Island and begin making a new wedding cake with the assistance of the WCI-31. Back in the Mirror World, Katakuri continues to have the advantage over Luffy and with Brûlé awake again. The Big Mom pirates prepare to attack the Thousand Sunny. Mascarpone and Joscarpone aim and shoot fire arrows through mirrors to the Sunny, and Luffy orders his crewmates to break all the mirrors to prevent further assault as he is overwhelmed by Katakuri. The Sunny crew shatters all of the mirrors on the ship, and they make plans with Luffy to reunite at Cacao Island at 1 AM. However, Brûlé overhears this conversation and discovers that the other Straw Hats are alive. She reports this to Perospero, but to his horror, Big Mom decides to go to Nuts Island instead. Meanwhile, the Big Mom pirates have invaded the Germa Kingdom. Back in the Mirror World, Katakuri brings out his trident Magura to attack Luffy and begin his assault. On Whole Cake Island, Count Nawatari cautions Mont Dior about the potential of the Straw Hats while the fire tank pirates escape from Custard's pursuit, and although they are pushed at first, Germa 66 decisively beats the forces sent to invade them. In the Mirror World, Luffy attempts to activate Gear 4th, but Katakuri uses his awakened abilities to stop him. The Sweet Commander decides to end the battle because he is late for his merienda, and buries Luffy in a deep pile of mochi. Believing he won, Katakuri calls his chefs, who bring snacks for him to feast on and makes a shrine where he can eat in private. Luffy breaks out of the mochi and shatters the shrine, exposing Katakuri's face, prompting him to execute the chefs before resuming his attempts to kill Luffy. After managing to land a hit on Katakuri, Luffy says that he figures out how to beat him and activates Gear 4th. He manages to deal some damage to him, however, he loses the upper hand when Katakuri regains his composure. Back at Cacao Island, Pound arrives at the sweets factory, wanting to see Chiffon, but Oven attacks him. Inside the factory, Brûlé speaks to Pudding through a Den Mushi and informs her of the Straw Hats' plan to arrive at Cacao Island. After his Gear 4th wears off, Luffy flees and comes across Brûlé, whom he uses to escape the Mirror World. They arrive at Nuts Island, where Big Mom is going on a rampage, while thanks to Praline, the Big Mom pirates lose the territorial sea slugs and the means to track their enemies. Nevertheless, the group manage to put their final touch and leave it to the chefs to complete the cake on the way to the Thousand Sunny. However, they are then approached by Oven, who intends to punish Chiffon, and the fire tank pirates are on their way to the island. Oven tells Beji to stand down as he holds Chiffon hostage, but Beji responds by shooting him. He reveals that the Nostra Castello can move on land as well, and takes the Big Mom pirates by storm as the ship rumbles down the island. Luffy manages to escape from Nuts Island and Big Mom, and after hopping to various islands, he decides to improve his own haki by fighting Katakuri. Sanji gets the wedding cake on the Nostra Castello, which runs over Oven as the group escape out to sea. However, he attacks the ship by boiling the ocean, but Pound intervenes and attacks him. He sees Chiffon and Pez being happy and congratulates her on her marriage just before Oven takes him out. Meanwhile, Luffy returns to the Mirror World after regaining his haki and resumes his fight with Katakuri. The Sunny crew is surrounded by the Big Mom pirates fleet, and is headed right for Daifuku's fleet. However, Carrot offers to help the crew by using the full moon to activate Sulong, thus increasing her battle prowess and allowing her to overwhelm their enemy. Luffy continues focusing during his fight with Katakuri in order to improve his haki, while Perospero is horrified to find out that the wedding cake is on Beji's ship, but inside, Sanji forbids him from poisoning the cake. Carrot successfully clears the way and Brook brings her back to the Sunny. However, Big Mom summons Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon before she leaps to look for the cake. As Katakuri continues his onslaught, Luffy struggles to raise the level of his Kenbunchaku haki. While Jinbe drives Big Mom off the ship and the crew work together to defend it, Flamp watches the battle and plans to win Katakuri's favor. Remembering Rayleigh's training, Luffy is beginning to see into the future. Back at the Tato Land Sea, the Straw Hats manage to capture Zeus, but Big Mom continues pursuing the Thousand Sunny by riding on Prometheus. Nami then sees the Nostra Castello with the wedding cake on board, and Big Mom, lured by the scent, starts to pursue Capone Beji, while Sanji returns to the Sunny and the crew continue their course for Cacao Island. There, a large force of the Big Mom pirates gathers and Oven prepares a trap for the Straw Hat captain. Inside the Mirror World, Flamp quietly interferes with Luffy's fight with Katakuri, causing him to suffer a severe injury. After discovering Flamp's presence in the Mirror World, Katakuri finds and confronts her for intruding in his fight, before he then stabs himself to make up for the injury she helped him deal to Luffy, and confronts him again. The two of them use Haushiku Haki to knock out Flamp's group before resuming their fight as equals. Meanwhile, Chiffon tells Beji to bring the cake to Funwari Island to keep Big Mom far enough away from the Straw Hats. As Sanji and Pudding head off for Cacao Island, the rest of the Sunny crew finds themselves under attack from Smoothie. Luffy's Kenbunchaku Haki has developed to the point where he is able to foresee Katakuri's attacks and trade blows with him. With an hour to go before his planned rendezvous with the crew, he activates a form of Gear 4th known as Snakeman. Sanji and Pudding make it to Cacao Island, and successfully sneak into Chocolate Town without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, Luffy increases the speed of his punches and rapidly changes their direction, and Katakuri responds with powerful attacks of his own, engaging in a massive duel until finally hitting each other with finishing blows. With 1 a.m. drawing closer, Sanji and Pudding reminisce about their experiences together as the Straw Hats get close to Cacao Island, while the Fire Tank Pirates and the Wedding Cake approach Funwary Island with Big Mom on their tail. In the Mirror World, Luffy emerges victorious from his battle with Katakuri. He finds that Brûlé has escaped, but Picom shows up with her recaptured, wanting to help Luffy escape to honor Pedro's memory. Upon reaching Cacao Island, Picoms activate his Sulong form as a distraction and allows Luffy to run off, and Sanji joins his captain. Oven and his army eventually stop Picom's rampage, and surround them, until the Germa Kingdom attacks Cacao Island with Ichiji, Niji, Yanji, and Reiju arrive to help their brother. Brûlé reveals to her crewmates that Luffy defeated Katakuri, and despite the army's relentless effort to avenge him, Sanji and Luffy ultimately make it off and fly toward the waiting Sunny. The Fire Tank Pirates drop the wedding cake off on Funwary Island, and the pirates anxiously await the results of Big Mom eating it. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats are confronted by an even more massive fleet in front of them. However, the Sun Pirates arrive to back up their former captain Jinbe until he and the Straw Hats make it out of Tado Land. Big Mom eats Sanji's wedding cake, and is overwhelmed with sheer happiness as she enjoys it, and the citizens rejoice at the end of her craving rampage. The Queen Mama Chanter confronts the Straw Hats and attacks, leaving flaming wreckage in the Thousand Sunny's wake. Watatsumi switch the Thousand Sunny with the Sun Pirates ship and they rise again, but is soon overwhelmed. Luffy gives Jinbe permission to go back and help his former crewmates, telling him to meet them at Wano. Jinbe and his crew create a current enabling the Straw Hats to escape from the Big Mom Pirates fleet and leave Tado Land. Pudding cries while recalling her memories with Sanji while in the Mirror World. Brûlé tends to Katakuri's wounds and reveals that she knows he had laid on his back before and built up his invulnerable image to protect his siblings, after she was attacked as a child. Jinbe, the Sun Pirates, and Germa 66 prepare to retreat, but they are stopped by the arrival of Big Mom. Meanwhile, Sanji gets back to work cooking food for his crew. At Fusha Village and an unnamed island in the New World, Makino and Shanks each remember Luffy's experiences 12 years ago while in the Ryugu Kingdom. Neptune and his family decide to place Fishman Island under Luffy's protection. On the Thousand Sunny, Luffy discovers a raid suit canister secretly given to Sanji by Niji, but he refuses to use it. Carrot then shows the crew the newspaper, where they find out that Luffy and Sanji's bounties have increased and that Luffy is now considered the fifth emperor of the sea. As the royals from Dressrosa and Prudence Kingdom sail to Marijua for the reverie, they are attacked by pirates, but are saved by Kobe and Helmeppo. The four emperors find out that Luffy has also been declared an emperor, and as the Straw Hats sail to Wano, they find out that Luffy's bounty has increased to 1.5 billion berries. While the royalty is away for the reverie, the Peachbeard pirates raid the Lelouchia Kingdom. However, the four commanders of the Revolutionary Army, Morley, Bello Betty, Lindbergh, and Karasu, arrive and defeat Peachbeard and his crew. Meanwhile, Sabo, Dragon, and Koala reunite with Ivankov and Inazuma on Peachy Island as they wait for the commanders to arrive. Once they do, they will discuss their plan to officially declare war on the world nobles during the reverie. At New Marineford, Sakazuki discovers that Fujitora has gone to Marijua and orders for Ryakujiu to send him away. The nobles, including Shirahoshi from the Ryugu Kingdom, continue to gather for the reverie while Admiral Fujitora meets Admiral Ryakujiu. King Steli of the Goa Kingdom meets Garp and his envoy from Fishman Island as Shirahoshi gets her first look at the world on the surface. The Neptune family and some other royals reach the top of the Red Line and enter Marijua before they arrive at Pangaea Castle and meet with all the participants of the reverie. Vivi, Rebecca, and Shirahoshi reminisce about their time with Luffy while a mysterious figure enters a chamber containing a large straw hat. After seeing the empty throne, Steli desires to sit on it while Charlos attempts to take Shirahoshi by force with CP0 protecting him, until Mjosgard intervenes and knocks out Charlos. Big Mom contacts Kaido, informing him that she will be going to Wano to take Luffy's head, but Kaido objects, having his own grudge against him. After Charlos was taken away, Mossguard promises to protect Shirahoshi during the reverie. Meanwhile, Sabo sneaks around Marijua before going to the domain of the gods. Jewelry Bonnie, who was disguised as the queen of the Sorbet Kingdom, sneaks as well when the injured Charlos is brought back there. When meeting his son, Roseward introduces his new slave, Bartholomew Kuma, as Sabo and his comrades are hiding underground to free him. They hold a strategy meeting while inside Pangaea Castle the king and queens gather in the conference room to begin the reverie. Meanwhile, the five elders have a secret meeting with the mysterious individual known as Im. Nekomamushi and the guardians reach Whitebeard's home island and find Marco in a hidden village where he works as a doctor. During the meeting, Marco tells Nekomamushi about Whitebeard's childhood and the reason he cannot leave the island. After reading about the reverie in the newspaper, Luffy's group finds themselves in the perilous sea surrounding Wano, which leads to the bottom of a waterfall. Luffy uses the giant carp swimming around them to pull the crew and ship up the waterfall, but they end up sailing into a whirlpool at the top, causing Luffy to be submerged. Zoro, Usopp, Frankie, and Robin are incognito inside Wano Country, with Zoro posing as a Ronin, Usopp works as a merchant, Frankie as a carpenter, and Robin trains as a geisha. One night, Zoro is arrested for street murders, and on the next day, he is sentenced to commit seppuku. Deducing that the magistrate is the culprit, Zoro attacks him and his men, and elsewhere, Luffy and the Thousand Sunny wash up on a beach. While fighting the magistrate's men, Zoro retrieves his swords and demolishes their home, thus becoming a wanted man. Back at Kuri Beach, Kamakyo and Hihimaru are fighting near the Thousand Sunny. Two Beasts pirates arrive with a captive girl and try to capture Luffy, but he easily defeats them and frees her, who introduces herself as Tama and tames Hihimaru and becomes friends with Luffy. After securing the Sunny, Otama takes Luffy to the house where she lives with her master, the swordsmith Tenryama Hitetsu, and prepares him a meal to thank him, but walks away when her stomach started growling. The capital is the only place that is not a desolate land, but the two still live there waiting for the return of the pirate, Ace. Luffy reveals to them that unfortunately they waited in vain since Ace died, and Hitetsu explains that after he got wrecked on the island, Ace helped them 4 years earlier during a famine. Meanwhile, Basil Hawkins, now a subject of Kaido, goes to investigate the soldiers defeated by Luffy. He and Kamakyo leave Hitetsu to take Tama to a doctor while at a wasteland. Zoro saves a woman from two Beasts pirates, and some time later, he reunites with Luffy at the place, only to soon be confronted by Hawkins. The two fight against Hawkins' men, until their captain eventually steps in and displays his powers to them. Kamakyo grabs Luffy and Zoro and runs from the battle, but Hawkins pursues them. As Kamakyo flees with them and the ill Tama, Hawkins chases them with the straw entity. Zoro defends against its attacks and eventually defeats it. After the group escapes from Hawkins, Tsuru, who had been hiding inside Kamakyo's tail, reveals herself and invites the group to her tea house in Okabor town, where she can help Tama. Luffy, Tsuru and Kiku prepares the medicine for Tama, with Kiku also bandaging up Zoro after he sustained injury during the battle with Hawkins. After Tama recovers, Tsuru treats her sweet red bean soup, where she declares that this is the best birthday ever. Luffy and Zoro learns from Tsuru how Kaido and Orochi pollute the environment and turn Wano into a wasteland and the people are starving. Batman attacked Tsuru, but is saved by Zoro, while Tama is abducted by Gazelle Man in the confusion. Luffy, Zoro and Kiku chase after him, riding on Kamakyo, but they fail to catch up. He arrived in Hold'em's residence in Bakura town, the town where Oroshi's officials and men of Kaido lives. He hands Tama over to Hold'em, one of 3 headliners ruling over the town. Luffy's group arrived at the entrance but are stopped by the guards. Bippo, Sachi and Penguin see them and they run to find Law, who is chilling in an abandoned building, and inform him that Luffy had appeared at the entrance of Bakura. Luffy, Zoro, Kiku, and Kamakyo enter to rescue Tama after Luffy knocked out the guards with his Haoshiku Haki. They later come across Urashima participating in sumo matches. Where Urashima's men grab Kiku and bring her to the ring, Kiku rejects him by cutting off his top knot. Enraged, Urashima attacks Kiku, but Luffy steps in and clashes with him. The two fight in a sumo match, but when Hold'em tries to pull off Tama's cheek, Luffy sends Urashima crashing into his residence. The trio fight against the attacking beasts pirates and their samurai allies. Luffy calls out to Hold'em, who approaches his group while holding Tama hostage. He continues to taunt them, threatening to chew her up with Kamihiro. Kiku warns Luffy against attacking Hold'em as Kuri is ruled by Jack, and he will destroy Bakura town if they fight back. Speed arrive with the treasure ship of food from Paradise Farm and Luffy orders Zoro to steal the food cart, which he does with Kiku's help. Luffy proceeds to punch Kamihiro and rescue Tama, and when he sees the injuries on her cheek from being pulled by Hold'em with a pincer, he goes into a rage and punches the man with Red Hawk, causing Tama to see ace in him. After defeating Hold'em, Luffy grabs her and flees the scene, and during the escape, they encounter Speed and Tama tames her to catch up to Zoro, Kiku, and Kamakyo as the latter three were fleeing with the stolen food cart. Meanwhile, Law fights Hawkins, but their battle is interrupted when the food cart passes by them, and after jumping on it, Law reprimands Zoro for his group's actions. They delivers the stolen food to Okabor town, and Luffy also provide the residents with clean water, much to their happiness. After Luffy part ways with Tama and Speed, Law takes the group to the ruins of Odin Castle. While traveling, they encounter a ferocious tiger, and Zoro separates from the group to fight it. The rest later arrive at the ruins of Odin Castle, and after seeing the graves of the Kazuki family, Luffy reunites with Kiemon, Momonosuke, Sanji, Nami, Brook, Chopper, and Carrot. Once they are inside, Kiemon reveals that he, Momonosuke, Kiku, Reizo, and Kenjuro came from the past, much to the others' surprise. He recounts stories such as how his lord, Kazuki Odin, was banished from the city for his violent inclinations and was free to go wherever he chose. He brought order after defeating a group of criminals and their boss Ashura Doji in a duel, thus becoming the daimyo of Kuri. But all that changed on the day of his demise, on that had taken place 20 years ago. Odin fought to his last breath, before he ultimately fell to his executioners, and Kiemon, Kenjuro, Reizo, Kiku, Inuarashi, and Nekomamushi fled from the site of their execution, and headed for Odin's castle in order to save his family, but his wife Toki used her devil fruit power to send the four into the future. Kiemon explained to Luffy's group the preparation they have done till now and assigned new tasks to them as he laid out the plan of how they are going to defeat Kaido, but much work remains, such as recruiting allies and gathering information on the enemy. While Usopp is looking for allies in Wano, Shutenmaru and the Atama thieves plunder Okabor town. Jack suddenly arrives and confronts Shutenmaru before they quickly get into a fight, but are interrupted when Kaido showed up in his dragon form. The drunken Kaido fly above the town and threatens Shutenmaru and all the people in the town, causing Luffy, Law, Kiemon, and Kiku to rush towards the town to rescue them. However, after Hawkins lied to Kaido, telling him that Law and Luffy are at the ruins of Odin's castle, Kaido headed towards the place and destroyed it with a single attack. Right after the destruction of Odin Castle, Luffy enters a furious battle with Kaido, but despite his best efforts, and after a brutal but short fight, the battle ends in Luffy's defeat. The Straw Hat Captain is then sent to a prison in the Udon region. Kiku returns to the mountain where Odin Castle was destroyed and discovers that the group there managed to escape the destruction. Frankie, Robin, Usopp, and Zoro read the news about Luffy's fight with Kaido, while Dogstorm and his group discover that Tama is alive and take her into the forest. At the prison in Udon, Luffy meets Kid again. Perona learns from a newspaper at Gecko Moria is alive and prepares to leave Kurigana Island to search for him. While at the same time, Moria and his zombie army attack Pirate Island to find Absalom, only to learn that he had been killed. Dogstorm clashes with Shutenmaru, who refuses to aid in Kiemon's operation, while Sanji and the others seek out recruits. Nami and Shinobu finish with their current objective in the Flower Capital after spying on Oroshi's men in the attic and found out where he was stockpiling his weapons. Sanji's soba stand grows more popular but attracts some spies. In Udon, Luffy and Kid continue to work, but Dobon becomes angry at them for eating a lot of food, and the Vice Warden tries to attack them only to be defeated by the pair. members of the Kayashiro family approach Sanji and demand that he pays to run his business. When he refuses, the thugs start to attack the shop and terrorize a little girl, knocking her bowl of soba onto the floor. Strangely, tears appear in the girl's eyes but she laughs. They quickly begin to fight, and Sanji easily emerges victorious. Luffy becomes a celebrity among the prisoners for beating up Dobon and gives some food tickets to an old man that he saved earlier. Soon after, Reizo appears, having snuck into the prison, and reveals that he knows the location of the key to Luffy's seastone handcuffs. In Udon, Luffy continues to break rocks but is approached by Caribou, who is also imprisoned there, and begs him for food. Meanwhile, the henchmen who were defeated by Sanji report to their leader, Kayashiro, who decides to contact Queen to send assassins after him. At the castle, Orochi finally appears as a multi-headed serpent. Zoro goes to a gambling house with Tonoyasu, and after a brawl, he and Tonoyasu go to Ebisu town. Meanwhile, the Alliance works to steal weapons and food, and Frankie learns that Minatomo no longer has the blueprints of Kaido's mansion, and goes all over the Flower Capital searching for them but hits a dead end, while at the Shogun's castle, CP0 attempts to negotiate with Orochi. The banquet at Orochi's palace starts, and Robin begins her mission. Meanwhile, in Udon prison, Kid explains to Luffy and Caribou about how he lost his arm battling the Red Hair Pirates. Back at the Flower Capital, two of the Flying Six, Page 1 and X-Drake, arrive to hunt down Sanji while in the seas surrounding Wano. The Big Mom pirates draw closer. King flies to the waterfall while the Big Mom pirates are coming up and knocks their ship down. Back at the capital, Page 1 attack multiple soba shops and owners looking for Sanji, who after hearing the cries, comes to fight him. As he confronts Page 1, Sanji puts on his raid suit and displays its capabilities, and back in the Shogun's castle, Robin sneaks around trying to find important information, but she is soon confronted by the Orochi on Iwabanshu. The ninjas attack Robin in order to find the truth of her intentions, but with the help of her devil fruit, she is able to get away. Meanwhile, Chopper, Kiku, Tama, and Momonosuke find Big Mom, who gets drifted to the shore after the encounter with King, and soon discover that she lost all her memories. Chopper gives the amnesiac Big Mom a fake name, while back inside the Shogun's castle, Orochi warns his guests about the return of the Akazaya 9. Toko unintentionally laughs out loud, enraging him, and he lashes out at her, until Kamusaki steps in and slaps him, and when she refuses to apologize for her transgression, Orochi transforms in a fit of rage and goes on a rampage. Robin tries to flee with Toko, but she is found by him and he goes for Kamusaki as Robin protects Toko. Brook, Nami, and Shinobu arrive at the banquet hall to aid Robin. Right after Orochi releases his grip on Kamusaki during the commotion, Kayashiro faces the Oiran and seemingly cuts her down. Orochi then pursues Robin and Toko, intending to kill the little girl, but Nami manages to stop him with Zoo's help. Afterwards, the group at the castle escapes with Shinobu, and Chopper's group convinces Big Mom to travel with them to Udon. In the Ringo region, Kanjuro meets up with Shinobu's group at the northern cemetery. While in Ebisu town, Law's group learns from a newspaper that a funeral for Kamusaki will be held, and that Kid escaped from Udon prison, the place where Chopper's group and Big Mom are currently traveling to. In the prison, Hyogoro tries to make good use of the meal tickets that Luffy generously gave to him, but Daifugo approaches and torments the elderly man. Luffy kicks Daifugo to defend Hyogoro and then fights the guards until Babanuki fires a cannonball at him. Reizo manages to steal some keys from the prisoner mine's executive tower just as Queen arrive, and Luffy attempts to escape with Hyogoro. They fail and are quickly surrounded and fight some beasts pirates but are detained by Daifugo and Babanuki. Meanwhile, Usopp, Frankie, and Law are hiding at Yasui's house and wonder where Sanji is at. At the Bat House, Shinobu tell Nami and Robin about Hyogoro and how he was a highly respected person during Oden's reign. However, it is rumored that Hyogoro refused to serve Orochi and was killed. Reizo is surprised to see Kawamatsu in Udon prison while Queen forces Luffy and Hyogoro to fight in sumo matches with collars that will cut their heads off if they leave the ring. But as the sumo inferno begins, Luffy easily defeats his opponents. Meanwhile, at the Flower Capital bathhouse, Drake and Hawkins arrive to search for those associated with the Kazuki family. As Shinobu, Robin, and Nami are accosted by Hawkins, Sanji is revealed to be at the bathhouse as well, and after a scuffle with Drake and Hawkins, he escapes with the girls. In the Ringo region, Zoro confronts the person who stole his Shusui. The Sumo Inferno continues and Queen sends in the gifters after Luffy defeats the Pleasures. At the Oihagi Bridge, Zoro clashes with Gyukimaru to get Shusui back, but their fight is interrupted when a woman and Toko arrive seeking help as they were chased by an assassin known as Kamazo, and Zoro then decides to fight the assassin to protect them. Due to a leak, those allied with the Kazuki family are getting arrested in the Flower Capital. During an argument with Shinobu, Law plans to rescue his crew, while at Oihagi Bridge, Zoro continues his clash with Kamazo, but because of Gyukimaru's interference, he lands a hit on the swordsmen who decide to show his techniques and turn the battle around to defeat Kamazo. Luffy continues trying to use an advanced Haki technique as he and Hyogoro are confronted by Alpacaman and Medillaman. After the battle with Kamazo, Zoro's wound is treated by the woman he saved. During their conversation, the woman revealed herself to be Momonosuke's sister, Haori. She explains about some things about her past, such as how Kawamatsu watched over her after her parents' death while back in the Sumo Inferno. Hyogoro defeats Alpacaman, displaying his knowledge and skills with advanced Busashoku Haki, and offers to teach Luffy. He tries to learn Ryuo by fighting, and it continues through the night until they meet Caribou and Reizo and talks about the rebellion. Tonoyasu speaks to and addresses Kanjuro and Shinobu casually, but they do not remember him. Meanwhile, Big Mom approaches Udon with Kiku, Chopper, Momonosuke, and Tama. After his capture, Tonoyasu is sentenced to execution. Meanwhile, Hold'em and his men battle the Atama thieves, and while clashing with Ashura Doji, Hold'em sets the mountain on fire. In Ringo, Brook finds Zoro, Haori, and Toko and informs them of Yasui impending execution in the Flower Capital. Toko and Zoro's group make their way to the Flower Capital. As Shimatsuki Yasui is placed on a wooden pole and is being broadcast throughout Wano, his old acquaintances recognize him. The citizens of Ebisu Town and some of the Straw Hats rush to the execution. As Orochi heads to the execution site, Yasui reveals that he lied about being Ushimitsu Kozo and plans to say a few things before meeting his demise. After claiming responsibility for Kiemon's secret message, saying it was a prank, and casting doubt in the Resetsu prison guards, Yasui meets a brutal end after Orochi and his men shoot him to death. As the Ebisu Town citizens laugh over Yasui's death, Zoro turned furious that they would do so after all he's done for them, and Haori reveals to him that they were affected by the fruits known as Smile. As the citizens of Ebisu Town grieve over Yasui's death, Shinobu reveals more information about the Smile fruits. Kaido wanted to increase the strength of his army, so he purchased artificial Zoan fruits from Doflamingo. However, only 10% of Smile fruit eaters successfully gain an ability. The other 90% would permanently lose their ability to swim as well as express any emotion other than joy. Orochi took some failed Smile fruits and gave them to the town, and given no other source of food, the people of Ebisu ate it and suffered its negative side effects. Toko enters the execution site, hoping to revive her father, and just as Orochi attempts to kill her as well, Zoro and Sanji step in and save her. The swordsman directly attacks Orochi, who is protected by Kayashiro, while Sanji fights against X-Drake. Frankie saves Zoro and manages to recover Yasui's body, and the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates joins the fight. At Udon, Luffy is assisting to his crew members' fights when two prisoners arrive, Kid and Kamazo, who turns out to be Killer. Zoro clashes with Kayashiro and Sanji clashes with X-Drake, while Usopp takes Toko to safety. The Orochi Oniwabanshu confront the Straw Hat Pirates, and Law arrives at the Resetsu Town prison to rescue his crewmates, but he is faced with Hawkins. Back at Udon, Queen subjects Kid and Killer to water torture as he resumes the Sumo Inferno. However, Big Mom arrives at the prisoner mines. After the skirmish inside the Flower Capital, Kiemon confesses to Ashura Doji that he provoked Hold'em into attacking Atama, and when Ashura becomes angry, Kiemon admits his mistake for trying to force Ashura to join the rebellion and once again begs him for his help. After Chopper's group arrives at the prisoner mines, Big Mom breaks in, only to get into a fight with Queen. Big Mom subdues him when after he tries to fight her as Kid and Killer are saved from drowning. Big Mom does not find any Ashiruko, and when Luffy blurts out that he ate it, she attacks him out of rage. Luffy and Hyogoro are forced out of the ring, but he manages to remove the collars before they are killed. Afterwards, Hyogoro decides to test Luffy by having him defend against Big Mom's attack, but she sends him and Hyogoro crashing into a wall. They both survive, but she continues chasing him around the prisoner mines. Queen regains consciousness and he comes up with a plan to take down Big Mom. Once Luffy and she return to where they started, Queen uses a dive bomb attack and strikes her in the head. However, the attack fails and Big Mom regains her memories. Soon after the hit, she suddenly faints and Queen quickly orders his men to restrain Big Mom and escorts her to Onigashima. With both of them gone, Luffy continues practicing with advanced haki. Babanuki then orders the prisoners to subdue Luffy, and they comply. Daifugo also fires toxic bullets on the prisoners, but before Luffy could be infected, a mysterious prisoner shouts out. Reizo retrieves the keys to Kawamatsu's cell as well as his sword, and as the ninja later gives them to him, Kawamatsu frees himself. After Reizo, Kawamatsu, and Kikunajo reunite, they joined up with Luffy and Hyogoro in fighting the Beast's pirates. However, the Beast's pirates continue infecting prisoners with Excite bullets. They try to stop Luffy from getting them involved but are still gunned with the Excite bullets that infects them with the mummy virus. The infected prisoners surround Luffy and allies, blaming them for this and doubts they'll defeat Kaido. Luffy grabs the infected prisoners, thus infecting himself, and tells them that he made a promise to make Wano a prosperous place again and doesn't need useless allies. After Luffy tells them to make a choice, the prisoners rise up and defeat the Beast's pirates in charge of Udon without any outside enemies finding out. After Udon is conquered, Chopper tends to Luffy and works to develop a cure for his condition. Luffy asks Kid to join the fight against Kaido, but he rejects and leaves Udon with Killer. After finding out that Luffy is a pirate, the prisoners distrust him, but Momonosuke speaks to them and convinces them to join the cause to liberate Wano. Elsewhere, Ashura Doji reveals to Kiemon and Dogstorm that he had comrades who were too impatient to wait for the Kazuki family to return and died when they tried to fight Kaido. Some time later, Ashura comes around and decides to rejoin Kiemon. Zoro and Hiyori have an encounter with Fujin and several ninjas that serve Orochi, and after defeating the ninjas, Zoro plans to get Shusui back. In the Flower Capital, Law allows himself to be taken prisoner in exchange for the release of his captured crewmates. Back in Udon, Chopper cures Luffy of the mummy virus and he regains his strength. As the Alliance continues with their preparations for the Fire Festival, Zoro returns to Oihagi Bridge along with Hiyori and he challenges Gyukumaru again to reclaim Shusui. The battle is then interrupted by Kawamatsu, while Big Mom is been taken to Onigashima, where she and Kaido begin clashing. Queen contacts Udon, and Babanuki, having been tamed by Tama, gives him a false report. Hyogoro gets reacquainted with the other Yakuza leaders, who join the rebellion, while Hiyori and Kawamatsu have a heartfelt reunion. A group of Beast's pirates arrives, seeking revenge on Gyukumaru, but Zoro and Kawamatsu defeat the attackers, and Gyukumaru flees the scene with the swordmen chasing after him. Kawamatsu explains that he spent the decade robbing and storing swords from the eternal graves in Ringo after befriending Onimaru, a Komajitsun who was once the companion of Shimatsuki Ashimaru. He contacts Kiemon to reveal that he can supply the Alliance with the stored weapons. Meanwhile, Gyukumaru reveals himself to be Onimaru in a human form and Hiyori offers to trade Zoro's Shusui with Emna, a sword that belonged to Kazuki Oden and the only blade that had ever injured Kaido. At the secret place where Kawamatsu stored weapons, Zoro agrees to return while at the Flower Capital, Law subdues Hawkins and escapes prison with the help from an unknown individual. As the day of the Fire Festival draws closer, the Alliance continues with their preparations for the raid on Onigashima. Apple returns to Wano with a group of gigantic beings known as the Numbers, while Kaido and Big Mom decide to put aside their feud and form an alliance to conquer the world. Hiyori part ways with Zoro and Kawamatsu, and the two later inform Momonosuke and the Akazaya 9 with him of her survival. As Zoro receives Enma and tests its destructive power and begin training with it, Luffy continues training his Busashoku Haki. Meanwhile, the Alliance adds more numbers to their cause and finish up with their preparations. On the day before the Fire Festival, Momonosuke and his group of retainers march to the rendezvous point to meet up with their allies. After the levee concluded, big news concerning Sabo spread throughout the world and those who knew him become distressed. Kobe and X-Drake have a private conversation via transponder Snail, and Drake informs him about the newly formed alliance between Kaido and Big Mom and the recent presence of CP0 in Wano. Thanks to the efforts of Nefertari Cobra and Riku Doldo, the 7 warlords of the sea have been abolished, and now that they are no longer affiliated with the world government, the Marines pursue the former members. At the new Marine headquarters, the officers hold a meeting and Sengoku explains about the Rocks Pirates, how they were a group of extremely violent people, including Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom and Shiki. However, 38 years ago in what would be known as the God Valley Incident, Garp joined forces with the Roger Pirates and defeated the Rocks. Brand New then reveals the bounty of each of the current emperors and Sakazuki declares that the Marines will not go to Wano and mentions Odin, revealing Odin was a member of the Roger Pirates. Orochi heads to Onigashima after departing from Port Taboo on the day of the Fire Festival. Meanwhile, Kiemon and the other samurai wait for their allies at port, who have not arrived due to an incident orchestrated by Orochi the day prior. It is revealed that Orochi had the Beast's pirates bomb the Thousand Sunny and destroyed some bridges to cut off routes. At the port, the Akazaya 9 prepare to continue with the raid on their own. A flashback to many years ago begins, when Odin was a well-known troublemaker and a younger Kiemon takes a baby white boar from some thugs and brings it to the flower capital to gain money. However, the boar's parent arrives at the capital and start wreaking havoc. He continues its rampage in the capital until Odin confronts and defeats it, but after the incident, he was expelled from the capital due to him claiming it to be his fault. Due to their admiration for Odin, Kiemon and Denjiro decide to follow him, and after staying with Shimotsuki Yasui for a time, Odin decides to travel to Kuri. Along the way, he is also joined by Aizo, Kikunajo, Kenjuro, and Reizo, until he eventually arrives at Kuri and prepares to fight the bandits. Odin defeats Ashura Doji and earns the title of the daimyo of Kuri. He then spends years rebuilding the lawless land and eventually rescues and nurtures Nekomamushi, Dogstorm, and Kawamatsu. Yasui then gives gold to Odin's retainers to let them train and become worthy samurai, thus Odin and his retainers become distinguished legends in Wano, and Sukiyaki is proud of his accomplishments. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates cast ashore the beaches of Wano. Kazuki Odin's dreams to leave Wano lead him directly to Whitebeard after he learns of the pirates' arrival, and after a brief battle, Odin begs Whitebeard to let him join his crew, but he denies his request due to concerns about his character. Once their ship is repaired, the Whitebeard pirates leave at night to avoid Odin's advances, but he catches up anyway, attaching a chain to the ship and riding with Aizo through the ocean. Marco saves Aizo and brings him onto the Moby Dick where he is tied up. Whitebeard tells Odin that if he holds on for 3 days, he can join the crew, and after most of that time pass, Odin only has an hour left before he can join the crew, but after hearing the screams of Amatsuki Toki, Odin lets go of the chain to save her life. Toki tends to Odin after he rescued her from the kidnappers, but on the next day, they are confronted by the kidnappers and their leader, Karma, until Whitebeard intervenes and knocks him out before he accepts Odin into his crew because of his selflessness. Toki, Aizo, and the stowaways Dogstorm and Nekomamushi become part of Whitebeard's crew as well. Odin travels to various places and has many eventful experiences, and he and Toki have a son together with the name Kazuki Momonosuke. Orochi plots to take the shogunate with Higarashi's assistance, having been twisted by the Kurazumi family's unfair persecution since his childhood, and as Odin continues his journey with Whitebeard, he finally encounters the Roger pirates. A clash between Whitebeard and Gold Roger ensues. After a battle between the pirates, and some push from the Roger pirates' captain, Odin agrees to accompany Roger on his final voyage to the last island due to his ability to read the poneglyphs, and is joined by his family as well as Nekomamushi and Dogstorm. The Roger pirates travel the Grand Line as they visit Skypea, Water 7, Tequila Wolf, Sabaody, and Fishman Island, where they are able to take a copy of a road poneglyph while a young Madame Charlie predicts that the ancient weapon Poseidon will be born in 10 years. Toki becomes ill, and Odin is forced to drop off his family with Nekomamushi and Dogstorm at Wano while quickly taking a copy of the road poneglyph. The Roger pirates travel to Zou to get a copy of the final road poneglyph needed in order to arrive at the final island. But before departing, Buggy becomes extremely ill and stays behind with Shanks taking care of him. When faced with the treasure on the last island, the Roger pirates simply laugh while Roger expresses interest in the humorous tale of Joy Boy. Roger then becomes the king of the pirates as he dubs the final island Laugh Tale. After attaining everything, Roger disbands his crew, and after discussing about who would surpass them, the pirates threw one last party together and Roger was the first one to leave. Later, Odin returned to Wano with intentions to open its borders before Joy Boy's return and reunited with his family. However, he was surprised at changes that happened while he was gone, including his father dying and Orochi becoming a shogun. After learning about the atrocities Orochi has done from his retainers, Odin prepares to confront him and charges to the flower capital, cutting down anyone who tries to stop him and tries to attack Orochi but is blocked by Semimaru's barrier and learns that he had Higurashi take Sukiyaki's appearance to make himself the next shogun. Orochi and Kaido offered Odin a deal: if Odin made a fool of himself by dancing naked in front of the palace once a week, then the people of Wano would be spared and they would leave in 5 years' time, and Odin agreed. He would dance in his underwear in front of the castle once a week and his retainers question him for answers. But he doesn't tell them. A year later, Odin receives a newspaper from the outside world from Momonosuke and learns of Roger's execution as well as Whitebeard, who thinks back to his final meeting with him as he tells him about the will of D. Meanwhile, Odin ran to the seacoast crying and laughing, amazed by the life his former life lived due Roger starting the golden age of piracy. The beasts and gecko pirates clash against each other as someone vandalizes Ryuma's grave and Odin continues to dance, with the only people left that still support him are his family, retainers, Yasui, and Hyogoro. 5 years later, Orochi goes back on his promise with Odin and reveal how he had Kaido deal with Hyogoro. This spurs Odin take action as he and his retainers, now given the name Akazaya 9, set out to defeat Kaido while Yasui goes to Kuri to protect Odin's family at his request. Arriving in the Udon region, Odin and the Akazaya 9 are confronted by the beasts pirates and Kaido tell him a spy must be among them. Odin questions Kaido about their promise and he reveals it was a lie in order to increase their chance of victory. Odin and the Akazaya 9 charge at Kaido's subordinates and begin cutting them down. Shinobu helps Odin and the Akazaya 9 in their battle as King and Queen join the fray to confront Odin's retainers. He fights Kaido and is pushed back until he manages to injure him, leaving a scar. Kaido turns back into his human form and defeats Odin after Higurashi tricks him by transforming into Momonosuke and pretend to be held hostage. Azura and Kiemon try to rescue Odin but were defeated as well by King and Queen. 3 days later, Odin and the Akazaya 9 were sentenced to public execution by boiling in hot oil. Before getting in the pot, Odin demands Orochi and Kaido to give him and his retainers a chance to live, and he proposes a challenge, that if one of them survives in the hot oil for 1 hour, the rest should be set free. Kaido agrees to the challenge, and Odin rushes into the boiling vessel of oil. He holds a plank up for the Akazaya 9 to sit on as the crowd watching the execution criticize him. Shinobu reveals that Odin danced naked in the streets in order to save 100 people from being kidnapped with each dance, and the kidnapped civilians were used as laborers to manufacture weapons, leaving the crowd shocked. He manages to survive for over an hour, which enrages Orochi, who ordered his men to shoot and kill Odin, breaking the promise, but he managed to throw his scabbards off of the execution platform before being shot and killed by Kaido. The Akazaya 9 rush towards the Kuri castle to protect Momonosuke and Lady Toki. After Kaido threatens Momonosuke and leaves the castle to burn, Toki sends Kiemon, Kanjuro, Kikunajo, Reizo, and Momonosuke 20 years into the future while Kawamatsu escapes the burning castle with Haori. Shortly after, Toki is shot and killed after delivering inspiring words to onlookers, and Denjiro is enraged with Oden and Toki's deaths to the point where his face becomes unrecognizable. He takes on the alias Kayashiro and starts the Kayashiro family to get close with Orochi in the capital. It is also revealed that Denjiro is Ushimitsu Kozo, who steals money from the capital and distributes it to the poor. After running away from Kawamatsu, Hiyori meets Denjiro and agrees to take on the alias Kamurasaki for the next 20 years. A few months before the present day, Orochi receives a letter from a Kurazumi spy that informs him about the return of the Akazaya 9 sent through time. With no allies have to come to aid the raid on Onigashima, the Akazaya 9 jump on a rowboat to get there by themselves. Kikunajo tells them that there must be a traitor amongst them, and Kenjuro reveals himself to be the one. 3 Beasts Pirates galleon come to attack, and Kenjuro is decapitated by Kiemon only to reveal that it was a drawing and that he had captured Momonosuke. When suddenly Luffy, Law and Kid arrive. A naval battle between the Beasts Pirates and the Alliance ensues as it is revealed that the Thousand Sunny withstood the bombing attacks the day prior, which surprises the gifters. Luffy, Law, and Kid destroy one of the opposing ships together in an attempt to assert dominance over one another. Meanwhile, Kayashiro arrives and destroys one of the Beast Pirate ships, much to everyone's surprise. He reveals his real identity as Denjiro, one of Kazuki Oden's retainers, and corrects that Kiemon's mistaken Habu port for Tokage port. He also says that every samurai has safely arrived at their destination, totaling 5,400 allies for the war. Meanwhile, Kenjuro prepares to escape with Momonosuke after Orochi's plan fails. After Momonosuke gave a heart-touching speech, the Beast Pirate starts attacking the samurais from a distance and sink it one by one. Suddenly, the ship is destroyed, and to the Straw Hat's excitement, the one who attacked it is revealed to be Jinbe, who finally arrived in Wano. He joined the Straw Hat Pirates as the Akazaya 9 and Law make their plan, while the Straw Hats attack the guards at the Torii Gate. As they enter and defeat the guards, Queen begins the Golden Kagura festivities, and the Tobi Rappo meet to hear their captain's request. The Straw Hats set up to toast Jinbe officially joining, but after the Akazaya 9 and their other allies advance on Onigashima, they decide to wait to celebrate with everyone after they defeat Kaido, Orochi, and Big Mom. As the Alliance and Kid Pirates reach Onigashima, Kiemon uses his power to blend everyone's clothes with the Beast's Pirates and gives a speech to the samurai to take advantage of their disguises and reach the castle for the final battle. Luffy, Zoro, and the Kid Pirates get through the main entrance, whilst the rest of the Straw Hats joined with Shinobu and Carrot begin to take the mountain path. At the live floor, Luffy and Zoro are enraged by the obnoxious behavior of the Beast Pirates and their wasteful attitude towards food and drinks. Luffy attacks nearby Beast Pirates while Zoro cuts through a tower to get to Luffy on the live floor, which causes a commotion. Together, they are enraged by the Beast Pirates wasting red bean soup when they reflect on the struggles of Otama. They attempt to escape and reach Kaido's castle when they are stopped by Scratch Manipool, and after being overpowered by his music ability, Kid arrives to punch Apoo for betraying their former alliance. One of the numbers, Hacha, comes to interfere, but Kid's crew handles him while Luffy, Zoro, Kid, and Killer escape the area and find out how to block Apoo's attacks. Big Mom's crew make their way up the falls and Kiemon's group advance near the pleasure hall, although Sanji gets distracted and attempts to find the women in there but fails, and Who's Who wants to get rid of someone from the Tobi Rappo. Big Mom appears spotting Chopper in her sight, and her crew make it up the falls to be awaited by Marco the Phoenix, who sends them back down. As Nekomamushi and Aizo see Marco, Kenjuro brings Momonosuke to Orochi, and Luffy and Zoro fight Kaido's underlings. Chopper and Usopp attempt to escape Big Mom, but instead battle her inside the Brachio tank, helping Kiemon's group move on. Meanwhile, Marco, Aizo, and Nekomamushi head to Onigashima while Denjiro fools Sasaki and chains him to a tree. Prometheus catches Nami's group and chases them while Ulti and Page 1 crash down the stairs and make contact with Luffy. Kenjuro brings Momonosuke to Orochi and Kaido and informs them of the alliance advancing to Onigashima. Orochi decides to hold Momonosuke's execution in order to break the alliance's spirits, and Usopp and Chopper continue to distract Big Mom as Kiemon's group continue on. Luffy fights Ulti and Page 1 until Yamato appears and knocks her out with one hit. She then picks up Luffy and runs away while revealing that she is Kaido's son. Perospero arrives at Onigashima to stop the Emperor's alliance and revenge against Luffy, King, and Marco. Big Mom corners Usopp and Chopper until Prometheus calls her because he found Nami's group, and Orochi begins Momonosuke's execution as the sum of the alliance watch on. Luffy questions Yamato's motive, and when he attacks her with Red Hawk, it reminds her of the battle against Ace, who came to Wano for Kaido's head. Orochi continues with speech about defeating the Kozuki and how their final heir and retainers were sent 20 years into future for revenge. Robin, Jinbe, and the samurai in disguise are forced to wait for a chance to rescue Momonosuke as Orochi thinks of a way to execute him. The Heart Pirates and remaining Akazaya 9 arrive at Onigashima just as Nekomamushi, Marco, and Aizo arrive as well. Kaido show up at the performance floor to announce the new Onigashima project. Meanwhile, Yamato manages to convince Luffy to listen to her and reveal she witnessed Oden's execution, read his journal, and took on his name to continue his dream of opening Wano. Yamato then removed her mask, revealing her nature and how Luffy reminds her of Ace, shocking him. She tells Luffy how Ace mentioned him a lot and that she wanted to join him on his adventures but couldn't due to the exploding handcuffs put on her by Kaido. Law separates from the Akazaya 9 and Aizo as they are confronted by Kenjuro and the Beast's pirates. Prometheus continues to chase Nami, Carrot, Shinobu, and Zeus, using the new homies to capture them as Big Mom grabs Zeus. Kaido reveals his intentions to collect the ancient weapons and allied with Big Mom, who arrives at the performance floor, due to the world government's intent to go to war with the 4 emperors after abolishing the 7 warlords of the sea. The Alliance are shocked by Big Mom's appearance and her capture of Nami's group. She and Kaido mention the purpose to acquire the One Piece and ancient weapons to bring fear and war. When Kaido mentions building more factories in the capital, Orochi refuses due to the vengeance he wants for the Kurazumi clan, and Kaido cuts his head off his body, shocking everyone, as Luffy decides to go rescue Momonosuke. Meanwhile, Kiku and Kenjuro continue their battle with him using their past against her, saying it was all an act. Accepting that the Kenjuro she knew will never return, Kiku attacks and defeats him, and the Akazaya 9 with Aizo continue on with their mission. Meanwhile, Kaido gives Orochi subordinates an ultimatum: either join him or die, and mentions turning Wano into a pirate empire for the war, relocating Onigashima to the capital, and make Yamato the new shogun of New Onigashima. Angered by this news, Yamato makes a shortcut for her and Luffy to use to reach Kaido. Orochi's subordinates decide to join Kaido, who asks Momonosuke the same question he asked 20 years ago and demands to know Momonosuke's name, offering to cancel the execution if he turns out not to be the son of Oden. Just as Momonosuke answers, revealing he is a member of the Kozuki family, Kaido prepares to execute him, and Luffy removes Yamato's handcuffs, which explodes, sending to them flying into performance floor and blowing away Big Mom and some pirates. Angry that Kaido was really gonna kill her, Yamato denounces him as her father and prepares to attack him. However, she is stopped by Luffy due to the Akazaya 9 and Aizo arriving. They then bypass the lead performers and knock Kaido off the stage, injuring him. Due to their Ryu, the Akazaya 9's weapons pierce Kaido in several places, and he falls off the stage as the allies' samurai remove their disguise. Ulti confronts Yamato, who makes official her departure from the Beast's pirates, saying she doesn't care if Kaido dies. Trafalgar Law follows through Kaido's castle, and Who's Who stops chasing Yamato to resolve other business. Shinobu tries to approach Momonosuke without being noticed, while Nami and Carrot escape from the homies with a combined electric attack, and Nami retrieves Zeus. When the Alliance, Kid Pirates, Marco, and Perospero begin to overrun Kaido's castle, Queen calls off the banquet and tells the Beast's pirates to counter the raid. Kaido transforms into his dragon form and fly outside to the roof with the Akazaya 9 riding on him. The Minks and Jack, Nangi, and soldiers join their battle with them, transforming into their Sulong, and clash with Jack in his mammoth form and defeat Nangi and the soldiers. Nekomamushi and Dogstorm would then begin to transform into their Sulong forms as well. Shinobu tries to rescue Momonosuke but gets caught by King, who prepares to kill him until Sanji come to the rescue. King then sends Sanji through a building and Luffy tells Yamato to protect Momonosuke while he deals with Big Mom. The latter launches a powerful attack that he dodges and almost kills Sasaki, but ends up freeing him from the tree he was chained to. She then goes after Nami, who still has Zeus, and retrieved him to prepare an attack to strike her down, but Frankie and Brook arrive with Brook slicing Zeus in half, and Frankie run over Big Mom's face, sending her to the floor. Usopp and Chopper try to escape from Jackie, Goki, and Juki, but to no avail. Yamato knocks Ulti away and reaches Momonosuke and Shinobu, who learn from Luffy that she is an ally. However, when she calls herself Odin, they run away and Big Mom wakes up in anger as Frankie prepares to fire a radical beam at her, but is surprised when the numbers, who are revealed to be failed recreations of the ancient giants, arrive. Noticing Jackie carrying the Brachio tank, Frankie fires the radical beam at him. Taking advantage of the situation, Big Mom attempts to attack Frankie but is stopped by Jinbe and Robin, who sends her rolling out of the castle. Frankie tells Usopp and Chopper that it's time to combine while Luffy looks up at the hole to the roof, telling Kinemon to wait for him. Marco and Perospero spot Big Mom rolling out of the Sky Dome and Jack overpowers the Minx until Nekomamushi and Dogstorm transform into their Sulong forms and attack him. Luffy and Zoro attempt to get to the roof but are stopped by Queen while Frankie defeats Jackie. The Straw Hats gather together after defeating some of the soldiers and Luffy asks everyone to back them up as he makes another attempt to get up to the roof. Drake watches the Alliance take on the Beast's pirates and thinks back to Kobe telling him how Luffy draws people in. He tells Hawkins it's the best time to turncoat, but Hawkins refuses and predicts someone only has 1% chance of surviving until tomorrow. King contacts the Toby Rappo and tells them to prevent the intruders from reaching the roof. Who's Who asks Drake to help him kill Queen, and the samurai clash with the Mimowarigumi and the Orochi Anuwabanshu, while Zoro and Jinbe save them from Goki's attack. Meanwhile, Drake and Who's Who confront Queen, only for Drake to be attacked by them with Hawkins revealing his prediction was for Drake. They question Drake's objectives due to him letting Law get away, but he escapes from them and defeats Juki as Luffy defeats Goki. Noticing each other, Drake asks Luffy to fight alongside him. Luffy lets him join despite his crew's protest and runs to the castle with Sanji. Page 1 and Ulti defeat a horde of samurai and try to attack Luffy before being stopped by Usopp and Nami. Apu attacks but it's ineffective due to them covering their ears. Hacha arrives to help and goes after the General Frankie while carrying Jackie. And Zoro continues to clash with Drake and questions his true identity until Apu tries to summon more numbers. They attack him together, but Apu dodges and Zoro accepts Drake's alliance due to their mutual dislike of their enemy. They attack together until Queen shoots at them and the samurai, who are affected by the bullets which causes ice to appear on their bodies. They continue to freeze over turning into ogres, attacking their own comrades who turn into one as well, while Queen fires more bullets at everyone in his sight. The Minks continue to battle Jack and his squad until Nekomamushi and Dogstorm are the only ones left standing, forcing Kaido to step in. Big Mom battles Marco as Carrot reaches them and looks at the moon while Luffy and Sanji continue on to the roof where the Akazaya 9 battle Kaido. They are overwhelmed by his strength and Kinemon remembers a time when Odin offered to teach them his two-sword style, but they declined. The Akazaya 9 rally together and their attacks begin to injure Kaido, who wonders why and is surprised to see an image of Odin when Kinemon, Denjiro, Ashura, and Dogstorm cut him in his scar using their master's sword style. As more samurais continue to turn into ogres by Queen's new plague, Ice Oni, Sanji and Jinbe defeat more of the pirates so that Luffy could save his strength for Kaido. In the capital, the citizens continue to celebrate the Fire Festival while still clinging the belief that the Kazuki clan will save them. On the Skull Dome's rooftop, Kaido has fallen in the Akazaya 9 attempt to finish him off, but he gets back up, telling them their attacks were too shallow to reopen his wound. He then unleashes a roar of wind scythes, one of which cuts off Kikunajo's left arm. Yamato is still chasing after Momonosuke and Shinobu, who are being watched by Bao Huang, and reports their location to King. He then informs the rest of the crew to bring Momo's head in order to break the samurai's will. Sasaki encounters Shinobu and Momonosuke and has his armored core fire at them until Yamato protects them. Dogstorm orders his men to get away from the roof as Kiemon cauterizes Kikunajo's severed arm and Kaido changes back into his human form and continues the fight against the Akazaya 9. As Queen spreads Ice Oni, he gives Apu the only known antidote and starts a game for it where everyone chase after Apu to claim the antidote or they die within an hour. Yamato reveals to Momonosuke and Shinobu that she was at Odin's execution and was inspired by Shinobu's speech as well as Odin's life. The Armored Corps fires at them again with Yamato taking the hit while also revealing that she rushed to Kuri Castle to save Momonosuke but couldn't do anything to help him as she knocks out one of Sasaki's men. Marco clashes with Big Mom but is caught by her while Perispero prepares to shoot him. Apu battles Zoro and Drake to protect the antidote as Chopper becomes infected with the Ice Oni. Nami and Usopp are forced to fight but get overwhelmed by the siblings who demand to hear that Luffy will never become king of the pirates. Despite this, Nami states that he will be one someday, angering Ulti who prepares to headbutt her before being attacked by Kamakyo with Tama riding on his back. Carrot and Wanda transform into their Sulong forms and attack Perispero. Big Mom tosses Marco to go back inside the castle but he follows suit and is surprised by the Ice Oni. Page 1 rescues Ulti from Kamakyo and attacks Usopp, who lands on Kamakyo's back during its escape. Tama reveals she arrived on the island by the enemy's ship and tells Hihimaru to hold off Page 1 and Ulti for 3 minutes. Yamato continues to blow away Sasaki's armored division and when he prepares to join the battle, she begins to transform until Frankie arrives with Hatcha, who destroys the floor. As she runs with Momonosuke and Shinobu, Yamato tells him to live because she believes he is the one who will lead the world to the new dawn. Law finds a poneglyph while thinking back to when Corazon told him about the D and telling Robin his true name. Zoro and Drake battle Apu for the cure and Big Mom arrives to the performance floor to reunite with Kaido who easily overwhelms the Akazaya 9. And Kid gathers a ton of metal to use against him. Zoro notices Kiku's severed arm falling from the floor and begins cutting the Ice Onis down in rage before defeating Apu. He then gives the cure to Chopper who uses fire to slow the symptoms down. Luffy, Sanji, and Jinbe are about to reach the 3rd floor when Sanji hears a woman in trouble. Sanji goes to rescue only to end up in a trap set by Black Maria. Kiemon tries to battle Kaido but he is sent flying and Marco arrives at the performance stage to help the Straw Hats. While Yamato attempts to escape the island with Momonosuke and Shinobu they learn that Kaido has raised Onigashima into the air with his power. Marco uses his Phoenix Flames to slow down the Ice Oni's spread on its victims, making them regain their senses temporarily. Chopper begins to make the cure, while X-Drake and the Alliance protect him from Apu and the Beast's pirates. Jinbe stays behind to fight Who's Who while Luffy goes ahead. Frankie battles Sasaki, who transforms, and Page 1 and Ulti defeat Hihimaru then begin to search for Nami and Usopp. Yamato takes Momonosuke and Shinobu to a storage room to hide and when Momonosuke asks about the broken dragon statue, Yamato reveals that her friend who came to Wano to kill Kaido several years ago did it. She tells him how Ace came to Onigashima to rescue the abducted children and take Kaido's head. However, he was confronted by Yamato who revealed that the Beast's pirates went on an expedition and that she is Kaido's daughter. As the Spade pirates take the children back to their parents, Ace stays behind to battle Yamato and learns the reason why she can't leave the island. However, he convinces her otherwise which causes Yamato to destroy the dragon statue at the gate and Ace punches the statue to take responsibility. They then share a bottle of sake and Ace shares with her different stories and tells Yamato about how his brother will be the greatest pirate to come. Momonosuke is surprised that another pirate appeared to help Wano and that Kaido is Yamato's father. He also learns from Yamato that Ace is dead but that she was waiting for Luffy, who has inherited his will. Elsewhere, Tama reveals her history with Ace to Nami and how ungently Luffy told her he had died, as Nami apologizes and reveals to Tama how Ace's death was painful for Luffy as well. Marco turns into a phoenix and takes Zoro to the roof while thinking back to when Ace wanted to go save Wano but couldn't. Meanwhile, Tama learns that Luffy and Ace are brothers and regrets for what she said to Luffy earlier but is reassured by Nami and Usopp. Marco holds King and Queen back while he throws Zoro up to the roof. The musketeers defend the entrance to the roof until Luffy arrives and Big Mom tells Kaido not to kill Robin as they need her, and they argue when she asks about the road poneglyph. She reminds Kaido of his life debt of her giving him the mythical fish fruit the same day rocks fell. However, Kaido brushes her off and says that they can talk about it all they want once they find the One Piece. Yamato shows Momonosuke his father's journal and tells him how she found it, revealing that Whitebeard, Roger, and Oden predicted that the next generation of pirates would advance to the New World. She gave Ace his Vivre card and that they'll meet again through it. However, Ace died at Marineford and Yamato decided to wait for Luffy. In the present, Yamato explains how Oden predicted the next group of pirates would defeat Kaido in his stead. Luffy, Zoro, Law, Kid, and Killer reach the roof and confront Kaido and Big Mom. Luffy bravely walks past them to check on the Akazaya 9 and Kiemon asks him to save Wano before Law teleports them away. Kaido attacks but he dodges and knocks him down with Red Rock, shocking Big Mom, before he then introduces himself as the one who will surpass the two of them and become the king of the pirates. Kaido attacks Luffy, who barely dodges and is pleased, especially after seeing the shadows of those who were capable of fighting him behind Luffy. Big Mom attempts to attack him with Prometheus but Zoro cuts it in half using Foxfire style while Kaido attempts to attack a distracted Luffy. However, Law rescues him and they argue with each other with Kid joining in. Big Mom fires heavenly bonbons at the three captains who refuse to dodge due to Luffy's game. Zoro and Killer attack Kaido as he, Law, and Kid get back up and prepare to attack. Meanwhile, Sanji attempts to escape Black Maria's pleasure hall but is unable to attack them and refuses to tell her about Robin. Luffy, Kid, and Law attack Kaido with their respective techniques. He turns back into his dragon form and Big Mom joins him, revealing they intend to take everything from the worst generation and be one step closer to becoming king of the pirates. Kaido attacks with Demolition Gust but everyone dodges it with the trio counterattacking and injuring him. Killer attempts to attack but is stopped by Big Mom, allowing Luffy to use this opening to kick Kaido in the face. However, he prepares to fire at Luffy until Zoro cuts his attack and only grazes Kaido's cheek when Big Mom warned him to dodge. While Kaido wonders why he senses Oden's presence in the sword, Big Mom strikes everyone with lightning but is surprised when it doesn't affect Luffy. Kaido fires another breath at him but is also surprised when he gets hit by Calm Gatling. Luffy knocks him into the roof with everybody in the Skull Dome noticing the vibrations. He then attempts to land one more hit, but his fourth gear wears off and Big Mom tries to attack him, until Zoro come through. Law hits Big Mom with counter shock while Kid and Killer charge at Kaido, who gets back up and uses Tatsumaki to blow everyone away and eats Luffy. Zoro uses his own Tatsumaki to free him and cut through Kaido's scales, who finally deduces that Zoro is using Oden's sword, as the pain and strange haki felt similar. He decides to challenge Zoro using Tatsumaki Demolition Gust, which everyone tries to dodge. He then changes into his hybrid form, which surprises the worst generation. Meanwhile, CP0 is revealed to be at the banquet and go over the battlefield, hoping the pirates wipe each other out after losing their business partner Orochi. A few hours before the raid, Tama told Speed to take her to Onigashima because she plans on bringing the gifters under her control in order to help the alliance and makes a big bag of dumplings on the way. In the present, Speed, Gazelle Man, and Daifugo pass out millet dumplings to the gifters to bring them under Tama's control by telling them it's one of Queen's inventions. At the performance floor, while protecting Chopper, Hyogoro gets infected by a samurai when Marco's flame wears off. Frankie continues to battle Sasaki but is at a disadvantage until Nami, Usopp, and Tama arrive and take over the armored core with the dumplings. This opening allows Frankie to cut a confused Sasaki with his sword. Perospero fights against Carrot and Wanda as the location of the scabbards is found, and the battle in Skull Dome continues as Chopper tries to create an antidote for the Ice Onis, while Sanji screams for Robin to come save him. Brook and Robin show up to free him. While Yamato, Shinobu, and Momonosuke are spotted by a Mary in the storehouse and escape after battling many of Kaido's officers, and the upper team continue their fight against Kaido and Big Mom on the Skull Dome's roof. Chopper creates and tries the antidote he made, while Marco hold back both king and queen all by himself, and Hyogoro completely transform into an ice oni and asks Yatap to kill him. Meanwhile Luffy finishes regenerating his haki and wakes up to help them. Chopper's antidote is a success, and he spreads it across the live floor, curing everyone. Angered by this, Queen attempts to attack Chopper, but the pleasures protect him after Queen insults them and the waiters for being useless. Marco takes this opportunity to grab Queen by the neck, allowing Chopper to attack him. In the treasure repository, the Akazaya 9 recover but are confused as to who tended to them and are surprised when Kazuki Oden appears before them. In the right brain tower, Yamato and Shinobu continue to defeat the beast's pirates when Momonosuke feels disgusted with himself for being weak and transforms into a dragon, which surprises the two. In CP0's room, the leader thinks back to when Dr. Vegapunk created a failed artificial devil fruit from Kaido's lineage factor and hopes it was destroyed with Punk Hazard after it was left there. Meanwhile, the Akazaya 9 are happy to see Oden except for Ashura and Reizo, who see through his lies as he is revealed to be a drawing made by Kenjuro. Elsewhere, Momonosuke returns to normal and reveals that Luffy is worn out but still in high spirit. On the Skull Dome's roof, the worst generation are being pushed back by Kaido and Big Mom and decide to split them up in order to beat them. Orochi is also revealed to be still alive thanks to his devil fruit powers, and sets the whole place on fire to destroy everyone. The Akazaya 9 fight off the fake Oden, with Ashura dying in the process. Inuarashi stays behind to fight Jack while the rest of them begin searching for Momonosuke. On the rooftop, the Emperors launch a joint attack, nearly taking out the worst generation. But Zoro is barely able to block it, allowing Luffy to fire back and note that Kaido has resorted to dodging attacks. As the Akazaya 9 defeat Orochi, the worst generation continue battling the Emperors, successfully throwing Big Mom off the roof. She recovers from her fall, reapproaching Onigashima, while Kaido and the worst generation continue to fight. Zoro manages to scar Kaido, but both him and Law are defeated, and Luffy resolves to push back. They all scatter across Onigashima, preparing for new fights. Kid gets ready to battle Big Mom, Killer fights Hawkins, and Luffy against Kaido. Meanwhile, Nami, Tama, and Usopp return to the live floor, chased by Page 1. Luffy and Kaido resume their fight as Momonosuke, Shinobu, and Yamato wait for Kiemon's help. Page 1 chases down Nami, Usopp, and Tama, but is defeated by an enraged Big Mom as retaliation for Okobor Town's destruction. The 9 red scabbards split up to help across Onigashima with Nekomamushi heading to Perispero. Chopper continues fighting Queen. Sanji and Zoro head to the live floor, while Nami faces off against Ultai. Big Mom defeats the Tobarapo member, allowing Nami and Usopp to escape. Luffy and Kaido continue their fight, until Luffy gets hit and falls off Onigashima unconscious. As Luffy falls into the sea, various fights progress with Zeus eaten by Hera, and Chopper continues to stall Queen. Momonosuke reads Oden's logbook, but is found by Ameri. Kid finally finds Big Mom preparing to fight her and Chopper continues to battle Queen while Bao Huang declares Luffy's loss. Kanjiro defeats Kikunajo before being beaten himself by Kiemon. Kaido arrives in front of Momonosuke, crushing Kiemon in the process. Like all the other samurai, Chopper is discouraged by the news of Luffy's loss and Queen doesn't miss the chance to finish him off. Meanwhile, Kiemon fights for his life to save Momonosuke and that motivates the latter to rise up. As Luffy sinks into the sea, Momonosuke uses Ameri to inform everybody located on Onigashima of his survival, and to declare that Luffy will defeat Kaido. Elsewhere, Kid prepares to battle Big Mom, when Law suddenly arrives. Back with Nami, Usopp, and Tama, the group is trying to identify why Nami's climate act can speak and realize that it's actually Zeus. He reveals that when Nami tried to feed him black balls, he was pressed into her climate act and can't leave without Big Mom's power, before they are attacked by Ulti. Meanwhile, the Heart Pirates hear a voice underwater, finding Luffy sinking and Yamato reaches the roof, seeking to fight Kaido. Nami uses Zeus to strike down Ulti, and her defeat is accidentally announced across Onigashima by Bao Huang. Tama gives a command to the gifters she tamed, turning all the gifters against the beast's pirates. The Heart Pirates find a sinking Luffy, positioning their submarine underneath him and pushing him to the surface. They begin trying to treat him, forcing the water he's swallowed out of his stomach. Hearing Tama's command, the gifters side with the samurai and upset the Tobarapo and others. As Queen tries to shoot them, he is attacked by Sanji, and reveals that he is a former member of the science group MADS. Chopper starts to take care of Zoro while suffering from the side effect of the enhanced rumble ball. Meanwhile, Jinbe gets stunned by Who's Who's story as he explains his past as a government agent, and that 13 years ago, he was tasked with protecting a devil fruit, which was stolen, and later eaten by Monkey D. Luffy. Who's Who fiercely battles Jinbe in his saber tiger form, and brings up the past slavery of Sun Pirates members and fishmen as a whole, asking Jinbe for more information about Nika which he knows nothing about. But after making rude remarks regarding the fishmen, Jinbe angrily defeats Who's Who with a brutal attack. To cut ties with Kaido, Yamato unleashes her true power. Meanwhile, Queen repeatedly attacks Sanji with his power as a cyborg, and Sasaki in his human beast form launches tricky attacks on Frankie and drives him into a corner, but the latter managed to grab him before suplexing him into the ground. In the ocean, the Heart Pirates manage to wake up Luffy as he finally regains consciousness, and begins demanding meat. Yamato and Kaido continue to duel on the rooftop, and Frankie finishes Sasaki using a radical beam to the stomach. Inside Onigashima, as the two walk through fog, Nico Alvia suddenly appear before Robin. Saul and Clover quickly follow suit, as she reminisces her time with the three of them but realizes soon enough that those are simply illusions, knocking away Nurana, Kunyan, and Tenjo, who were embodying the illusions. In the dense mist, Brook is surprised to see his old friends. The Rumbar Pirates but also manage to see through Maria's deceive and get himself out the illusions, and leaves Robin and Black Maria as they begin fighting in earnest, with Robin making a giant version of herself to fight but Maria begins slicing at the arms, causing injuries to form on Robin herself. Meanwhile, Caribou arrives behind a shipwreck, offering meat to Luffy. The latter asks Momonosuke to transform into a dragon and bring him back up to Onigashima much to his surprise. Black Maria shoots her webs at Robin, grabbing and stopping her movement, then jumps to punch her over and over. Robin remembers a training session with the Revolutionary Army, during which she learned a new slapping technique that applies fishman karate. She creates another giant arm, slapping the ceiling above her, putting out the fire in the process. Free from the webs, Robin creates a form of herself in the shape of a demon, trapping Black Maria in a grappling hold before knocking her unconscious with clutch. While Brook takes care of the rest. Back on the mainland, Momonosuke tries to convince Shinobu to transform him into an adult using her devil fruit, causing her to panic. Reizo enters battle against Fukuro Kuju, but the latter uses his long earlobes as whips, knocking him to the ground. Killer battles Hawkins and manages to slash him, but Hawkins' devil fruit ability allows him to redirect the damage onto other people, leaving himself unharmed. When Killer stabs Hawkins again, he instead injures Kid, hurting his battle with Big Mom as he falls to the ground and Law steps in. On the live floor, Sanji is left to battle against both King and Queen but is soon overwhelmed and strike down. While Zoro continues to heal, waiting for the drug to take effect, Perospero attempts to sabotage Sanji but Nekomamushi appears and strikes him out of the castle. Thank you for watching, and if you have made it this far, I hope you enjoyed it and are now fully caught up to the One Piece story. It took me months to make this recap, so if you wish to support me then consider dropping a like as well as subscribing if you want to see more anime recaps as I post almost every week. Also, don't forget to check out the links in the description, and with that out the way, I will see you guys in the next video.